first generation of the technological society, we have been acted upon by forces of such power that few, if any of us, can understand. Extensive information gathering on every American, human experiments with drugs and psychosurgery, electronic surveillance, the era of the computer, invasion of privacy, growing government and corporate power over our lives, a people plagued by dehumanization, loneliness, and violence. Dramatic? Perhaps. But we are losing control of our technology and our lives. Not so long ago, people in a similar situation did not awaken to the forces around them. Are we so unwise as to do the same?
Behavior control. And then you change it up every Alien. Paranoia. Enemy list. Wiretap. Dead backs. Dossiers. Medical records. Social security number. Credit record. National security.
With another agent, Pat Webb. Pat was an explosives agent. So we kind of opened the door just a bit to the cabin. And as we opened the door, we were both pretty much overcome as we looked across the cabin at the shelves that were built on the other side of the door. We could see coffee cans and bottles and jars, and they all had labels on them, and they were very meticulously done. You could see that some were labeled with the name of certain chemicals. One of the things we saw was a hooded sweatshirt, that was hanging up there. And the cabin smelled as if you might start to think, if you really think about this. This is a person who lived in this cabin. They had a cutaway spot on the floor to go to the bathroom in if he needed to.
Internet. The creation of a collective consciousness and the merging of the human mind with the internet is the basis of the aspiration of the transhumanists, known as the singularity. Their dream of creating a global brain came nearer when Tim Berners-Lee, a British computer scientist and former employee of the European Organization for Nuclear Research, CERN, invented the World Wide Web. Berners-Lee's breakthrough was to marry hypertext to the internet. The underlying concept of hypertext originated in previous projects from the 1960s, such as the Hypertext Editing System, HES, at Brown University, Ted Nelson's Project Xanadu, and Douglas Engelbart's Online System, NLS. Both Nelson and Engelbart were in turn inspired by Vannevar Bush's microfilm-based Memex, which was described in the 1945 essay As We May Think. Berners-Lee founded the World Wide Web Consortium, W3C, after he left CERN in 1994. It was founded at the MIT's Laboratory for Computer Science, MIT LCS, with support from the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, which had pioneered the Internet. The transhumanists' idea of mind uploading is reminiscent of that expressed by Allen Ginsberg following his LSD experiments at Stanford with Gregory Bateson. While under the influence of LSD, the doctors hooked him up to an EEG machine, and following the suggestion of his friend and lover William S. Burroughs, connected a stroboscope blinking in synchronization with his alpha rhythms. Describing his experience, Ginsberg recounted, "There was no distinction between inner and outer. Suddenly, I got this uncanny sense that I was really no different than all of this mechanical machinery around me. I began thinking that if I let this go on, something awful would happen. I would be absorbed into the electrical network grid of the entire nation. Then I began feeling a slight crackling along the hemispheres of my skull. I felt my soul being sucked out through the light into the wall socket and going out point one." During the final years before his death in 2000, Terence McKenna became an early proponent of technological singularity and called the internet the birth of the global mind, believing it to be a place where psychedelic culture could flourish. Point two, however, as Derry clarifies in Escape Velocity, cyberculture at the end of the century. 327. 328. Transhumanism. But as Thomas Hein reminds us in Facing Tomorrow, what the future has been. What the future can be, futures like McKenna's are stories we tell ourselves. About the present, an attempt to invest our lives with a meaning and a drama that transcend the inevitable decay and death of the individual. We want our stories to lead us somewhere and come to a satisfying conclusion, even though not all do so. 1264 placing our faith in an end-of-the-century Deus Ex Machina that will obviate the need to confront the social, political, economic, and ecological problems clamoring for solutions is a risky endgame. The metaphysical glow that increasingly halos the high-tech tomorrows of cyberdelic philosophers, corporate futurologists, pop science programs such as the Discovery Channel's Beyond 2000, or even ads such as AT and TSU will campaign, blinds us to the pressing concerns all around us. Point 3. As Eric Davis remarked in Technosis, some Christians, especially those with a brute Protestant conviction in the rock-solid inerrancy of the biblical word, would concur with Teilhard that our headlong flight toward planetization is part of a master plan. 4. Davis was commenting on Marshall McLuhan's 1969 interview in Playboy, where McLuhan mentioned that computer networks hold out the promise of creating a technologically engendered state of universal understanding and unity, a state of absorption in the logos that could knit mankind into one family and create a perpetuity of collective harmony and peace. McLuhan clarified, in a Christian sense, this is merely a new interpretation of the mystical body of Christ, and Christ, after all, is the ultimate extension of man. 5. However, as Davis pointed out, in a letter to the Thomist philosopher Jacques Maritain, McLuhan flip-flopped on the idealism he had earlier expressed. Electric information environments being utterly ethereal foster the illusion of the world as spiritual substance. It is now a reasonable facsimile of the mystical body of Christ, a blatant manifestation of the Antichrist. After all, the prince of this world is a very great electric engineer. Point 6. However, for the transhumanists, the internet is not just an agglomeration of inert information, but poses the possibility of humanity creating a collective consciousness of the mystics. Effectively, transhumanism is the hallucination arrived at by computer scientists on drugs. As psychedelic drugs impede the ability to discern reality from imagination, they often lead to the mistaken attribution of life, or even divinity, to inanimate objects, like a computer program. The ultimate foolish dream of the transhumanists is that with the creation of cyberspace, we'll be able to enter the pleroma, the mystical realm of the ancient Gnostics, by uploading our minds to the internet. Thus, the internet will have come to serve as a totality of human knowledge, the omniscient collective consciousness of Teilhard de Chardin, also known as the global brain. Global brain. The relationship between the global brain and the internet, and its connection to the thought of Teilhard de Chardin, is explained in The Lost Symbol by Da Vinci Code author Dan Brown, a fellow alumnus of Exeter with Stuart Brand and Facebook. The Singularity. 329. Founder Mark Zuckerberg. There is an important section from the novel, which is based on revealing the secret of Freemasonry, where Willis Harman's Institute for Newtic Sciences, IONS, named after the Nucifer of Teilhard, plays a central role.
The Technological System by Jacques Ellul. 1. People are not machines, but in every opportunity where they are allowed to behave like machines, they will so behave. 2. 25 years ago, I arrived at the notion of the technological society, but now, that stage is past. 3. The industrial society. This term is very widespread, but I find it inadequate. 4. Present-day society is still industrial, but that is not its essence. 5. At one time, technology and machine industry were connected, but for more than half a century now, a gap has widened between them. Industrialism developed a centralized, hierarchical system, with a linear growth, a division of labor, and a separation between the means and the ends. Mechanization created additional jobs and made human work more draining. It operated by means of steady reproduction, developing masses of men and integrating them in the industrialization. 6. Modern technology, however, contradicts each of those different points. If allowed to act, it leads to decentralization and flexibility. It does away with the hierarchy and the division of labor. It particularly has to bridge the gap between implementation and management. It presupposes a polyvalent and nonlinear growth. It reintegrates the ends into the means. It cuts down on labor and thus on the costs of labor. The value factor is no longer human work but scientific invention and technological innovation. Consequently, we can no longer apply Marx's analysis, which states that the economic totality is based on the surplus value produced by the salaried labor of the worker. 7. The industrial system is a closed, repetitive world, with a linear revolution. The technological system is inevitably open, non-repetitive, with a polyvalent evolution. It can proceed only by the universal development of mankind, and that development is absolutely necessary for the development of the technological system. We are thus confronted with an ensemble that is totally different from any that has ever existed before. 8. Technology, conceived in terms of its automation, its chemical transformation of the world, its economy of energy, its cybernation, its data processing, its biological intervention, and its indefinite output of nuclear energy, has little to do with the old industrial mechanization. 9. Technology is power, made up of instruments of power, hence producing phenomena and structures of power, that is of domination. 10. Touraine, in contrast to Bell, hesitates about a qualifying term. Thus, he speaks of a programmed society. In this case, I am far more in agreement. For he thereby joins the overall outlook of those people for whom the new thing about our society is the organization. He sharply distinguishes between the primary, capitalist, era of industrialization and our era. He qualifies this new society in terms of 3 features. 1. The emergence of new social classes, technicians, bureaucrats, efficiency experts. 2. The new trend of business, which is now based on organization and no longer on the relationship between economic power and productive labor. 3. Spare time activities. All 3 characteristics boil down to a reduction and to the necessities of the technological system, which, as Touraine realizes, transforms the social struggles themselves. They are becoming more technological and are no longer subject to a takeover by the proletariat. Touraine adds one more essential feature of post-industrial society: the importance of the student movement with its deep contestation, its challenge, and its political weakness. But, as I have tried to show in my studies on revolution, I regard this feature as episodic and contingent. 11. What triggers consumption? Advertising, that is to say, the technologies of advertising. What is it that demands greater consumption? Mass production, which is possible only because of technology. What are we given to consume? Technological objects, because they are the things that are produced most. Hence, the consumer society, in all its aspects, is primarily characterized by various technologies. 12. Spectacle is a complete way of life. Consumption is a spectacle, so are political activity and leisure and work and family life and revolution. Modern man watches everything as a spectator. Everything is supplied to him as a spectacle, including the things he believes he is most deeply contributing to or participating in. 13. Technological activity is, by nature, spectacular, excluding all internal reality. Technological activity is what waters down all serious things, since no action can be performed any longer unless by way of technologies. 14. Z. Brzezinski, Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technotronic Era, 1970, also figured he could add something absolutely new by coining the term, technotronic. He lists a number of differences between industrial and technotronic society. In industrial society, the machine plays the essential role. The dominant social problems are unemployment and employment. Teaching is done through human relations. The ruling class is plutocratic. The university is an ivory tower isolated from reality. Reading favors a conceptual thinking proper to ideologies. Political conflicts are intrinsic. The masses are organized into trade unions. Economic power is personalized. Wealth is the object of activity. 15. Techtronic is a portmanteau word combining technical and electronic. Come now. Isn't electronics technological? Does the word add anything to the early definitions of technology? Once again, technology equals the machine plus industry. Fine, then there is something new according to the famous definition. In a machine, there are material parts that move. Electronics operates with no moving material parts. Granted. But if the computer is not a machine in the normal sense, then in what way is it not the product of a certain number of technologies? In what way is it not integrated in a technological system? There is no reason to distinguish between technology and electronics. 16. Man can no longer be a subject. 4. The system implies that, at least in regard to itself, man must always be treated as an object. Today.
I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work. Who would have thought that I would slaughter these jerks? The first full-time clock and serial microphone rocker. I used to jump on the stage back in the day wearing a stocking. To conceal my identity in any stereotypical venue. Never will I reveal the serious way that I feel. I'm on job time, all I do is talking to the steel. Use my style to hide and conceal, profile and beguile while they smile and just say that I'm real. Bad luck strikes in 3, all of you will agree. I didn't have a heat shield, they rained triplicate on me. When it's squares versus circles, then any of you can compare front and back are differentiated by a 90-degree squared circle. If you know what I'm talking about, you know the code, work it out. Forced entry, I was disguised as a sentry. I gave not a care, life is an adventure to me. I obtained secret money and manufacture inventions, fracturing the line between space and time dimensions. Restructure the torque and the structural integrity, so I can walk on water while it retains surface tension. This making me an acolyte of the greater unknown, the word shark, king of these murky seascapes. Within my patriarch society, you cannot dethrone the intricate degree and climate that I seize from the police state. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I still wish they made more girls like me, intelligent, beautiful, and rich like me. But they don't, so I stay fucked up like King Keeper. She's the type of person that will still rock Latigua. I'm the type of person that will still sport feelers. I found this pair of size 15s out in Pasadena. Those are my work boots. I insert this into these jerks' necks, giving them a virus. They'll destabilize their hardware. Now I can tap in using my onboard wet works. Plant the hidden charge there. It's a cellular reconfiguring program consisting of integers, turning human beings into kindling, whittling the psyche into an apparition, place it back into the skin. Now it's the ghost in the shell. Should I boast? Well, no. I stay on the west coast of hell, where hell's bullets this I know so well. I have my work cut out for me. This has its perks. Just then I realized life is mostly hard work. And why not get your car pulled off under you? It won't get sorted back from that dumb desk clerk. And who's the one to suffer you? I didn't know what to do, so when in doubt, go to work. When I'm 25, I'll contract myself out once now I'm through. Then it's just books and beats for me. I leave the rapping to my crew. I'm a good scientist in a world got cuckoo. Imagine how it is to watch them turn crazy around you and then look over at you like you are the insane one. That's how it is. It's okay to meet the controversy bubbles and flattens out like this, like my little kids. And I've got to go to work so I can work it out. Come on, how to work for me. Come on, got to make it work. I've got to make it work. Come on, I can work it out. I've got to make it work. Come on, let it work this way. Come on, let it work it work. Come on.
hegemonic sentences through cavalcades of reminiscence. The dark soul mentions crevices of insight, appendages of tripwire reverence. The Gun Hill legend brandish your weapons for Armageddon. Headless corrections for willing participants before the line finishes. I got shadow grimace, the obscene dream with human chaos for the pilot smoke screen. Combined with the best wishes, master attacks intended for advanced craft methods that were highly adapted to the presence, sharpening psyche, which often might be construed as badly used or beautiful looks and flights to mirror the schism unseen hidden. The newest eyes cast shadows into the bluest skies until the Tory allegory brought to the kings before me as a sacred justice plotted to misinform the whole to chorus within construction. Nanonet filaments, hidden secret touch, mystified by the comfortable and united by inner struggle. Hidden a bundle of scar, written enigmas. Now the claw is risen. Man is up with cheeky. With this sight, disease praying to the east, not to the man-made structures, but to the rising of the sun. A comparison of those diligent millipede legs rushing around in any direction. Misperception and prism seem a bad sign. And that's the vision from the unlikely incision to the makeshift minions of bad decisions. I'm pressing danger to the head skill, kicking fixes. To level hidden cages you can't unstage this cause I'm live and in the basement with bones hidden all chrome hidden with thrones. Like a program metal skull covered in the hard routinely cycled by a metronome. Bones are collected to make me feel like the connection is real. Now only steel can sharpen steel.
Running desperately low on food, they were forced to turn back.
Well, I'll be.
What's that villain doing?
Wait, Princess, your voice sounds familiar.
Well, it should. You see, Doom wants me to marry him. After seeing what he has done to our peaceful world, I despise him. He intends to destroy all of us if I persist in refusing him. Even now.
Shaitan never came so ill. He got skill. Met a brother from the grill that gave my spine chills. All 33 nerves, controlling my curves. Common sense just swerved every time I got served. Stress, frustration, empty rhetoric. Cold as winter in Connecticut. Compassion lacking deficit. Thought it was love like sent from above. You're not a soulmate. But ways and actions of a primate. Moved by lower senses, coming faker than extensions. Pissed away all good intentions. Out of his sister was missing. Intuition, maybe it was me. I couldn't see. Holding on to fantasy. Getting bitten by reality.
War wounds, purple heart, love, veteran, morphine. Painkillers, drugs, and medicine. Anything just to forget the hurt. Incoming! Neck cover, hit the dirt. On the front line, there's casualties in the mind. And the POWs get left behind. Mentally scarred for life. Love is war and some chicks are just too hard to wife.
I should've deaded it from Genesis instead of hitting them Guinnesses. Now I'm free falling, cursing at your street brawling. He sees calling, no appetite for feast darling. So deep all in, I bet he never stopped balling women. To say God for the sin of a man. Sacrifice a whole life for a slice. Overstand, maybe it's a lack of pigment. Loneliness, imagine figment. Only got the car kitted to pull extra cheese in it. Damn, Jody. Coming with the okie doke, hokey poke, steady rocking boats, got me aiming for your throat, sniper scope. Weren't we supposed to elope? Proposed and you froze, I don't think that I can cope.
Purple heart, love, veteran, morphine, painkillers, drugs, and medicine. Anything just to forget the hurt. Incoming! Pink color hit the dirt. On the front line, there's casualties in the mind, and the POWs get left behind. Mentally scarred for life. Love is war and some chicks are just too hard to wife.
Constant frustration, stemming from a no-win situation. Russian lust and fornication, adding to the complication. Patience is a virtue, pain run deep with love desert you. Listening to whispering, choosing chaos over discipline. Simpleton, life should really be a piece of intimates. Relationships strengthening, flower essence instrument. Gentlemen, my favorite shit, so I'm never forsaking it. I persevere, make it fit, sculpting it, reshaping it, taking sips, over fit the if, passionate, intense, incense, candles lit, scandalous, emotional, bandages. Why would he abandon this? Guess he couldn't handle it. The boss is magnanimous.
War wounds, purple heart, love, veteran, morphine, painkillers, drugs, and medicine. Anything just to forget the hurt. Incoming! Take cover, hit the dirt on the front line. It's casualties in the mind, and the POWs get left behind. Mentally scarred for life. Love is war, and some chicks are just too hard to wife.
Turn it up even more. Turn the music up too. Wet it up a little bit for me. Yes. Yes. Like that. I love you. Listen. The girl I love don't wear panties much, and when my song come on, both her hands be up, and behind closed doors I be laying it down. Them other niggas spit game cause they playing around. Said it before and I'm saying it now, to remind the sidewinders to straighten it out. You just another face in the crowd, I'm like the rain in the clouds. I come down and leave your little shine blocked out. I make the pretty mommies rock out, and many make the beat drop now. Hey y'all, feel the bass strong. Feel my presence even when I don't stay long. When the time is right, I'ma say more. I turn it up, it's no turning it down, and now I wanna see you working it out. You got it. I want it. Let's do it. I gotta get to it. I wanna see you working it out. You got it. I want it. Let's do it. I gotta get to it. I wanna see you working it out. Give me a you in the building, good. I own a building. Where my rent at? I got to get that. You gotta find you a new spot to live at. This property private, it's no stoop to sit at. Landlord owning a house, where you been at? Running from the east to west, front the bid at. Big Minnesota on the track. Got niggas out in the club like, you hear that? You're damn right, we that nice. Turn it on and the party won't act right. Then move it on the left. Flacco, Brooklyn, Slim, the most depth. It's one cap with all the freshest names. It's one mic, moving everything. You heard it was hot, you ain't hearing things. I wanna see you working it out. You got it, legs to ass to face. I'm rolling eyes and lips to face. Let's do it, let's do it. Wanna see you working it out. You got it, legs to ass to face. I'm rolling you lips to face. Let's do it, gotta get to it. I wanna see you working it out. Give me out. Gotta see it. When niggas see him, they gotta see him. I said when niggas see him, I said we wanna see him working it out. Come on, I'll work it. I'll work it. I'll work it out now. Yeah, it's working now. I like that. Escalate, crescendo. Yes. Come on, people. I know you. Let me see it. Come on. Come on. Let me see it. I wanna see it working out. You got it. I want it. Let's do it. Everybody get to it. Wanna see it working it out. You got it. Let's get that. I want it. Let's do it. Gotta get to it. Wanna see it working it out. Don't hurt me, man. Somebody open the window. It's hot over here.
do it. I gotta get to it. I wanna see you working it out.
Welcome to The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. I greatly appreciate you guys for joining this, whatever this may appear as in your mind. Right, whether you may perceive of it as entertainment, comparison of certain viewpoints, exploration of certain ideas, or simply the thoughts and opinions of one man. However you would like to designate the experience, we have some things to say about this experience and other sorts of experiences that may be very similar. Right? And of course, we're engaging in communication via technological means, and that's exactly what I would like to discuss with you about how human communication has been filtered through various techniques, various forms of symbolic architecture, and various forms of mechanistic conditioning that have all resulted in the invasion of the symbolic by the technical. So this is the primary topic, and as you may readily perceive, this topic goes to the very heart of what we're all engaged in here. Right? Because obviously most of the images we perceive, most of the symbolic architecture is mediated through technical means, and of course the global transformation of the symbolic, right, through this idea of the abstract and universal, namely the concurrence of logic and math to explain the capacity of the human mind to lay down that symbolic architecture, right? And then basically resulting in a loss of meaning, a loss of the sacred. Okay, and in terms of the loss of the sacred, right, we have to talk about how there's this idea of the desacralization of nature, right? And in terms of loss of meaning, we talk about the desacralization of human knowledge. Now, what do we mean by desacralization, right? Well, we mean that these processes became secular, abstract, universal in an attempt to explain the vision of sort of science and liberalism, and the creation of this sort of universal enterprise
comprises in the creation of a global system, right? Which many are still waiting for the appearance of a global system to emerge. And of course, we are not waiting for such a thing, right? We think that such a thing has already arrived on the world stage, right? In the form of the technological system. And of course, there's various ways in which we think, and by we, I mean the royal we, but there are other thinkers and scholars that have all made these types of arguments about the world technological system, how it's been put in place, okay, and what are the issues with it, how such a overarching system cannot be reformed, that no one's really running such a system, right? Because it's a sort of complex dynamic system, right? And so on and so forth. So there's many different ideas that go along with this notion that we're living in a global system that A, cannot be reformed, and B, the large scale changes within that system cannot be predicted or guided. And C, there is neither politics, culture, religion, philosophical ideologies. All of these things have sort of been replaced by the various means of technical and mechanistic expression. Now, the technical is a broader range that includes the mechanical, but the mechanical has came to sort of dominate the technical, right? And since the technical did not comprise of the main expression in terms of human symbols, right? The mechanistic has made the technical the main expression and vice versa. The technical has allowed the mechanistic forms to spread. By technique, it's kind of like Ellul. When we're talking about the French philosopher Jacques Ellul, he's sort of talking about forms of human organization. And this is kind of what technics means, right? For Mumford, for Ellul, right? There's Louis Mumford, there's Jacques Ellul, right? Different thinkers that explored the problem of technology in the modern age and how it's transforming the citizen of the state into a different type of relation with the state. It's transforming the state itself, and the technological aspect of how human psychology and politics are transformed, right, makes pretty much technology the objective factor of power in the world, right? But it also it also translates to various forms of ideological expression that are sort of imposed on man, right? And by this we mean this idea of techno-liberalism, in which there isn't a sort of premier ideology or religion or philosophy, right, that's created by the techno-industrial system, but it's sort of a global system that imposes universalism. And in this mode, and I appreciate the people pouring into the show. I greatly appreciate your time and your correspondence on various topics, right? I'm talking about the transformance. Transformance. It's like if you transformed and it was like a performance, transformance. Right? Yeah, we're coining new words out here, right? The transforming, right, of the of technique or forms of human organization into mechanistic means, and the complexification of these mechanistic means that causes language, culture, politics, and economics to be pretty much transformed in the process. And it is the number one thing that explains the political and economic systems of today, right? Not capitalism and communism or Christianity or any of the other issues that exist, right? Because see, by and large, the Christians of today don't have much in common with the Christians of the 7th century, right? A Christian of today has more in common with the atheist of today than they do with a Christian in the 7th century AD. Right. And this is a shocking fact that the effect of modernism is so incredible, right? That a Muslim or a Jew from the 7th century, right, would have less in common with one of today than they would of their own people in their own time. And this means that the psychological transformation of the human, his reliance on technology and the effects of techno-liberalism, because see, liberalism could not bring any of the goodies. Okay, it needed these techniques, right? Techniques don't fail. Okay, they go off of what works. They go off of science, right? And once enough of these techniques are successful, they create an interconnected sort of web of relations, right? And once this web of relations goes past the nation state and corporations become pseudo governmental entities, and they form a global communication system, a international market, global impetus towards politics. They form things like world government. And I think it's pretty much set that technology transformed politics, right? It's the one that's transforming politics, economic systems, religious ideologies, right? So any of these ideas that we think would have been driving society, right? There's people that they want to fight a culture war, they want to save the earth, right? And they want to save religion, right? And all this stuff. None of these things can be affected, right, successfully with the influence of the mass media, right? And all of these types of implements, right? I mean, the fact is that there are no political solutions in the modern age, only technological solutions, and everything else is propaganda. That is a direct quote from Jacques Ellul, right? So we are actually, and here's another direct quote from Jacques Ellul. Everything technique touches, it transforms into a machine, and technique is what integrates the machine into human society, and technique creates its own means. And it's the complexification of the means, the proliferation of the means that brings about the disappearance of the ends, right? As we've said many times. And, and of course, this happens in terms of words, right? Mimetic complexity is ontological death, right? It turns the symbolic game into, it makes the content totally plastic, right? The plasticity of content causes the total loss of meaning, right? And this is the total divorcing of, you know, of you know, of the symbolic. Okay, from a means of human expression, right? See, if symbols are mediated by culture, then they can express traditional frameworks. But if symbols are mediated by techniques, then they will more or less express a universal framework in which they were derived, right? So means of communication really matter, right? They really convert symbols. And this conversion of symbols is, you can't put the genie back in the bottle, right? It's a process that goes away with itself. It transforms language, it transforms meaning. And it imposes that meaning on the individual, right? Now the individual is faced with two dual level of pressure, right, in the modern context, right? And this is the as we explained, right, this idea of complexification and massification actually works upon the human, because the human itself is an object of techniques, but also becomes depersonalized in the process of being exploited by techniques. So I lost my train of thought like 3 or 4 times here. I have to admit that. I'm simply just jumping around here. But yeah, as I'm talking about this idea of dual level complexification and massification, right? That works on technique, but it also works on the individual. That's where I was at, right? It's more about how this imposes a dual level pressure on man, right? One of the over complexity, right? As I said, complexity breeds assimilation, the same way that simplicity breeds creativity, right? Simplicity is obviously one of the virtues, the cardinal virtues of the Tao, right? And of course, it's thrown to the wayside by this constant complexification of techniques, right? And complexification of means to a particular end. Okay, and this process obviously dilutes man's activities, right? It has him engage in surrogate activities and artificial needs, right? And this dual level pressure separates man from his means of subsistence, right? But also creates it works on man through forced socialization and isolation, right? And this is really apparent if you look around. Okay, people are they're less reliant on families, on communities, on churches, on even governments, right? Certain people. Okay, and obviously they said that it was technology that would cause this disintegration, social disintegration caused by the machine, because the machine is antisocial, as Mumford says, but also depersonalization as a psychological effect of the use of machines. Look at the people on the cell phones, on the buses, right? Somebody said that it's a ritual on the buses to never make eye contact with people, right, while you're being transported. Okay, and so on and so forth, right? It's this active depersonalization that we impose on ourselves through forced socialization, right? So people in a bus that are forced to ignore each other, right, they're forced to be in a social environment, yet isolate themselves. People in a movie theater that are having images beamed directly at them, they are sitting in a dark room so as to isolate them from the people around. They're supposed to ignore the people in the movie theater, even though they're having an experience with them, right? So this collective isolated experience that technology imposes on the mass of mankind, it causes a dual level pressure, as we've stated many times. I've explained this stuff hundreds of times in hundreds of different ways, right? Through examples, through texts, through writings of other people, through videos that we've watched. And I think that it touches ground with a lot of other issues that we face. Okay. This has nothing to do with any political ideology, has nothing to do with anybody's religious background, has nothing to do with Jews and Catholics and all this stuff. You know, what I'm saying is a reality that everybody faces, no matter who you are. This reality is imposed on you. Right. And that is the problem, right, with this leveler, this great equalizer, right, of the world technological system. It is imposing this on most of us, right? And as I said, right, you know, this complexification and massification causes, on the one end, right, forced socialization that leads to assimilation on a massive scale through integration with means that have to be employed on a massive scale, right? You have to employ means of large-scale technologies in order to integrate yourself into the social milieu. This is a major factor of today's society, the forced socialization. The second is the isolation, right? We are atomized. We're on our own. We're the beginning and end of our family tree. We are the middleman of history, so on and so forth. Right? I give this speech from Fight Club, right, or something. But yeah, I mean, this is some wild, but yeah, we're sort of faced with this dual pressure, and of course, this reflects the call of liberalism itself, right? Liberalism wanted to have a schizophrenic battle in man's mind between individualism and collectivism, right? And it created the sort of herd man, right? Herd animal man, right? And this person was sort of very much poised to be part of the technical milieu, even to exploit techniques against other men in order to improve his own life. Okay, this person is very much poised for the technical world, right? Somebody who's numb and alone and connected and corrosive. I mean, the thing is that this idea of this foggy somatic detachment based on the extended nervous prosthetic system of techniques that we experience the world through. Okay, that causes, as I said, social disintegration, and 2, depersonalization due to the use of machines and to the implementation of various techniques, including psychotechnics that are employed by the mass media that impinge on man's emotions, their belief systems, right, and so on and so forth. So obviously I highlighted the depersonalization, the forced integration, forced assimilation of man. The man being made an object of techniques is part of this depersonalization. Techniques that work on man. Okay, and of course, how does the system operate? Well, the system operates of stripping man of anything that would give him a mark of, sort of resistance, right, against things like religion and family, right, other aspects of man are stripped away from him. Local communities, local autonomy is stripped away from man. A man is meant to belong to a global system. Okay, now I want to touch on this dual level pressure that's exerted on man really quickly. Nobody's joining, huh? Fucking jokesters. I appreciate you guys, though, for watching. But yeah, so much participation on other shows. It's ridiculous. Right? But yeah, I'm not worried about it. But yeah, I mean, in terms of this idea of separation from nature, loss of traditions, separation from nature, loss of traditions, right? These are two of the main things that are caused by the world technological system, right? That I think if you understood what we're losing, see, most people don't even understand what's at stake. They haven't familiarized themselves with the traditions that are being lost and swept up in the monoculture. They have no idea what comprises the destruction of wild nature and natural systems, right? That we don't even know what we're losing, what we're destroying in terms of culture and nature, right? We have no idea what we're integrating into a world technological system. But because obviously culture is used for entertainment and nature is used as a standing reserve, as a resource for the world technological system. Right? All forms of culture and art are integrated into the monoculture via the entertainment industries. Right? And this creation of a monoculture through the world technological system comprises in the total disruption of man's cultural tendencies, of man's traditional frameworks, of man's artistic and symbolic and integration of culture and religion into the social framework through artistic techniques. These things are disappearing because they're handled by technicians. And those technicians do not hold traditional values, right? So we need the rise of techno shamans that can basically, cleanse, right, our relationship to technology via spiritual means, right? So that we interact with the technology only for the purposes of, improving our spiritual relations to our family or the earth, or, how people used to use technology. It was integrated into a social and cultural and religious framework in a local system that relied on both the ecosphere and the biosphere. It wasn't using man and nature as a resource for the technosphere, right? Using the biosphere and the ecosphere as a resource for the technosphere to emerge, and so on and so forth. So the loss of traditions is huge, right? Man and his sort of social relations used to be completely based on religious and cultural forms of expression. These are what integrated local communities or groups. That and the reliance on the ecosphere, as I said, right? But now it's a reliance on the world technological system, its integration with the state, and the constant reliance on the rule of experts or scientific and technological innovation. Right? This is what's driving the social and cultural milieu, and it's formulating a monoculture that is totally responsible for invading the world of the symbolic architecture of man and replacing it with the technical, by replacing it with technical means. And of course, as I talked about, this idea of massification, complexification, or it sort of corresponds to a dual level pressure on man of both assimilation into the technical milieu, right? And this assimilation comes at the cost of culture and religion, right? And this assimilation, right, that we're talking about is also met with a sort of depersonalization of man. So with the imposing of individualism and collectivism through the technical mode, we see that man is more atomized on the one end, but more massified on the other end, right? He's treated as a mass man, right? His integration into society is through a mass, through a process of massification and integration into the social means as a sort of everyman, as an abstract entity, as nothing more than a number or a figure or a statistic or a data set, right? And so on and so forth. Yeah, blessings, Dom. I appreciate you, man.
What's up? I was listening a little bit, mostly about how technology's used to, or have now been used to separate people from each other. What I was hearing a lot of. And yeah, I would agree. Even for me, yeah, personally.
Yeah, and it's crazy how this idea of how proliferation of the means brings about disappearance of the end. Really, it's like a contamination of the means, right? Because complexification of means also is concealment of means to a particular end. Because once they're, filtered by the rule of experts, the normal average person does not have access to them. Secondly, the over specialization of knowledge means that nobody can master more than 2 or 3 particular arts, right? So you have no capacity for people to actually integrate those means on a personal level or on a local level, right? Because over specialization makes mutual discussion impossible.
Yes, because specialization forces many hours of the day to be focused on one particular thing, or maybe 2 or 3 particular things, like you said. So our attention is focused on our output. And I don't remember which philosopher, I think it might have been ellul or maybe Mumford, who was talking about how basically the future is just going to be full of technicians and engineers who maintain the technological states in exchange for the comforts that it provides. But the same time giving all their life and value over to it. Which philosopher said that? It's one of those guys.
Yeah, I mean, they've all said it in so many different ways, right? I mean, I'm pretty sure that Mumford and Ellul and Uncle Teddy have at least said that for sure. You know, and you know, even Skrbina, right? Is well, Skrbina's a little bit more different because his idea includes a certain metaphysical ideas and concepts, right? Certain philosophical notions, but even he is sort of basically very gung ho about this depersonalization of man, right? And of course, it's bittersweet because humanism that created this technological system had such a broad vision of what man could accomplish, right? So it's kind of like ironic, right? Because techno-humanism that eclipsed humanism, right, sort of made it impossible for humanity to come out on top of this thing, right? Because the technological system is what integrates man, as I've said. Now, this idea, in terms of, and I know you will appreciate this idea a lot, is this other thing that they say about over specialization, that it causes the compartmentalization of knowledge. And in ancient times, this compartmentalization of knowledge was not really seen, right? Because religion and science and politics, right? And all of these things were sort of combined. And of course, they were combined not in terms of monotechnics, but in terms of a local tribe or area or group, of people. And of course, they were sort of, expressed in these sort of small groups. Now, of course, the old people in these villages, right, they were the universities, right, and so on and so forth, right? They would have the stories that told the myths and of course, they would tell people how to live their lives, what places to go and what not to go, what type of people to talk to, and so on and so forth, right? Whereas, whereas now, it's the universities are the caretakers of knowledge, and as was pointed out by, I think it was like Alan Watts or something, he was saying that the schools, right, if they really wanted knowledge, they would collect books, but they don't. What they really collect is numbers of people's performances. They're not looking for knowledge, they're looking to grade people's performance in gaining knowledge. So they're not worried about learning, right? And in the same way, a dictionary is circular because it uses words to define words, right, and so on and so forth. So this idea of compartmentalization of knowledge really doesn't make sense, right? And of course, foolish is the man who sends his son to school to learn what the teacher thinks. As was pointed out, right? But yeah.
Yeah, you mentioned about ancient times and how essentially I kind of got the impression that people knew less or had less information access. And, I was thinking that's because they didn't have screens that connected their whole world. So now we can sit back and gain all these perspectives from all around the world. But meanwhile, those ancients, they're just limited to their single perspective and as far as their body can take them or whatever other transportation. So, like those ancient philosophers, like from Greece and Anatolia, that's just all the knowledge they had access to. They didn't know anything about China or South Africa or Central Africa or the Americas, but we do. But I think that what they had was lived value versus us today. We just, like me, just sit at home and get all my information through a screen. And then you also mentioned the teachers of those days and how they were the universities, they were localized essentially from people who knew the lore of their land they lived in. And, you know, other things as well, languages or maybe math or natural sciences. But now we go to school, which is specialized, where people essentially learn more and more to know less and less about the actual world they live in. Because, like, a PhD, for example, I don't know, I'd have to look up, but I know that as you go from associates to bachelors to masters to doctorate, it just becomes more and more niche until, you know, you may be the only person in the world who might study that particular thing that you have a PhD in. You know, just small groups of people who know about these hyper specialized things, but not much about anything else.
Yeah, and that's affecting, you know, all sorts of ideas. Like, for example, right, even the idea of the state, right, being ruled by you know, heavenly power, and the emperor being the sort of reflection of this heavenly power, right? Well, there you see that religion and politics are sort of interlinked, to where the culture or arts, right, would still have to be integrated through this sort of symbolic architecture. Whereas in the modern world, right, once a country sort of industrializes and brings in sort of products and ways of doing things from all sorts of different cultures and modes, then you know, you can't have you know, the economic system and the politics be totally controlled by some sort of religious mode. Art is basically transformed because it's based on mass production, right? And people's tastes are transformed and corrupted because of this mass production, this homogenized culture, right? I mean, an experience where you buy the same products, I mean, at the gas station in New York that you do in California. You know, and there is no culture there. There's just Mickey Mouse and McDonald's, right? That's what you end up with, right? As a replacement.
Yeah, yeah. It's pretty much what we have. And Walmart. But when I was on the cruise, there was some art guy there. And he said to ask him about what he thought of AI. And so I did. I asked him what he thought about art and AI. And he thought it was a good thing because it gave people who didn't have the skill to produce art to produce it. And then I asked him, well, you know, what about the work that goes into the art? You know, like someone who might spend many hours or whatever building or crafting a piece of art or something like that. And then he said that there's a lot of art that doesn't take a lot of work but sells for a lot of money, and that because you made the input to the AI and the AI could not have made that art without your input, the art is all yours. What do you think of that?
Uh, definitely. You know, uh, yeah, break it down more for me.
Well, it just basically comes down to that he thinks that AI is a good thing for art because it gives regular people the ability to make things that they couldn't. And because they're the ones giving the input to the AI, the creation the AI makes is pretty much theirs. It's all theirs.
Yeah, there would have to be some truth to that. I mean, they are the people that put in the functions and things, but how creative are you? That's the question, right? Like obviously learning technical skills that go along with creating something, like for example, right? The AI is going to produce it in a certain style, right? It's going to produce it as an anime or 3D graphics or some type of other thing, right? Say you produce an image. Okay, well, those are modes that were traditionally done with people learning either how to produce computer graphics or how to draw anime cartoons, right? So that skill that you would do in order to accomplish that, right, is gone. And of course, it's the machine that caused that. It's similar to the idea in, in Century of the Self, the movie, right, where the Betty Crocker, they took the, um, you know, um, you know, sort of directions, okay, that it takes to like bake a cake, right? It's totally tells you how to do it, and of course, it's totally different from making a cake from scratch, right? Because all the supplies are sort of procured for you, but this company made it so that women would put their own egg into the mix. And this caused people to buy the product more because that personal touch was missing from, the process of procuring this Betty Crocker cake mix, right? But when they added the personal touch of the wife, adding her own egg into the mix, right? It's like this depersonalization is changed by allowing people to think that they did it, right? Whereas the machine does 90% of the work for them, right? And they just sort of, yes, I put the prompts in, but of course they're removed from 90% of the process, right? So it's obvious that they did it. Nobody else could have done it. Nobody else can make something that they could have produced by AI. All those things could be true. But yet and still, 90% of the work was not done by them, right? And so on and so forth.
Yeah. Well, it seems some people think it's a good thing, and that guy was he had some degree in art. I don't know exactly what, but he works for some art company, sells some pieces for millions of dollars. So that's his opinion on AI art. But at some point, it could get to what you say, where it's not just the AI doing 90% of the work for one person, but doing 90% of the art total.
Yeah, see, like, there's this thing, like, where I saw a commercial where, like, you know how, like, sometimes you think of a beat or a song in your head? Maybe it doesn't happen to most people. I listen to a lot of music, and sometimes I'll think of a song on the fly. And even if I'm, like, hanging out with my buddies or something, and we'll, like, make up a song or something, sometimes it'll be pretty funny. And it's like I'm, like, a comedian or something. I, like, made up a song on the spot. And sometimes it'll be pretty good, right? And of course, we've recorded music and stuff, and sometimes you'll think of a beat, or sometimes I've thought of a beat in my head that I thought would be a really cool melody or a beat, but I hadn't the ability to compose it, right? So maybe if I would go and do that, but the fact is that, all of the melodies that people ended up with, right, through trying to learn how to compose melodies through these various techniques, right, they cause their mind to formulate in a certain way. I think, like, learning a musical instrument, it unlocks different parts of your brain, and so on and so forth, to where it's not exactly technical, right? Like, playing a musical instrument um is not exactly all technical, right? So, and that goes along with this idea of skill. Skill is not purely technical, right? There's all sorts of personal elements to learning a particular skill and to using an instrument or a tool, right, that still moves as an extension of your own movement, right? So I mean, obviously, how certain tones sound, right? How certain tones relate to each other, and that sort of greater aspect of sort of music theory, right? Like, I heard a electronic album by somebody who was classically trained, right, composer, and I have to admit their electronic music was far superior to what I've heard composed, right, on a regular basis by a lot of people, and it's like they had complexity, they had sort of tones and things they could match because of their expertise, right? Um, I mean, I just think, like, and obviously the AI music all sounds the same. It has a crappy, shitty AI sound to it, right? Or the AI art looks a certain way. It doesn't look like human art. And then that starts to change how human beings compose art, right? Our images that we make start to look like AI images. The songs that we make start to sound like AI songs. It's the corruption of taste that I was referring to earlier.
Yeah. Yeah, like some of my thumbnails I made with Gemini. And I noticed that they kind of just all look the same after a while. And I stopped doing that. And this is a lot of the AI art, exactly what you just said, has this I mean, there's even a watermark on it, but it doesn't need the watermark. It like has something to it that just has this look to it. You know what it is it'll look very clean. Like, there's typically not a lot of grit to AI art. It's kind of just like a brighter version of reality. And yeah, it's really, to me, the biggest giveaway. It just looks brighter. Well, that is, I should say, AI images that look real, because there's a lot of fake AI images. Yeah. But another thing is you were talking about the musician and their expertise, and I definitely think that specialization is a good thing to an extent, and it's the nuance and diversity of individuals that make the world better, because otherwise we just get like what you said, McDonald's and Disneyland or Mickey Mouse everywhere. So exactly what type of diversity there should be in jobs, well, I was watching someone, I don't remember who, but they said something like you would never get the complexity of the pyramids of Giza or any other megalithic structure by working with guys who are making like $20 an hour, 8 hours a day for 5 days a week. Because, you know, they don't care. They don't care about making it that great because it's not really in their benefit that much. You know, like the people who built the pyramids or the ziggurats were typically people who had expertise in measurements and reading and writing and coordinating people. And so they had a lot to be proud of for building the structures because they were going to actually be using them, as well as the people who were building them. You know, now regardless of whatever purpose that might have been for, because I think it was for more nefarious purposes personally. They still had far more value in the things they were working on than we do now, even compared to 100 years ago. Before like factory work took over and you had people who knew how to build a car start to finish.
Yeah, I mean, this whole idea where you have a division of labor, right? And obviously in a village there is a sort of division of labor. So I mean, that is pretty interesting. But I mean, ultimately, you know, and in terms of the you know, the idea of the Tao, right? The Taoists and the Confucians, you know, they sort of had a disagreement about this, right? How much should one allow the division of labor in a society? I mean, it's an interesting, you know, issue because, you know, you have a society, obviously integration of means on a large scale, right, causes total enslavement to techniques, right? But on the other end, a lack of reliance on a division of labor means that everybody has to do everything for themselves. So, so yeah, I mean, there's obviously some level, and this goes back to the question of technology. Obviously, technology is not bad, right? Man is technological, and so on and so forth, right? You know, so we shouldn't get so twisted up as to say that, you know, technology is totally bad, right? Animals create technology, and so on and so forth.
That's a good point and a question that I think probably I'm sure you've addressed it, but I don't remember the last time I've heard it, or if I have. what exactly should be the purpose of technology and what makes it good or bad?
Well,
Because,
I think I spent. Yeah, go ahead.
well, to me, it just comes down to basically making it for the layman or the Luddite, as they typically call them, because that's the person who's going to be actually using the technology. You know, like the way I see it is like families raise their kids and then they encourage them to do good in school so that they could get good jobs at like a tech company like Google or something, or Facebook or whatever. And then these people then go on to build technology that literally uh, enslaved the people who raised them and the communities who raised them. So this is, to me, is just a clear sign of bad technology. And I think the inverse of that would be like kind of what you were saying earlier, with ancient cultures and having the teachers and universities more localized. I think that the inventors and the technocrats should be more localized and decentralized and work for their community they live in. And build for the people who are not in the same room as they are, looking at the specs and the after action reports of the tests all day.
I really do think that the question comes down to size, not to phrase the problem in an overly simplistic way, but large states, large scale technologies that cause disintegration on a local level, right, for local communities, right? So, I mean, I'm all for moving the technology to a human scale level, right? I don't think there's too many humans, right? I think the size of the state is too big and the size of the technological system is too big, right? And they create means that exploit humans to get to their goals. And of course, technology has merged with the state, right? So, I mean, what level of technology is good, right? I think the level of technology that a local community can control and successfully integrate. I think that is the scale that I think that we should focus on, and I think that the Tao chapter 80, this is their solution, right? That people have tools and machines and weapons and things that, but nobody uses them, right? They could hear the dogs and the chickens from the neighboring villages, but nobody goes and visits them. You know, each town has its own culture, right? And of course, you have sojourners that may choose to go from village to village or something, but they're super rare, right?
Oh, I think that I don't think we can ever achieve that again unless all the technology goes away, because people have well, I mean, they have this idea of hyperconnectivity because of airplanes and ships, that they can just go anywhere within a few hours or days and be back again. So there's going to be a lot more of these types of people roaming around wanting to experience the world than in ancient times.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the key thing that you said is we won't have it again. So there's a point where we were in that state, right? So, and actually, if we're to believe the scientists, right, and the philosophers, it appears that we were in that state most of our history, right? The strange situation is this technological world civilization. That's the odd man out, right? It seems like that's the thing that's only been here 200 years, doesn't have any explanation, suddenly popped up and probably won't last, right?
Yeah. One problem is people, they empower this global civilization. And one guy I think puts it pretty well is Robert Higgs. He's an economist and he's very anti-state. But he, you know, he talks about like the world wars, and he talks about, like, one thing he said is something like he longs for the day, or thinks that the day should come when there's an emergency of some kind and people just automatically go to the government for the solution, their government, and side with their government because that's the nation they're born in. And he also talks about the ratchet effect. I'm not sure if he coined it, but it's just basically that as the government increases its technological means and its legislation and then laws, and makes more laws in the state of an emergency, it never gives up that power. Will never give up that power afterwards. Instead, it only tightens like a ratchet, which can only tighten one way, and then it just starts clicking and going back so that you can twist it again with a good angle. And that's exactly what it does. Just waits for the next crisis to twist the ratchet even harder on their systems of control. And the word he used for the people was that they become broken like pets become housebroken or something. And then they just learn to accept these totalitarianism, essentially.
Yeah, it's the old Cobra clutch. Yeah, definitely. And I think it's because, you know, of sort of the values of the technological system, right? It has values of speed, efficiency, control. And as I said, it engages in this depersonalization of man, this disintegration of man on a social level. And so it achieves all of these things in a relatively short amount of time. And obviously, the propaganda system is impossible without technological means. So the propaganda system is an outgrowth of the technological means that the system employs. And we have to take a good hard look at this, right? This is something that political theorists have totally ignored, right? Basically, other than ellul, right? Is that, you know, this system, right? And of course, recently there's been a pressure to go and read Bernays. And what does Bernays basically say? Well, he says there's these clubs and cliques and organizations and nonprofit and these things that are barely legal, right? That join together and then control the entire system. And of course, who has power in a democratic system when everybody shares the power? Oh yeah, the people that educate for means of power, the people that educate you and tell you how the system is run. The educators have the power, right? And so on and so forth. You know, and of course, who educates more than the pre-propaganda, sub-propaganda systems of the, you know, the greatest tool of integration, right? Which is the mass media. And yeah, so and of course, people that are jumping like donkeys and monkeys, right? Because what was the show the other day on the Powdered Dusty? Oh, Andrew Wilson walked past me and maybe farted or something. And yeah, let's make an entire show about that, because we're, or any of these other, loser clown shows. They literally talk about the larger content creators. They react to internet celebrities. They're literally reacting to internet celebrities so they could clout chase, get money, and so on and so forth. I mean, if that's what you want to do with your time, I understand that they're getting monetary compensation for talking about these internet figures. I understand that, but for the people that are watching, what are you getting out of it? Right? It's pretty strange, right? Set of interactions, right? That goes along with fake debates, fake reaction videos, fake comedy shows, fake manufactured drama where you're the butt of the joke, right? And so on and so forth. So obviously we'll try to avoid that for tonight here.
Well, a problem is people, if you're doing live streams like they are, you basically are only going to get as many views as your next video, right? Like they constantly have to make new content. And it doesn't seem that many people are making videos or anything like that that are meant to be rewatched. It's always just day-to-day stuff. The news, basically.
Yeah, news about shit that definitely will not matter in 2 weeks from now, let alone 2 months from now. And so, wow. I mean, if that's the type of information you're filling your brain with, you're literally creating data for the system. Oh, look, the machine gave me something to react to. I must react to it to create data for the machines. It's literally, that is what you're doing, right? So, the system gave you something to react to, and you reacted to it, right? So that they could produce information and data, right, from your reactions. You literally just got baited into creating data, right, through being exposed to disinfo. Congratulations, right? And yeah, there's your entertainment for the night. And of course, don't question anything. Get a job, goy, and so on and so forth, right? Yeah, we know. So Dragon versus Tiger. Yeah, exactly. This is a show we're doing. Blessings to Vant. I appreciate you. Let's see who else is here. We'll maybe play some music. We'll break it up here and allow other people to come into the conversation. I'll drop the link again. See if you guys want to join. This is a show I did, made by Machine Bob. Got Lizard Tree out here. Blessings. Thank you so much for watching. Yeah, thank you. Blessings. I appreciate you. Feels decent pretending to be domestic housekeeper. Uh-oh. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. Yeah, we got Wet Wednesday. I just made that up today. So I don't know what that means, but Denise says it's not raining. Blessings, Denise. I appreciate you. Colorado. Yeah, exactly. Blessings, madam. Thank you so much for joining. Sean, thank you for watching. Blessings to our homies overseas. Roy Yu, Honorable Battle Vomit. Thanks for coming through, man. I appreciate you. Dr. E. Blessings, brethren. Greatly appreciate you. Browns boy still fighting with you. Tell me. God damn. Let it go, brother. Let it go. TML. Yeah, blessings, brother. I appreciate you. Machine men with machine hearts. What's that? That guy,
It's,
El Perro, or no, I'm kidding. It's Charlie Chaplin.
the Tin Man.
Yeah. The Tin Man.
He
Yeah.
wants the heart.
Yeah. All these other channels is like studying different short buses I found. Yeah, man. Technoc Rat. Exactly. Techronicians. I don't know. I heard that in like an Asian accent. Blessings, Marilyn. Thank you for watching. Blessings to the goddess. Greatly appreciate your time. Set scales, agape, brother. Dr. D and Dr. E. Yeah, we got Dr. D and Dr. E. That's how you know you're in the right place. We got all the doctors on board. We got professionals here. The Rad Chatter. I believe I know who this is. But yeah, blessings to you. Thank you so much. I believe it's a female. So yeah, thank you, sis. I greatly appreciate your time. And either way, it's a picture of a female there. But yeah, Cecil Drake, blessings. Thanks for watching and for participating. Dr. Emo, I've heard your commentary in other places, and I'm glad you're joining us. Not sure if you've watched before, but yeah, great to have you here. Very astute commentary in other places I've seen with DJ Emo. You know, great stuff. Battle Axe. The day maybe owned the data, but we created the walls of the algorithm. Yeah, exactly. The societal, suicidal empathy with some of that. Many want to be righteous till their house is burnt down. And I guess they said that they made a whole movie with AI in the chat. I wasn't aware of that. And they're selling it for top dollar.
There's one online for free I saw called Pomegranate. It's 20 minutes.
Interesting. Yeah, I'll have to check that out. Technology is awesome, just in the hands of absolute bastards. Well, is technology neutral? We may have to decide that, right? Obviously, with large scale systems, right? They determine how they're used in advance, right? So it's not determined by use. So that kind of takes away this idea. If technology is not about use or personal use, then we can quickly take the idea away that it's, just based on how we use it, right? So on and so forth. So there's interesting ideas there. I appreciate you guys.
It would be better. It would be more so like that if it was designed for the layman, like what I suggested.
Right.
But it's not.
Yeah, it all depends on how it's integrated, as I've said, and this idea of mediation, right? And of course, it's a part of the term media, right? Mediation, right? So it's like how sort of information or energy is sort of transferred within a system. I could point to review. Yeah, they always end up reviewing. Yeah, this is a funny comment. Let me put this up. They always end up reviewing their own videos and re-clarifying bullshit takes. What are they weirded out about? It's ego too, watching themselves back in there too. Yeah, for sure. Vinny Pot, blessings. All right, I think we'll go to a break. I'll drop the link for you guys if anybody wants to come in unless Dom has something to say. Blessings.
I was gonna say something about skrbina, but I forgot what it was.
Yeah, Skrbina, the OG based man 9000 is as hostile hyperborean called him. But yeah, Skurbs. I call them Skurbs. But yeah.
Maybe I'll remember after the break. I don't know.
Yeah, I got this song by yeah, what do I have? Sean Dawn remix. Sean Dawn don't blow like leaves flowing these.
Oh, I remember what I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll say after.
Oh no, go ahead. We're in a no hurry here.
Skrbina points out that one of the reasons technology isn't neutral, right, is because it's made by all these competing nations and companies trying to outdo each other. So,
right.
yeah. So if we were to remove the competition, which I know is a big task, but you know that would ideally make technology more neutral, right? I would think.
Yeah, I think another thing that sort of stands in the way is the compartmentalization of knowledge and specialization of knowledge that comes with large scale technologies, right? And how some of those basically they are integrated through state power, right? So there's a lot of examples of large scale technologies that have to be integrated through state power, right? For example, communications technologies, nuclear technology, military technology, so on and so forth, right?
Yeah. This is why I say, I'm pretty sure you and him would both agree that it needs to be decentralized. The people need to know how to use it. Needs to be redundant and durable and repairable, and not fragile and dependent on the centralized authorities who are the only people who know how to use it.
Yeah, and this is it. You know, this is how you change the relations of power, right? With stuff that me and Dom are talking about here, right? Is we actually try to reintegrate technological means in a way that accentuates human expression, human choice, right? And so on and so forth, right? So this is part of the huge project that we're working on that I hope that other people will join us in discussions and about the various areas. And of course, I've I have talked for at least an hour. Dom has joined me for another hour of that. So yeah, we're already 2 hours into the show, surprisingly enough. And so we will be taking a little break here and opening up some texts, right, that correspond with the things that I'm referring to, right? We won't really venture too far off of the ideas that I've brought forward in this longish introduction. So, if you guys are interested in exploring different thinkers throughout history and how they've related to these ideas and themes, please join us. If not, honestly, go fuck yourself, right? Do whatever you like, and so on and so forth. Yeah,
I would say love to all.
Yeah, exactly.
But I guess you said that in with different words.
Exactly. Yeah. So let's see who comes out here. I appreciate you guys, and yeah, Sean Dawn, Push Lock remix, mixed And yeah, obviously I try to make more futuristic sounds here and update things that sound more futuristic. Anyways, I hope you guys appreciate this. This is more sort of neutral and whatever. But yeah, we'll have more songs soon. I appreciate you guys. Blessings.
Yeah. What? Check it. T-3. I'm counting. JRGs. Take you to the next. Yeah. I got to seize this opportunity to shine upon the chrome, food for dome. Heed the life of sight beyond the Thunderdome. This ain't no motion picture, rap's a fixture. Here it's permanent. Spin the rocks, the wheels of fortune like icy swerving it. You can't feel me, must be sporting rubber gloves. Show a nigga love. I used to drown my sorrows in the quarter more. Liquor suds now above the trivial thinking, sinking deeper in the game. Feel the pain. Many different methods, man, it ain't the same. Cats rocking pinky rings, chickens strutting skimpy things. Claim you tough but screaming louder than the tone is simply say. You simply bring what you lack. Minus the heat packing, fake with facades of being rich, son, it won't happen. Sean don't flow like me, get dough and flee. We blow like breeze, we never stop, so nigga please. Sean don't flow like me, get dough and flee. We blow like breeze, we never stop, so nigga please. We never stop, we give you what you want, what you need. So baby please, come flow with me, yeah. We never stop, we give you what you want, what you need. So baby please, come flow with me. Mother of pearl, it be that gleam that we searching for. You never felt before. It's metaphor, raw literature, spiritual entourage like a cobra. Bent over like an invalid. Baby, take a journey on this pilgrimage. You feel this kid is yellow like curry mutton. Bury something in your physical. Just for frontin', that's the ritual rhythms. I run up and raw dog for yes, yours. These texts falls like acid rain. It's massive pain, my target range. The whole wide world is under my scope. Mics and I low, please rappers broke. No joke, rap deliverance. You square like a pig, can't deal with jigs. Any actions took is punitive. Soon to give the planet a dose. Put to sleep, comatose, roll with toast. If you're timid, stick you for the ice. If you're frigid, who is it? Got you running out your gators and your lizards. Plus your girls going down south for visits. Say what? Sean don't flow like me. Get dough and flee. We blow like breeze. We never stop, so nigga please. Sean don't flow like me. Get dough and flee. We blow like breeze. We never stop, so nigga please. We never stop, we give you what you want, what you need. So baby please, come flow with me. We never stop, we give you what you want, what you need. So baby please, come flow with me. It's far from player hating thoughts from my mind that's emerging. By most rappers never gave a fuck, like a virgin merging in my flow. Put on your snorkel. Don't let these labels sport you like Versace. Then abort you. Cast advances how they caught you. We can't afford to fake no jacks. This is where we at. Lusting fast cars like Tracy Chap. Kinda scary black. No gotta keep it real, cause life stays that way. Blaze like trades in 86. Dump a dime and a split from all about what you ain't about. Real rhymes in these times. Niggas lack balls, so fill minds. Release lines like X-Cons to run wild like some pop. Only to watch my son smile. Sean don't flow like me. Get dough and flee. We blow like breeze. We never stop, so nigga please. Sean don't flow like me. Get dough and flee. We blow like breeze. We never stop, so nigga please. We never stop, we give you what you want and what you need. So baby please, come flow with me, yeah. We never stop, we give you what you want and what you need. So baby please, come flow with me, yeah. We never stop, we give you what you want. We never stop, we give you what you need. We never stop, we give you what you want. We never stop, we give you what you need.
Oh, I was about to say. Which it's about to be that way soon. If nobody else be about joining the show, about to do the rest of the show solo dolo. And no fucks given. honestly, I've been doing this for a long time. The lack of participation and interest, it's all y'all's fault. It's got nothing to do with me. So, joke's on you. You missed it. All right. The ship has sailed. You had an opportunity to get on my thought train before it leaves. And it's about to be gone, daddy, gone. So, embrace your doom. And yeah, I mean, smoking the cannabis.
Were you gonna read someone?
Yeah, Orwell.
Orwell,
The guy who wrote 1984. And yeah, let's see what he's got to say, because he is one of the foremost commentators about totalitarianism, right? And some might even say that the technological system may take two forms of totalitarian expression. The whole question will be how it integrates the human. Now, for Orwell, the way it'll integrate the human will be through behavioral conditioning, right? Through totalitarian control, the citizens will be made spies, right? There will be a top dog. Right now, for Huxley, right, there doesn't really need to be a top dog, right? And obviously, Huxley read Ellul. Oops. Right. So what did he think? He thought, well, the system can just trick man into embracing his slavery by putting a smiley face on that slavery and causing him to be integrated through making him actually enjoy his own slavery. A concept that's from Jean-Jacques Rousseau, the French philosopher. Right. So Ellul was probably very interested in this. He was a Calvinist, right? Rousseau's father was a Calvinist preacher, right? And he had come up with this idea that, culture and art and science, they take man's innocence away, right? And they expose him to all sorts of vainglorious desires that cause him to lust after foreign modes and means, and go far and wide in search of knowledge, and leave his home and dishonor his homeland, totally disgrace his homeland, right? So this idea that pleasures and luxuries could cause a corruption of the taste and a corruption of virtue, that learning without virtue could be a snare, and that knowledge could cause this pollution of human desire, and that it could totally, cause the corruption of man from inside out, corrupt man from inside out, right? So this idea that an excess of freedom is an excess of slavery, as it says in the Republic of Plato, right? That freedoms can be used to corrupt man from the inside out. And of course, he can be made to love his slavery, love his chains. And he'll think that those chains are garlands of flowers, as Rousseau says, right? That everywhere man is, in chains, right?
I would say also that one other book that also gets mentioned a lot with Brave New World in 1984 is Fahrenheit 451. I'm not sure exactly how the authoritarian system is run in that one, but the people are basically very ignorant and very focused on sports, and they also have like these gangs of children or teenagers roaming the streets who are very violent and act out towards people who are not part of their group. It just kind of paints a picture of chaos through ignorance, and also a tremendous focus on sports. And the title of the book alludes to what they do in the book a whole lot, which is burn books. So regardless of whichever one gets chosen, I definitely think that Fahrenheit 451 is true, regardless of whether it's an authoritarian structure or a technological state doing it itself. Because, yeah.
Yeah, it's like 18 Days. Have you ever seen 18 Days? Like the opening of it?
I don't think I'm not familiar with that.
It's pretty fucking badass. But yeah, the quote by Rousseau is, "Man is born free, and everywhere he is in chains." Right? And of course he said, yeah. Of course he said the first man who had, sectioned off a plot of land and said, the fruits of the earth are for me and no one else. He said this man was a fool, but he was also the founder of civilization. Now, this is the radical views of Rousseau, who's writing all this during the Enlightenment as a radical reaction against Enlightenment thought.
That reminds me, if you listen to the words of slaves who were like plantation slaves, like there's a recording of one who was owned or considered the property of Jefferson Davis. He loved being a slave. He thought it was like the best thing ever, and that he thought Jefferson Davis was the greatest person ever. So the slave who loves their enslavement is a very real thing because they don't know anything else.
What is that called? Stockholm syndrome, when you fall in love with your captor or something like that?
I think that might be what it's called.
Yeah. Fahrenheit 451 was really popular when I was a kid, like in the 80s and like the early 90s. They even made a movie version of it.
Oh, I should watch that.
It was kind of trippy, dude. Like the future, like authoritarian government was like all in black, and they had all these like black high-tech vehicles. They had like hover jetpacks and everything. And then one of the characters in the movie was working for like the fire department, and they would deploy the fire department, and they'd show up at some resident's like house, and there was like a pile of books like sitting outside of their house on like the sidewalk or whatever, and the fire department would cruise up and just torch all the books. Like book burning was like a serious like theme in the movie. And then later on, the protagonist like escapes from the authoritarian society and like escapes out into the woods, and they find this like the society of people that memorize books. Like that's how they like how the books were surviving, is like each person would memorize a book. And that was their name, actually. Their like code name in society is, oh, this person is Shakespeare, this person is,
Yeah, have you guys ever heard Country of the Blind? Where there's like these people that live in this mountain, right behind this mountain, and no human has ever like known of their existence until one guy like wanders across this mountain and goes into this village, right? And all the people in this village are blind, right? So when they find out that he has eyes, right, he falls in love with one of the women in the village, and then and they find out by touching him that he actually has bumps, where his eyes are, and that he has eyes. So they tell him that in order to join the village, he has to accept blindness, right, or whatever, in order to live with them, right? And of course, I think there's a situation where he can't go back where he came from, so he may have to rely on these people, or I think he falls in love with a girl in the village or something like that. But yeah, I forget who exactly wrote this story, but yeah, it kind of reminds me of what you're saying, and but yeah, it's like this idea of like, you could think of the reverse idea of like blindness, or I mean, it's kind of like blindness is being imposed in the sense of things are being censored,
Right. Sure.
but yeah, the country of the blind, right? But yeah.
First, there is Brahma, the self-aware immensity, from whose thought substance created all the known and unknown things. In this vast, infinite expanse of awareness, one single day lasts 4,320,000,000 years, or one great day in which the 4 ages of the earth repeat like the cycle of seasons. In this ebb and flow of cosmic karma lies the web of all existence. In the primordial perfect spring morning of the golden age, perfect men and women live for thousands of years in an earthly paradise without sorrow, evil, sickness, or fear. Yet for all their majesty and understanding, nothing could protect the immaculate ones from time. And so, in the second age of silver, evil comes to the earth in the form of greed. Glorious paragons like Rana come to contend with the encroaching powers of darkness and ignorance. War is born, and with the war came the super warriors, a new race of ultimate men and women sent to stem civilization's decline at the end of the second age. Perfectly constructed, they almost resemble the immaculate ones of the preceding age. But the great autumn afternoon of the third age began, and these super warriors became prey to a new misery: disease, imperfection, decay. Prophecy says this third age of ours ends soon, in its turn on an epic battlefield, upon the crack of the ages, and we of the great autumn afternoon depart. The terrible fourth age of winter night begins, the black age of iron. Wealth is law here. Dollars and cents, the new gods. Here, survival is the new disciple. Loneliness is the new faith. Everything is for sale. Insanity is instinct. To be born into this black age is to suffer constant terror, a time of interminable war.
I think that's really all I wanted to show of this particular thing. But yeah, it's the constant degeneration, constant decay. So this is kind of what Gunan is talking about in the Kali Yuga, right? But these degenerative cycles, how it goes from greed to war to just the lack of control or mediation, total domination by man-made things. And of course, that corresponds to man both creating and sustaining the idols, right? And of course, the greatest idol is the machine that's being constructed in the image of man. So let's go to this idea in this, and of course there's another thing that I wanted to bring up, but I think I've forgotten. But yeah, that was from this 18 days, right? So you know, that cartoon is somebody made a comic book about the Mahabharata. So it's pretty interesting. But yeah, the tendency of mechanical progress then is to frustrate the human need for effort and creation. It makes unnecessary and even impossible the activities of the eye and the hand. Okay, so that is something I was talking about, right? This divorcing of human activity from the activities of the thought. The separation of thought from the eye and the hand, right? So that completes this idea that Ellul talks about, which is the separation of thought and action, right? That technique exacts the separation of thought and action. And we will go to a more diverse range of materials after this week. Hopefully, I'm just sort of reviewing the main ideas about technology that I think are very essential to the show. Now, obviously, I do that every now and then on the show, right? So we circle back around to this topic where I review a lot of the ideas. And of course, we're finishing a reading of the Technological Society by Jacques Ellul that explains a lot of the key issues and themes. And yeah, blessings to Sophia, Daisy, May. I greatly appreciate you watching, as always. And we're here reading George Orwell. Right, he wrote a work called Road to Wigan Pier, and this is when he was participating in the Spanish Civil War. He was a soldier in the Spanish Civil War. The actual writer, George Orwell, who wrote the work 1984, very famous work, but his actual name is Eric Blair. Right, he also wrote another provocative work called Animal Farm that is pretty interesting, and it's interesting in its explanations, and so let's go to this. So he says the apostle of progress, right? He's talking about the separation of work and thought from the eye and the hand. Right? He says the apostle of progress will sometimes declare that this does not matter, but you can usually drive him into a coma. I think that's like a coma, maybe, I don't know. By pointing out the horrible lengths to which the process can be carried. Let me see what that word means. What is it?
A comer?
Homer, yeah.
That sounds like a redneck trying to say coma.
Define. Comer in English means a person who arrives or someone with a bright, successful future. Okay. All comers. So a comer, no homo, right? I suppose, right? But yeah, interesting. Oh, saying it wrong. I'm glad I said it wrong. But yeah, by pointing out the horrible lengths to which the process can be carried, why, for instance, use your hands at all? Why use them even for blowing your nose or sharpening a pencil? Surely you could fix a kind of steel and rubber contraption to your shoulders, let your arms wither into stumps. of skin and bone. And so with every organ and every faculty, there is really no reason why a human being should do more than eat, drink, sleep, breathe, procreate. Everything else could be done for him by machinery. And as I talked about earlier, that this is literally what some of the communists, right, transhumanist guys actually propose. Right, they say that we are in a position to have all the work be done by machinery, and all we have to do is be totally 100% supported by the system to not do anything but walk around, live in the pod, eat, sleep, drink, and fuck and shit, and that's all we will be able to do. And they think that this is liberating man. You know, that all of his activities will be procured by machines. His very livelihood will be procured by machines. And they think that this is the, oh yeah, this is the future, man. You know? And you can't even explain to these people that literally they think that science and technology are going to liberate humanity, and they're putting themselves in a grotesque form of slavery, right? And obviously, the man will give birth to its master, right? Just like it showed in that cartoon we watched, right? That man is creating the methods of his own enslavement. Okay, and yeah, so and this system is sort of yeah, it's the slave giving birth to the master. There's really no reason why we should do anything other than our basic functions, right? Everything else can be done by machinery according to the technophiles, right? Therefore, the logical end of mechanical progress is to reduce the human being to something resembling a brain in a bottle. That is the goal towards which we are already moving, though, of course, we have no intention of getting there. Just as a man who drinks a bottle of whiskey a day does not actually intend to get cirrhosis of the liver. So he's saying, yeah, we can't put down technology. We're addicted to it, right? Just like a man is addicted to the bottle, right? And of course, in such a position where we rely on the machines and not the machines on us, right? Then I guess then in that situation, man has to be engineered to fit the technological system, right? And such is the man who his everyday activities, other than his basic functions, are totally procured by the machine. He is in such a state. Let me drop the link again. I see some new people. Sophia, Frank. I mean, if anybody wants to join the chat, you guys are more than welcome. We would love to hear from you guys. And thank you so much for your participation in the chat and on the panels. So, yeah. Of course, we're reading Orwell, Road to Wigan Pier, and you guys could come and discuss it with us, right? I'm obviously here talking largely to myself at this point, but yeah, yeah, so that is the goal towards which we are moving, though of course we have no intention of getting there. Just as a man who drinks a bottle of whiskey a day does not actually intend to get cirrhosis of the liver, the implied objective of progress is not exactly perhaps the brain in the bottle, but at any rate some frightful subhuman depth of softness and helplessness. So he's talking about this idea that I talked about at the beginning of the show, depersonalization. Really, it's dehumanization, but I'm putting it in terms of the individual, right? It's the individual that's siphoned out. He's atomized. He's over-socialized. right? So the goal of the technological society and creating the empowering the individual, right? That's largely failed, right? And I think that's an observable fact. Okay, that is an observable fact. Yeah, I greatly appreciate you guys. Yeah, of course, I know people are listening. It says there's over a dozen people here listening, so somebody has to be. I mean, I'd suppose there's at least 4 or 5 people that are actually paying attention. But yeah, thank you so much, guys. And of course, that's a great amount. All right, even 2 people. And of course, if you can tell anybody, share this with your family, your friends, people that you think might be interested in it, or or try to take these materials that I'm presenting and try to warn people yourself. I really don't care, right? If I personally benefit, or you take my name or say this is the guy I heard it from, I don't give a flying fuck. All I care is that people start worrying and caring about these main issues, right? That's all we care about here, right? So so familiarize yourself with the text, the forms of argumentation that I'm presenting. Take them, steal them, use them to confront others with the truth. I don't need any credit. Leave me out of it. I'm presenting the work of others, and of course, I'm synthesizing it through my face and words. But yeah, I mean, it is what it is, right? So
what I want to say about something that makes technology addicting, at least I think, is like, I could look at all these different like ancient warriors, like samurai or Spartans or Romans or Vikings or whatever, and I can like compare them or their cultures or their myths or whatever. And meanwhile, these people weren't even aware that these other guys existed generally. Something I think it's like these guys were caught up in their life, which involved tremendous attention from them. And then I'm just over here using technology to see generally just what pieces of their life looked like, and then compare them to these other civilizations that, like I said, like samurai. I'm not sure they knew anyone else existed other than like the Koreans and Chinese and Mongols, right? 'Cause they're extremely isolated, and maybe they had some European contact, but I think by then the samurai were starting to get phased out, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, it's just one reason that I personally find it addicting. And I know that a lot of other people can come up with a whole lot of other reasons themselves.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, human civilization is kind of like no better than, thing that's kind of addicted to technology and improving technological means. And of course, as Dom pointed out earlier, this is how the state tightens its clamp over us, and so on and so forth. So it's very important to realize these sort of factoids. So he says here, and I believe the link is in the chat for you guys. Yeah, so he's talking about softness and helplessness, right? And he says the ideal of progress is an ideal of softness, right? It's causing the machine to become extremely sophisticated, causing man to lose his sophistication, right? And so on and so forth. So it says, and the unfortunate thing is that at the present, the word progress and the word socialism are linked inseparably in almost everyone's mind. This is the 1800s, right? The kind of person who hates machinery also takes it for granted to hate socialism. The socialist is always in favor of mechanization. Remember the quote by ellul of Stalin, that the only condition necessary for socialism is industrialization.
There's this helicopter that's flown over my house for the second time.
Oh my God. Yeah. Hopefully they're not colored black and whatnot. But yeah,
There's always all kinds of helicopters and stuff flying around here. Because I live right near a military base.
yeah, I think we have some of that too, because you know, I think on like one of the episodes of the Machine Lies, I opened it up because there was like just right like I don't know, like it was like it was like at the end of my block there was just a floating black helicopter that just going like in circles. And yeah, quite a sight to behold. And yeah, of course, this thing was just floating outside my house, pretty much going in circles. And so I went outside and looked at it, and very weird sight to behold. But yeah, so yeah, true stories, weird shit that happens. But yeah, anyways, let's go on. Definitely some fucking X-Files shit. But yeah, so this connection between socialism and industrialization. And of course, if we go back to the I forget exactly which he says here, Skrbina, that this is chapter 12. Right? So it says here, he says machine production suggests socialism, but socialism as a world system implies machine production. Because it demands certain things not compatible with the primitive way of life. It demands, for instance, constant intercommunication and exchange of goods between all parts of the earth. It demands some degree of centralized control. It demands an approximately equal standard of life for all human beings and probably a certain uniformity of education. So there you have, in and by definition, a socialist system, right? That's literally and purely defined only by this tendency towards mechanization. Alrighty. We are blasting through and he says, quite recently, for instance, a prominent ILPer confessed to me. I don't know what ILP is. Confessed to me with a sort of wistful shame. I believe that might be some sort of socialist organization of the time, as though it were something faintly improper that he was, quote unquote, fond of horses. Horses, you see, belong to the vanished agricultural past. Right. These people don't like that, right? That and all the sentiment, he says, for the past carries with it a vague smell of heresy for them, right? He says, I do not believe that this need necessarily be so, but undoubtedly it is so, and in itself it is quite enough to explain the alienation of decent minds from socialism, he says. So he says, yeah, socialists, you know, they don't like horses because they're related to agriculture. They want machines to take over everything, including agriculture. They want to dehumanize man. They want to take over the activities of man and, mediate them by the use of machines. What's wrong with you? Anyways. I don't give a fuck about these people's streams. That's why I go live. All right? Fuck these people's streams. Yeah, log off, motherfucker.
You know who streams right now, who I actually do like, is that dude Chuck Swindle Jr.
No, I'm not familiar with that guy. We'll have to pay him a visit one day. Machines. Yeah. Dom's talking to Sophia. Yeah, blessings. Can someone please ask Dom to unblock me? What?
Yeah, I don't have her blocked.
Oh,
I see all her messages.
Oh, okay. The data centers that power AI are horrifically devastating to our farmlands and wildlife. Yeah, fuck those things. Never heard of the chicks dude, Dom. What? The chick dude? What?
I guess some other dominant.
Oh, Chuck. Oh.
The Chuck Dom.
Yeah. Blessings to You Tell Me, Sophia, Brown's Boy. Thank you guys for participating. The other 18 whatever, I guess a couple of them have to be Sophia and Dom and You Tell Me, but yeah, you guys, participate either on the chat or on the panel. I'm just a normal guy from Detroit, right? I'm not part of any organization online. If you talk to me, it's just going to be just a normal conversation. There's not too many people paying attention to the show. So I think, rest assured, you can come up under a fake name, under any guise, right? Yeah, we'll accept you, right? We'll accept your views. You can even take oppositional viewpoint to anything I'm discussing here. I greatly appreciate your participation and responses. So yeah. So he says, a generation ago, every intelligent person was in some sense a revolutionary. Nowadays, it would be nearer to mark. Nearer the mark to say every intelligent person is a reactionary. In this connection, it is worth comparing H.G. Wells' The Sleeper Awakens with Aldous Huxley's Brave New World, written 30 years later. Each is a pessimistic utopia, a vision of a sort of prig's paradise in which all the dreams of the quote-unquote progressive person come true. Considered merely as a piece of imaginative construction, The Sleeper Awakes is, I think, much superior, but it suffers from vast contradictions. So there he is critiquing the work of Aldous Huxley. And of course, Aldous Huxley wrote a famous letter to Orwell saying that his version of dystopia is probably much nearer to what's actually going to happen, right? So he doubled down on on his critiques, right?
I wouldn't be bragging about such a thing, although I guess I could see why they would. But
yeah, about getting the system of technological slavery correct, right? It's not a huge W either way, right?
One thing that I ask myself, how much have these guys contributed to making a better technological system of control just by writing these books? Because the ruling class is learning from them just as much as we are.
Oh yeah. Well, that is kind of what ellul says, is that any critique of the system will just be absorbed into it. So it's kind of like just best to just, if you're gonna talk about the system, just look at it on its own terms, right? And so you could just present an objective viewpoint of it, because if you try to present critiques of the system, yeah, they'll use it to try to shift either blame or shift responsibility, and then fucking go into cope mode and then try to assimilate your concerns into the existing system, right? So yeah, if you're going to critique it, you're just sort of feeding the algorithm. That's the thing that here we should, and I think ellul does a great job of this. You have to expose what the system is. And of course, nobody's going to be able to react against it unless you do that. And of course, anytime you start doing that, right, it takes the power away from the system of trying to use the critique against you. All right. And then B, a lot of the critiques you use are fed by the system itself. Right. So you're feeding its own garbage back into it, pretty much. Right. And of course, we love to feed people their own vomit back. It is what it is, right? Atrocious, vomitocious, despicable, machine lies, hated all over the internet for good reasons. Maybe I'll take a little break here. What do you guys think?
It's up to you.
It's been quite a journey, I would say. I mean, I greatly appreciate you guys' time. Let me go. Yeah. So he's critiquing Brave New World here. Let's see a little bit more of what he's got to say. He says that H.G. Wells is more realistic, first and foremost. And he says here that because of the fact that Wells, as an archpriest of progress, cannot write with any conviction against progress, right? So he just tells it what it is, right? He's totally in support of it. He draws a picture of a glittering, strangely sinister world in which the privileged classes live a life of shallow, gutless hedonism, and the workers, reduced to a state of utter slavery and subhuman ignorance, toil like troglodytes in caverns underground. As soon as one examines the idea, it is further developed in a splendid short story in Stories of Space and Time. One sees its inconsistency, for in the immensely mechanized world that Wells is imagining, why should the workers have to work harder than at present? Obviously, the tendency of the machine is to eliminate work, he says, not to increase it. In the machine world, the workers might be enslaved, ill-treated, and even underfed, but they certainly would not be condemned to ceaseless manual toil, because in that case, what would be the function of the machine? You can have machines doing all the work or human beings doing all the work, but you can't have both. He says those armies of underground workers with their blue uniforms and their debased half-human language are only put in to make your flesh creep. Wells wants to suggest that quote unquote progress might take a wrong turning. But the only evil he cares to imagine is inequality. One class grabbing all the wealth and power and oppressing the other, apparently out of pure spite. Giving it quite a small twist, he suggests, he seems to suggest overthrow the privileged class, change over from world capitalism to socialism, right? Because he's a Fabian socialist, right? Whoa. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was about to say, what happened to everybody? I'm not sure if Cecil's there. All I see is blackness. Darkness. Darkness. Okay, I hope that's not like sort of smashed car there. Hopefully we're not witnessing like a car accident here. But yeah, I appreciate Cecil. Hopefully he's well. Okay, here's Dom again. Blessings.
I'm pretty sure that was the background he had before he joined.
Oh, okay. He's never had a background before, so that's kind of interesting. But yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I assume it's a real place. I don't know if it's a background like yours.
Yeah. Okay, let me just finish this thing here. He says the machine civilization is to continue, but its products are to be shared out equally. The thoughts he dares not face is that the machine itself may be the enemy. So let me read that again. He says the machine civilization is to continue, but its products are to be shared out equally. He says that this is the solution that socialism has to the machine civilization. And he says, but the thought he dare not face is that the machine itself may be the enemy. So in his more characteristic utopias, the dream, men like gods, he returns to optimism and a vision of humanity liberated by the machine as a race of enlightened sunbathers whose sole topic of conversation is their own superiority to their ancestors. Alrighty. Let me play
superiority to the ancestors.
Yeah, exactly. Right. You like that one?
Well, I mean, it's just it seems like one of the goals of progress, and I would even say maybe even a central idea to Hegel's philosophy, because he seems to treat people and cultures and moments in history as a stepping stone to some sort of final grand synthesis or utopia, which is just pretty much all about becoming superior to your ancestors. In fact, that dude, Michio Kaku, I remember I listened to talks of him, and he'd say things like, this was a long time ago, but he'd say things like, if we as kids, like this was like maybe 15 years ago or such, maybe a little more. If we were to compare ourselves to our ancestors from 100 years ago, and our ancestors were to see us, they would think we're gods because of our technological difference. And if we were to see as kids the toys and gadgets or whatever that future generations would get to play with, we would think they were gods. And it all comes down to just what the scientists and engineers provided for the kids to play with that determines if they're gods or not. You know, things outside of their control.
Yeah, by the way, I'm reading this from Skrbina's anthology. It's called Confronting Technology. So I'm not sure if this is in the new edition of the anthology, but Skrbina has an edited version of a bunch of different stuff he's put together, right? That explain a lot of this stuff. And of course, this reading is contained within that anthology. So if you look, I believe that's available on Amazon. And of course, the work that it's being taken from is called Road to Wigan Pier by George Orwell, a.k.a. Eric Blair. Yes, the same author as 1984. And yeah, I think it's available in most places. Blessings, Reddington. What's up, man?
Yo.
What's been popping?
Not much.
What's up?
It's been an interesting stream, very quiet. I mean, I've just been reading Orwell explaining a bunch of stuff about depersonalization, the effects of technique on human civilization. It's really just been 3 hours of that with one song in between. So
nice.
Yeah, Dom's been talking. So yeah, Cecil joined. He said like two things. He's here, but not here, as always. So he's just blackness, darkness. Not sure if he's. Last time he did.
The darkness.
The darkness. So yeah, so we'll see. If I see him pop up back there, I'll get up in that. But yeah, I appreciate Cecil joining. Here's a song by Capadonna. That I mixed up. I think Capadonna came out with a new album. It's pretty chill. Some of the stuff I heard.
I never had a good wife. My friends are deceivers. Allah placed me in the presence of the truest believers. Oh, please protect my mind from those that oppose me. It's only you, God, you the one that know me. I know some cornballs whose father was a rapist. They be hating on me for my love and my greatness. I'm alone in this world. I don't ask for favors. I work hard for everything. Got plenty of flavors. I don't like to be a sinner and I love my neighbors. Drugs can't conquer me. Neither could Jezebel. Chicks worship Satan to be casting spells. Dudes thinking I'm a fool when I see him with my third eye. Shit coming to dawn whenever J-Bird cry. Yo, I'm not a proud person, I'm a little standoffish. I don't only need love, I need land in the office. I be in the park, stories around nature. I can see the mark of the beast and all of the fakers. They think they got me by the balls, but they don't know that evil be over their head. They think it's a blow. Homies want me to stop rapping, I drop too many joints, but it's only a dead mind that don't get no points. So yo, my pen is like fire from the inside out. Plus it's the word of God keep coming out of my mouth. I'm the angel of rap. I'm better than a record deal. Your label can't hold me, but you know I got a record still. I don't do it for the money. I do what God taught me. It might take a little time, but I'ma get y'all shortly. You ain't nothing but a sellout. You just wanna report me. I don't trust the Caucasoids. Yo, I'm blacker than coffee. I be surrounded by people like Jesus on the cross. Never support what I'm doing. They be ripping me off. And yo, my fans don't understand all the things I discovered. Everybody say that your brother ain't really your brother. So I'ma still all your sneakers from you and steal your lovers and keep the secret for the rest of their life like undercovers. I'm like internal affairs, I got the badge revelation. You hate me to death and despise my occupation. Don the sharpshooter with the golden peak. I don't wanna talk to you till I'm told to speak. Uplifting the poor people and I hold the weak. So I don't care what you think about me, fuck your ego. I'm Father MC with the mic, you just my e-ho. Gods bring sight to your vision, you can't see though. Your character is bullshit, your energy fuckery. Idiots and sodomites, can none of y'all fuck with me. I'm on the balcony, chilling in the telly. You on the Martin Luther King me and tap my celly. Slander my name, do me dirty on the stage. You a crooked ass cop like Nicolas Cage. Yeah, my enemies call me the demon killer. When I'm popping they head off like a scene from Thriller. I'm only one step away from hitting the big lotto, so I put a law first, that's still my motto. I stay on the right path as the road I follow. Can't be around witches, all fake and shallow. I need good energy, good faith tomorrow. Backbiters that get burned in the flames of agony. When I run through your cipher like Dragon Ball Z. By the time you open your mouth to tell the real truth, you gon' have to answer to me. You better bring proof.
Yo, I'm down on blocks and spots. Your pops putting poly on. Roscoe's Boulevard Diner, past the Parmesan. Don Dama Casanova, Flyboy to Steve, Splash Brothers, Wallaby Clock, Strawberry Kiwi. I'm on the east now. Moving on up like Georgia Weezy. Got my feet up, cop the petty. Sipping Margies with the teepee, started laughing. I know about the tour. In the Hishi undercover niggas. Saturday night, they went Felici, rest in peace, be. A lot of niggas died, my niggas TC and Nonco. Men are back in Grove, I'm talking 93 and clock you. He'll be crash the party, niggas bumping woo. Yo, who that? That nigga's a bitch. His man's a sucker too. Swarmed on him, smack the niggas up, put the paws on him. Pitbull, bunch of Rottweilers, put my dogs on him. Checkmate, kidnap his queen, put my pawns on him. Shit's official, right and exact. That nigga dog on it, dog on it, bring the shit back. They got the guard on it, universal sun and the moon. Flag got the star on it, the shit here, glaciers of ice. Nisha law on it, fly kicks, poppy wardrobe, big cap of dawn on it.
Follow the smoke, 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 smoke.
Yeah. It do the dang. And I do that dang. I be do this. You know what I'm saying?
Paranoid chilling.
Some hot shit. Let me take this background off. This was given to me by Buddha. Oh, wait. I gotta remove this. Before he left, stormed out. We had a bad disagreement. I'm telling y'all, it was bad. But hey, hopefully he stops being a wimp. But yeah, I appreciate the guy. I appreciate his intelligence, his taste in art, and so on and so forth. But yeah. Big time weird vibes. But yeah, I appreciate all you guys. And so on and so forth. We just getting started. And you know, we do. Oh wait. Oh no, wait. I can't remove that from the studio. That's Cecil.
I'll say Avian has definitely read more than I have.
Yeah, big time strangeness.
I don't. Yeah, I haven't read like he has.
It's free. Yeah, that's one thing he would always highlight. He's like, you ain't never gonna read like me, motherfucker. And yeah, he might be right. I mean, you know, some hardcore readings. Big blunts of leaves. Yeah, exactly. And yeah, Avian's written more than Dantu. Yeah, it's on some craziness.
Sad
A lot of
mom.
Goodreads. He's written a lot of Goodreads reviews. I appreciate the dude. So, anyways, let's go on. Obviously, no negative hard feelings. We respect the contributions of everyone that has, contributed. There's, I'm rewatching the show. There's lots of times where even, Aluma Dummy and others, they performed very well on the panel. We had discussions about deep topics. Imagine that. I actually had, I couldn't remember because I'm like, these guys are simply useless. Right. So I forgot all the good times I had with them. So I was like, wow, we actually had some good discussions. I actually forced them to talk about some real issues at one point.
Yeah, it was like pulling teeth.
Yeah, people you wouldn't believe, but I got them all to have a good discussion. I can
It's because you're the host and you're just
we brought it out of them. It was like
you care about learning is what it is.
Yeah, or it was like exorcism, where we brought it out of them.
Using them mod god powers.
Well, not at first. Not at first.
Yeah,
actually.
not at first, but
surprisingly,
eventually.
for most of those better interactions, we never used that. I guess they felt that we were on equal terms henceforth, and that's why they opened up to us. But then when I started to employ, because then they started to step in and really throw their weight around, I had to cut them loose because I'm like, well, now that you think that you're equal to me, but you're not an equal in talking about these motherfucking terms that I'm talking about, you just have to cut you out of this fucking shit, fucker. Right. So yeah. Let's move on. I greatly appreciate you guys. And Brave New World belongs to a later time and to a generation which has seen through the swindle of progress. The swindle. I like how he says that. The swindle of progress. Right? Yeah, that's cool. I don't know if that was me or you. Yeah, blessings. Yeah. I mean, my confidence. You can't put lipstick on a pig, So there's no improving, but yeah, I'm committed, so thank you guys. So it's it contains its own contradictions. He's talking about Brave New World, right? The most important of them is pointed out by Mr. John Strachey's The Coming Struggle for Power. But it is at least a memorable assault on the more fat-bellied type of perfectionist. Fat-bellied perfectionist. Allowing for the exaggerations of caricature. It probably expresses the majority of thinking people feel about machine civilization. So already in 1800s, Orwell is using this term machine civilization. Wow. What a term to employ, right? And of course, this is a global affair. Right? Remember, already in the first part of this, he talked about the intercommunication and exchange of goods between all parts of the world. That this is imposed. Right? So he's talking about the problem of globalization that is exacted through technical progress. That's one of the main issues we talk about on the show. If you weren't familiar with that, because that is one of the effects of quote unquote progress that everyone just accepts without questioning it, right? Conformity in our world is nothing more than conformity to the world technological system, right? So, yeah, the sensitive person's hostility to the machine is in one sense unrealistic because of the obvious fact that the machine has come to stay, he says. Has come to stay. Right. But you know what? The fact that people admit, even the people that say that technology has enlarged human freedom, they say there's no going back to a time without technology. They will admit that. Right? They even admit that even sometime in the near future, we may completely lose control of the technological system. They even admit that. And they still say that it's the greatest thing since sliced bread, right? So, pretty interesting, weird fact there, right?
It's like psychopathy.
It's like schizophrenia. Yeah. It's like holding two contradictory positions in your head at once. You know, and,
yep.
You know, and just going about the world saying, well, perfectly rational person. Yeah. You know, and yeah. So yeah. So yeah, the machine has got to be. He says, but as an attitude of mind, there's a great deal to be said for it. The machine has got to be accepted, but it is probably better to accept it rather than one accepts a rather as one accepts a drug. Right? So he's saying it's better to accept it as one accepts a drug, right? And he uses this analogy a lot to define our reliance on technology, right? That is grudgingly and suspiciously. Like a drug, the machine is useful, dangerous, and habit forming. Obviously, people are addicted to technology, right? That's now a palpable phenomenon, right? People are addicted to, obviously, the most common one is their cell phones, right? People often say they can't live without their cell phone, right? Can't go anywhere without it, right? And if they were disconnected from their cell phone, they may be disconnected from a number of people that they feel are like lifelines to them, and therefore their cell phone is a lifeline in a sense, right? So their existence, right? There's like some 16-year-old kids like that, right? Where their whole existence is on the cell phone, unfortunately. And we think that that's a natural state of affairs. We think that that's not dehumanizing at all. No, that's just normal life. They just go about their affairs, but their whole life is controlled and mediated through a cell phone, which these companies have all the information and they can send them ads and stuff. I mean, come on, dude. And this is not dehumanizing at all. All right. I guess we'll subject 16-year-olds to this. You know, it's fucking that simple, right? Because you just accept what's going on, right? Because you're a fucking conformist, drop dead conformist, right? So yeah, go ahead and accept it, right? And give your kids the cell phone, right? You stupid son of a bitch, right? It is what it is, right? So yeah, oh yeah, and of course they'll be talking to the drug dealers and finding the porn websites and all that stuff. Yeah, don't worry about that either, right? And they'll be on the dating websites as soon as they're putting fake pictures on there, right? So yeah, so yeah, and that's just normal, right? It's all normal. Yeah, but yeah, he says, like a drug, the machine is useful, dangerous, and habit forming. Yeah, don't forget to mention that it's cultivating people's personas, right? And acting as a tool of social integration, right, for these people at this point. Of course, To what degree did Orwell predict any of this? Well, there's a screen in 1984 where this guy sees the fucking talks to the big brother, isn't there? Right? It's like there's like a little TV in everybody's house, right? It's like they communicate to the world, to the world through the screen, right? They sort of described this process in 1984 if you've read it, right? I read it a long time ago, so I'm not really. But yeah,
same. I kind of forget.
Yeah, but he describes Winston and the screen, and and how this thing is placed inside everybody's home, and so yeah, the oftener one surrenders to it, the tighter its grip becomes. Whoa, that's what Don was saying earlier, right? Tighter its grip becomes. Right, you have only to look about you at this moment to realize with what sinister speed the machine is getting us into its power. To begin with, there's a frightful debauchery of taste. Oh my God. And this is what I mentioned earlier, the debauchery and the corruption of taste, the corruption of man's taste, right? Right? People are putting spells on me, right? Let me turn my camera off, right? And so on and so forth, right? I heard somebody say this on a podcast, show earlier. They said, all you people putting spells on me, stop it. I know you're doing it. But they try to pretend like they're this magician or whatever. They're going to send counter spells. I'll show you. Sorry. Yeah, kind of creepy how many predicted this situation, yeah. Yeah, make your own tech, exactly. Own yourself or be self-owned. You know what I mean? Holla if you hear me. Okay. And I'm getting fucking. Ooh, I'm hungry as fuck. Yeah, I'm hungry as fuck, guys. I just got hit with like a massive just feeling of hunger here.
Guess it was the hunger spells.
The hunger spells, yeah. So let's see. Yeah, the debauchery of taste, folks, that has already been affected by a century of mechanization. A century of mechanization. Oh yeah, they've been dealing with this for 100 years already, right? This is almost too obvious and too generally too generally admitted to need pointing out. But as a single instance, take taste in its narrowest sense, the taste for decent food. In the highly mechanized countries, thanks to tinned food, cold storage, synthetic flowering matters, etc., the palate is almost a dead organ, as you can see by looking at any greengrocer's shop. That the majority of English people mean by an apple is a lump of highly colored cotton wool from America or Australia. They will devour these things apparently with pleasure. And let the English apples rot under the trees. Oh shit. I dropped my book. So let me find out what page I was at. Sorry.
Row.
Oh, here. Okay, it is the shiny, standardized, machine-made look of the American apple that appeals to them. The superior taste of the English apple is something they simply do not notice. Or look at factory-made foil-wrapped cheese and blended butter at any grocer's. Look at the hideous rows of tins, which usurp more and more space in any food shop, even a dairy. Look at the 6-penny Swiss roll or the 2-penny ice cream. Look at the filthy chemical byproduct that people will pour down their throats under the name of beer.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they found out that they were lacing the inside of beer cans with BPA. Can you believe that?
Not just beer cans, pretty much any can.
Yeah, any can, yeah.
Especially soda cans, beer cans, etc. I saw a video, the guy tested it, where he put the soda can into like a solution that dissolved the metal, but it left the plastic.
Son of a bitch. They got metal chips and cereal and fucking plastic and soda cans, folks. It is what it is.
They even tell you it's fortified with iron.
Right. An essential mineral for your health and wellness. So yeah, so yeah, so wherever you look, you will see some slick machine-made article triumphing over the old-fashioned article. He says, and of course he's talking about food that still tastes of something other than sawdust. And what applies to food applies to furniture, houses, clothes, books, amusement, and everything else that makes up our environment. These are now millions of people, and they are increasing every year, to whom the blaring of the radio is not only a more acceptable but more normal background to their thoughts than the lowing of cattle and the song of birds. The mechanization of the world could never proceed very far, while taste, even the taste buds of the tongue, remain uncorrupted. Because in that case, most of the products of the machine would be simply unwanted. In a healthy world, there would be no demand for tinned foods, aspirins, gramophones, gas pipe chairs, machine guns, daily newspapers, telephones, motor cars. And on the other hand, there would be a constant demand for the things the machine cannot produce. I mean, that's just powerful shit. Obviously, he can explain things better because he's like just very articulate at writing. Right? So when he picks up a pen and explains these problems, and just like how Henry David Thoreau was able to explain, these guys are just excellent writers. Right? Sometimes philosophers, they're great at tying together huge concepts, but they're really bad at writing, and sometimes reading their writing is very boring. Unless you have competent people to discuss it with. We've been lucky to have a large rotation, semi-large rotation of, fellows that are willing to comment on material, although that sort of list is dwindling, and so on and so forth. But yeah. which, as I expressed earlier, we give no fucks. But yeah, so let me continue. He says, but meanwhile, the machine is here. Its corrupting effects are almost irresistible. One inveighs against it, but one goes on using it. Even a bare arse savage. Even a bare arse savage, given the chance, will learn the vices of civilization within a few months. Mechanization leads to the decay of taste. The decay of taste leads to the demand for machine-made articles, and hence to more mechanization. And so a vicious circle is established. And you know, some of the chemical byproducts are actually engineered to actually hack your like mind and your biology at this point. So they create specific products so that you will then go ahead and consume this thing over and over and over. So they now know, having tested in labs and having tested what this chemical does to this part of your brain, they know exactly what type of concoctions to create, whether it be visual media for you to consume or processed a chemical swill that you will ingest into your own body. And of course, the images we consume are things that they're sort of things that we have taken in that we can't expunge other than by filtering processes, right? Where we have to use certain filtration process to take out this or that chemical, like benzene or something that's taken out by sulforaphane that's found in like vegetable products, right? Or something like that, right? That you have to introduce into your body organic processes that will then undo the chemical processes, and you have to take mushrooms or something that'll soak up these, sort of metal contaminants that you've ingested into your body, right? And so on and so forth. It's just like nothing gets these things out. Right, so it's like we're being altered from the inside out, right? Similar to the visual images that we consume. You can't unsee these advertisements, right? That's trapped in your visual space. It's contaminating your dreams. You can't unsee this shit. You can't unhear some shit. There's only so much space for shit during a day before you get overloaded. Where the fuck was I? Okay, but in addition to this, there is a tendency for the mechanization of the world to proceed as it were automatically, whether we want it or not. This is due to the fact that in modern Western man, the faculty of mechanical invention has been fed and stimulated till it has reached almost a status of an instinct. This is kind of a fact, right? other societies, they seem to value a traditional framework. They seem to value stability in terms of culture, right? Whereas for Western society, what's going to improve the enterprises of capitalism and liberalism and science, right, is technology, right? It's going to benefit all of these things. So, yeah. So yeah, so that's so this instinct for invention, people invent new machines and improve existing ones almost unconsciously, right? Because what's driving the improvement of machines is this internal value system, right? That's produced by the machine of efficiency, control, speed, right? The progress of mechanization consists in these factors, not an improvement of the human condition. Rather, as a somnambulist will go on working in his sleep. In the past, when it was taken for granted that life on this planet is harsh or at any rate laborious, it seemed the natural fate to go on using the clumsy implements of your forefathers, he says. And only a few eccentric persons, centuries apart, propose innovations. Hence, throughout enormous ages, such things as the ox cart, the plow, the sickle remained radically unchanged. It is on record that screws have been in use since remote antiquity. And yet, that is what, that it was not till the middle of the 19th century, that anyone thought of making screws, which points on them for several thousand years. They remained flat-ended and holes had to be drilled for them before they could be inserted. In our own epoch, such a thing would be unthinkable. For almost every modern Western man has his inventive faculty to some extent developed. The Western man invents machines as naturally as the Polynesian islander swims. Give a Western man a job of work and he immediately begins devising a machine that would do it for him. Give him a machine and he thinks of a way of improving the machine. So this idea, to anachronistically read back into man's history the narrow view of just his technological progress, or the view of the sort of people of today, right? That we have to improve machines, and that the improvement of machines will constitute the improvement of several aspects of human society. I understand this tendency well enough for, in an ineffectual sort of way, I have that type of mind myself. I have not either the patience or the mechanical skill to devise any machine that would work, but I am perpetually seeing, as it were, the ghosts of possible machines that might save me the trouble of using my brain or muscles. A person with more definite mechanical turn would probably construct some of them and put them into operation, but under our present economic system, whether he constructed them or rather whether anyone
had the benefit of them would depend upon whether they were commercially valuable. The socialists are right, therefore, when they claim that the rate of mechanical progress will be much more rapid once socialism is established. Given a mechanical civilization, the process of invention and improvement will always continue, and the tendency of capitalism is to slow it down. Okay, so this is what many authors have noticed. Okay, there's an inverse relationship between capitalism and technological progress. Obviously, ellul has pointed that out. Many people have pointed that out. Things like automation signal the disappearance of capitalism. Large-scale technologies are increasingly centralized. As he pointed out.
Capitalism also is very dependent on the labor and resources from countries that are not the capitalist country. Just like civilization is dependent on resources from nature, but then forgets about where the resources came from or how to create any sort of self-sustaining loop with these resources. It's just take.
Absolutely. Good Lord, man. Sadness. Emotional damage. All right. What? You know what? Let me drop the link again. And yeah, let's continue. Just gonna go ahead and ignore the greater portion of that. Let that link breathe in the chat. Let that link do its thing. You know, let it complete its rounds. You know, don't be spamming too much. Let that link breathe. Let that link have its own. Have a moment. Given a mechanical civilization, the process of invention and improvement will always continue. But the tendency of capitalism is to slow it down. But under capital, you know, it says that in the Zeitgeist movie. You guys know that famous movie? It's like a communist guy.
Well, it does. It does have a good moment on fractional reserve banking.
Oh yeah, that's in the second one. But I think I'm talking about the first one. I'm pretty sure they mentioned this where they talk about how you know we need to improve technology, right? Put technology at the centerpiece of civilization, but money's stopping that. Right? The fact that we want to earn money, right? So they're saying that capitalism, and this is kind of what H.G. Wells was saying, right? But what Orwell is saying is, couldn't it just be the opposite, right? That actually it's not the machines that are going to save us from the money system. The money system has always been here, right? The problem is, oh, okay, this is just all me. Yeah, the money system's been here before, right? The problem is or he poses the question, what if the problem is the machines, right? And yeah, so he says where are we? Some indeed which threaten to reduce profits are suppressed almost as ruthlessly as flexible glass, mentioned by Petronius. Established socialism, remove the profit principle, and the inventor will have a free hand. The mechanization of the world, already rapid enough, would be, or at any rate would be, enormously accelerated. Enormously accelerated. And this prospect is a slightly sinister one because it is obvious even now that the process of mechanization is out of control, he says. And I'll stop reading for a while after this and play some music and maybe get a snack or something. I'm critically low on
What song you got going
on?
Another one.
Yeah, I think maybe I could play a few songs here so that we can I'm not exactly sure which one I have. I think I have one by Attica
Just hit.
Blues.
I'm ready
if you guys
for
have
it.
heard The Man by Attica Blues.
Never.
The Man.
No.
Yeah, there's a very sophisticated sort of jazz group, Attica Blues. All right. And yeah, please, in the chat, just fax all of your complaints to the Machine Lies Public Relations Department, and we will definitely correspond with you.
Some of them, if you guys want to laminate them too, that's when we really know you're serious.
Oh yeah, laminated stage passes get you high access.
All right, let me know if Avian wants to come on. I'll try to show up again, but I kind of came on.
Yeah, we're going to be holding the Machine Con in Detroit, Michigan. It's going to be the theme is going to be steampunk. We're going to have a bunch of steampunk hoes that I don't know, they'll probably look like steampunk hoes. And probably like some DMT or something. I don't know. That I think that would be like Machine Con. What do you guys think?
We can fund this thing. If you can dream it, you can do it. It's America, baby. Machine Con 2030. We got 4 years to fund this thing. Yippee-ki-yay, motherfuckers. Shout out to our friends that yeah, blessings. Yeah, homie. Thanks for joining. And yeah, we'll continue appreciating this thing in a minute. And I mean, my attitude has not changed ever since I started this stream. I still have the same attitude. Whether you think that's an attitude problem or an attitude solution, that's for you to decide. But yeah, I appreciate you guys' correspondence.
In the hearts of men.
You can crush me, control me, harass me, deny me, enslave me in chains, but you will never hold me. Blind me to find me, to tear me apart. You and I both know. You know. There's someone that we all know. All be burnt by the wounds won't show. Be thankful that I'm taking time to warn you about a world that could be detrimental to your heart, pride, love, and pain. Deep scars that will never heal again. You consume you. You don't want to play. I assure you. You put you under spell. If the plan goes well. Hypnotized, playing Jedi tricks on your mind. You can crush me, control me, harass me, deny me, enslave me in chains, but you will never hold me. Blind me, define me, crush me, control me, harass me, deny me, enslave me in chains. Crush me, control me, harass me, deny me, enslave me in chains, but you will never hold me. Blind me, define me, to tear me apart. You and I both know. Look up his man and kin when he's around. Don't be no slave to the scoundrel. Use you and expose your inner fears, and then he's done here. Dressed in silk but tangled in his web. Sun dry, don't say you're surprised. He'll consume you. You don't want to play, I assure you. He'll put you under spell.
Are you serious?
His plan will go well.
That's the bad guy.
Hypnotized, playing Jedi tricks on your mind. You can crush me, control me, harass me, deny me, enslave me in chains, but you will never hold me. Find me, define me, crush me, control me, harass me, deny me, enslave me in chains. Crush me, control me, harass me, deny me, enslave me in chains, but you will never hold me. Find me, define me, to tear me apart, 'cause you and I both know.
Bamboos of the hood think. What y'all peoples in the hood think? 21st century got the slave master's footprint. All over and over and over. Can't afford to walk the streets nowadays, not sober to the fact that nothing's really changed for us blacks. Listen close like ear button to what I'm saying on these tracks. It's like we laying on our backs but still perceived as bad guys. This type of pressure make you lesser, make a man cry. You wanna take flight but always on standby. You ask why, they don't wanna see a black man try to rise above the white regime. You know I'm caught right between a rock and a hard place. Incarcerate my scar face. Up in the crib to find drugs, I watch the narcs race. Only to find in no crime did I partake. My heart aches but the struggle make me strong. From the attic sing the blues in my song. Blow my fuse, now it's on. resist it all. Blood splatter, blood squirt, blood flow through Congress Hall. Resist, rise, resist as we rise to power. Supreme commander of the forces like a Eisenhower. Resist, rise, resist cause the threats are rising. Resistance troops are gathering, approaching the horizon. Resist, rise, and we resist advances. We must resist together better. I'm in the lab, Lieutenant Adam smashing out and dying, recognizing rules of stature. I scalp a politician, wear the skin of Margaret Thatcher. As parliamentary, I'm the secretary, pensions pass. A spokesperson opposing and help the labor class. Hold it up and face them fast. I'm laughing at elections, cause they've already chosen the next 3 president's elections. Republicans and Democrats, fuck right wingers, left wingers. They're all the same, but once you got them, made me debt bringers. I cocktail Molotov, they cribs in Kelly Bunkport, and do the same to offshore drillers and make a run for it. Then reconvene podium speeches cause I'm the chairman. Surface-based defense capabilities threatening airmen. Blood stained the floor for they palaces like Magañas. Semi-automatic weapons hidden fields of Gañas. Secret fellowships ensuring the sinking of all the metal ships. Strategic arm reduction treaty ain't gon' settle shit for militias. Let's take matters into our own hands and stop following the Kardashians and the Lohans. No TMZ, Washington Monument strapped in TNT. I'm bringing all the comatose back to life like an EMT. Spread the knowledge, spread the word. They call me Colonel 33rd with ricochets that hollow our bones like the bones inside a bird. Shots deferred as they bouncing back off my chest plate. Going at it, going forward. I don't respect fate. We make the choices. Watch the outcome as it affects the cause. Paganistic, ritualistic, bloody suit on Santa Claus. I live rebellion as conservatives live their life dole. I'll chop their heads off and eat cereal out they dried skull. Resist, rise and resist it all. Blood splatter, blood squirt, blood flow through Congress Hall. Resist, rise, resist as we rise to power. Supreme commander of the forces like a Eisenhower. Resist, rise, resist cause the threats are rising. Resistance troops are gathering, approaching the horizon. Resist, rise and we resist advances. We must resist together, bettering our winning chances.
Cock back, aim, and murder is the game plan. The virus in the vaccine was made by the same man. Aggravated citizen, striving to be infamous. Man with a bomb on the White House premises. No moral emphasis, time's real perilous. America's been hit by psychological terrorists who bomb the minds of the emotional and pull the wool over you with deceit and multiple lies they told you. Uncountable life loss, people that bled, all because the wicked war machine needs to be fed. To his own oblivion is where his greediness led. World dominance and death is what he sees in his head. Now, meanwhile, we live in hood fabulous, walking cadavers with bodies loaded with poisonous food additives. Judicial sacrilege, DA arranging your trial. Every activist who ever came, his name's in the file. Free speech no longer legal, NDAA sign. Now they can use force and lock you up for speaking your mind. If the past and the future could merge, I would bring this, the introduction of Nat Turner to Newt Gingrich. Your boy K-Reno. Yeah.
Optimist dream, I weave my life with esteem. In and out of what's logic, shit ain't quite what it seemed. My pause, soaking in applause and criticism. I crack a smile, basking my flaws and cynicism. But I'm still searching for them happy days. And for a fresh start, I'm cutting my hair, but not my nappy ways. It's kinda hard fucking with so many faces and trying to have our music touch, oh so many bases. Places embracing us when we not home with open hands and clenched fists. Trust, we rocking on, living this moment of truth, being as relevant, divine timing. This beat must be heaven sent. Locked in a room for days so I can write this like Solitude's best friend for now. Though I might just stab him in the back. Open up my door, go and buy a TV so I can watch the war. Maybe not. I think I'd rather chill and smoke and just be with my thoughts and perhaps some hope while on a quest for green. I'm trying to pay the rent, still I'm trying to make $1 out of what makes sense. I'm on a quest for green cause I gotta pay the rent. Still I'm trying to make $1 out of what makes sense. Baby boomer, Asian, hormone raging, kids they all adore. Red, yellow, black, Caucasian, Latin, Asian. What are we fighting for? Fighting for outside. I'm trying to keep my head up to the sky. Up to the sky. It falls all on my head, then I can't cope. That's why.
You sound like your country. Who comes first, you or your country? I don't have to think twice.
Even if I get the fortune and fame, I'ma pray in this game. 1980, baby, crazy, aborting the lane. Open future, it's wide open, stay on my toes. Some are fragile, I'm agile, aiming at foes, them cowardly men. They're rolling with an iron hand, and they got power to swing, strike a godly plan. Now tell me why, church to the pope, they lie. If I control gas, you know John Paul or Fry. He mixing church with the state, confusing the masses to sell that religion that's water and half glasses. AIDS in Africa, the children are dying. $1 billion budget, conquer Mars, who's flying? Oh shit, better yet, who's spying? Can you see the people time on Earth when he iron? Pluto, Jupiter, in the age of Neptunes, we hop into the beach street league. Give me leg room, I need to maneuver. Back to my roots, speak food for thought, mind obese from the Fruit Loop. Over and over, this life that I sample. Pop goes the world mate, moves now, gamble. Life on the road, I write as a more hope. Translate experiences, mics up a hole. A new world order, same-sex marriage. White man's plight on pause might perish.
Honey roasted lies, no grams of carbohydrates. Look slanted eyes, surprise, a shitty mind state. Control the nation with the amber alerts. The elderly are going berserk, the medicine hurts too much. Money exchanges, the hands of pharmaceuticals. The rates going up as fuck, sitting in cubicles. Emotional bombs are ready to launch. They're ripping apart the fabric that make who we are. It tears much too easily, we fornicated Moors. Fuck the deity, it's anal or it's law. Watch the skies that we scrape with buildings. Stuff the riddling down the throats of children real. Check your order in this fast food nation. I got a rack order game for PlayStation. Check your order in this fast food nation. I got a rack order game for PlayStation.
Marching through the night with mics, we stand evolution. Come, don't run, man. Your human rights through fight, take stand, pro-choice, vote, boycott, and go.
Lurking in the shadows of the United States government. The government is covered in shadows, ruled by a cold theocracy, political hypocrisy, an aristocracy. The Hessianic League was formed, the Nazi Party, Masonic oligarchs that worship Teutonic Zionism. This is the Antichrist conspiracy. Some say it was a theory. Our plan originated in Valeria within Germany, created by the Luciferians. They call it the New World Order, where you won't have citizenship. It will be replaced with biochips. Nazi eugenics designed the blueprint for global enslavement. I told totalitarian dictatorship. The mark of the beast is unleashed. Satanic possession covers the streets like Masonic imagery. 1,000 points of light blind your eyesight. Homeland security marches through your projects like the Third Reich. The rise of the Fourth Reich. This is the picture that I predict painted for the future. Will be monitored. Spy satellites watch ya from a digital plasma. You know what I'm saying? The lost children of Babylon realize the lies.
Terror sees a populous vox, a cold wind, steady blowing in the valley of death with no end. Those who cast the first stone with the chrome know no sin. I'm chosen to lock and load with the barrel and go in. Martial law, military, police, the streets barricade. Mortar shells, grenades to play a sweet serenade. War's orchestra, symphony, neocon ministry. New age imperialism to check the history. Fiscal, colonial, master of ceremonial. Religious testimonial, proof for the ones controlling you. Molding you, shaping you, economically raping you. Trickle down capitalism facing a nation who couldn't see through the clouds of smoke when they elect the head of state that's a clown or joke. Now the Obama deception, Antichrist suggestion got everybody starting to question what is progression.
Conform, consume, and concede. The goal here has become greed. Eliminate the line drawn between the wants and needs. Computer chip in your right arm is your ATM card. Locked within the prison of numbers. Participate in voluntary slumber. Topple the monopoly. Destroy this monstrosity. Babylon AD, destruction of sovereignty. Our motto's gotta be, get from on top of me, evade the mass lobotomy. America, the Titanic, passengers are manic, controlling through credit creating calculated panic for the red, white, and blue. You be dead fighting who? We could try our best, despite the IRS Federal Reserve Act, unapportioned income tax, unratified, enforced by executioners acts. 1099 sign on the dotted line and make you think you have to reclaim your property through NAFTA. Chapter 11, Trump's amendments, first and second class citizens are left in bankruptcy. There's nothing left for us to be. The bank has custody of all your revenue, dictate what they selling you, telling you there's no other choice, compelling you to give in to the economic state we live in. But this is not the only choice we were given.
It ain't that other shit, it's the sound of the culture. The eagle-eye vulture, sniper shot that'll scope you. Take out the powers that be when you're too strong. Martin Luther King and John Kennedy, now your crew's gone. Cease peace for war, that's why I keep the sword. Keep my feet to shore, cross seas and meet the shore. Shanked redemption, flanked by the trenchmen. Fenced in, holocausted, shipped to the west end. Women and men separated, caused by men of hatred. Religious beliefs leaves you segregated, detonated. The atomic bomb, Buddhist or Islamic minds. Suicidal kamikazes, my rhyme design. Political thoughts, it's the visual art that the individual sought due to a critical cause. Ridicule ours, and we deploy with the thrust of God. Out for justice for the ones who don't trust in
I buy
ours.
chips, not talking blue stock prices, but the ones that fit in your skin. Subhuman control services, I toy with you like a joystick. Maneuver through mazes, ways till you become fearless, emotionless. Hydropsynchrony, joy, robotocracy. You phone to please me. I mean, bend over backwards, Yogi. Exercise my every wish is for you to end combativeness within self-delinquency. Anarchist, disobedient, it's the end of it. No time left for loose lipness. Talk back, pro bowler, you'll be whipped. Thrown to the fire pit while I continue on. Calculating all steps with no weapons of violence. Unlike Eric Prince, all troops on the same cadence. Non-biohazardous, non-contagious. Or except for one love virus cures disagreeableness. If not, your chip get disabled. Your mind turned off. It perceived unbalanced by my thoughts. Just my good stars protect my fan. With talisman levies deny. Hanseatic leaves from spinning webs.
And now in the 21st century, it's time to stand up and realize that we should not allow ourselves to be crammed into this rat maze. We should not submit to dehumanization. I don't know about you, but I'm concerned with what's happening in this world. I'm concerned with the structure. I'm concerned with the systems of control. Those that control my life and those that seek to control it even more. I want freedom. That's what I want, and that's what you should want.
Yeah, I just try to shove a bunch of food here. Shoveling. And I got 2 more bites. So bear with me here, folks. I'm going to pour some coffee here. And yeah, we're good to go on another couple hours here of material I've been waiting to get through. As you see, it takes a bit of time and a bit of care to present some of the ideas. So I sort of had to struggle through several different texts. And of course, it's taken us well over 2 weeks of material of shows in order to release most of the review here. Of course, we've had some lively discussions as well. So it's been some great contributions of material by lots of different participants. And of course, we'll be continuing our, sort of journey here to explain a number of conceptual frameworks that I think touch upon the ideas, the main concepts that are mentioned in Ellul's Technological Society.
And of course, we've talked upon the main concept of, you know, depersonalization via mediation through various techniques that impinge upon man. Let me sort of step over here for a second. Give me 1 second, folks. As I've said, I'm sort of procuring a little bit of coffee for myself because, as you see, it's 4 hours into the show and we're barely corresponded with many guests, just the regulars that we always have. So, you know, it's been kind of dry in terms of participation. And of course, it's Wednesday night, so we don't expect anything. We don't expect a huge turnout in terms of participants. But of course, there has been quite a turnout in terms of the audience, and I appreciate people listening in, and you know, as much as you can, right? So give me just 1 second. I'll be right back.
Stepping, stepping, stepping out of Babylon. Stepping out of Babylon for that coffee.
Step out of Babylon. Step out of Babylon.
Coffee at 1:20 in the morning.
Oh yeah, it's about it's getting to that special time. And yeah, so where were we?
Orwell? Where do we move on from?
Oh
there?
yeah. No, I'm still.
You said you had 2 hours of material you wanted to get to. Guess
Oh, yeah.
Orwell's a part of it.
Oh yeah, Orwell is definitely, because we're still not done. I mean, it's been days and days and days of just Orwell. So so I assume we'll try to, you know, now there's not that much left in this text here, so I do want to kind of finish Orwell today because we spent a couple of shows on it already. So I've spent hours and hours looking at this work, and I think this is one of the best explanations I've given of it in terms of contextualizing it in terms of Ellul's major concepts, which by now we're sort of mastered, right? So he says, it is it is happening merely because humanity has got the habit. A chemist perfects a new method of synthesizing rubber, or a mechanic devises a new pattern of gudgeon pin. Why? Not for any clearly understood purpose, but simply because of an impulse to invent or improve. Now, this is actually one of the main features of a technological system, right? That it only seeks to improve the means, right? And of course, Ellul points out this this concept too, right? That people aren't inventing things because, you know, well, the invention is, of course, based on previous forms of invention, and then the need for the invention sort of comes by a random impulse of the need that's created within the system, right? Usually, things are invented sometimes now because they are part of some other technological process, right? So they're there to improve upon an already existing machine or the function of some already existing machine, right? A lot of like digital things that we've created in the past several years function this way. As consequences of this sort of digitization, right? Let me turn my audio up. I don't know. I mean, just I don't know why, but yeah, I'm feeling like I'm not as loud as I think I am. But yeah, so he says, so this impulse to invent or improve the already existing machines that we have, right? So this idea of efficiency for the sake of efficiency. He says our attitude towards such things as poison gases ought to be the attitude of the king of Brobdingnag. Is that a real place? Brobdingnag?
Didn't you talk about that name before?
Yeah, I've read this before. I'm explaining all
Yeah.
the. Yeah, I'm explaining
Such
all
a
the.
strange word.
Oh yeah, he keeps talking about this. It's from Gulliver's Travels. So yeah. So yeah. But because we live in a mechanical and scientific age, we are infected with the notion that whatever else happens, progress, quote unquote, must continue and knowledge must never be suppressed. So this idea for that has to do with sort of knowledge for the sake of knowledge, right? No, not for any sort of goal or purpose. And of course, although these inventions are sought out by this process of specialization and compartmentalization, they have to be integrated into the system as a whole. Right? So although this innovation is rapid and accelerating process, right? It only seeks to serve the already existing system, right? Amplify its means. So there's this aspect to it, right? Seemingly. So he says verbally, no doubt we would agree that machinery is made for man and not man for machinery. Right? Not as Ellul says it. Men have become tools of their tools, right? But yeah, he says, in practice, any attempt to check the development of the machine appears to us an attack on the knowledge and therefore a kind of blasphemy. Right? This is this thing. Truth is an idol, right? Life is an idol, right? These abstract terms. And even if the whole humanity suddenly revolted against the machine and decided to escape to a simpler way of life, the escape would still be immensely difficult. It would not do, as in Butler's Erewhon, to smash every machine invented after a certain date. We should also have to smash the habit of mind that would almost involuntarily devise fresh machines. This is crazy because this is exactly what I was saying to somebody earlier, right? In laying out a thought experiment. In Minecraft. So yeah. But yeah, this idea that it's not just the machine that is smashed, but the habit of mind that creates them. And this is a much larger process of sort of taking back humanity from sort of this psychological reliance on new forms of inventiveness in order to surpass and to supersede, right, forms of either nature or traditions, right, as we've previously described, that these different layers of capacity, like biotechnics and tool techniques, and our ability to construct symbols gets sort of hijacked, right, as both Mumford and Ellul describe. So the ability to restore man is sort of caught up in these forms, and then obviously the ability to get man into a natural rhythm, right? So he says we should have to smash the habit of mind that would almost involuntarily devise fresh machines as soon as the old ones were smashed, and in all of us there is at least a tinge of that habit of mind. This is George Orwell, Road to Wigan Pier. In every country in the world at large, army of scientists and technicians, with the rest of us panting at their heels, are marching along the road of progress. Marching along the road of progress. With the blind persistence of a column of ants, comparatively few people want it to happen. Plenty of people actively want it not to happen, yet it is happening. The process of mechanization has itself become a machine, a huge... so he's talking about technical monism here. He says the process of mechanization has itself become a machine. The process of mechanization has itself become a machine.
Ooh, baby.
Sheesh.
So there's that technical monism. Perfectly explained in one sentence. I love when you find those little quips because they're so useful, right? Put that shit on a t-shirt. The process of mechanization has itself become a machine. And then on the back of it, I mean, the front of it says the machine lies, and on the back of it, it says the process of mechanization has itself become a machine. Let's sell that bitch.
Yeah, man. I definitely had that shirt.
Or more like a black sweatshirt. I don't know what time it is.
As long as it's 2XL.
Yeah. Yeah, the process of mechanization is itself become a machine. Whoa. Mind blown. This is why we read this over and over, because we find gems every time. A huge glittering vehicle whirling us. We are not certain where, but probably towards the paddled Wells world, right? That's H.G. Wells, the Fabian socialist. Wells world of the brain in the bottle. That's right. He was kind of like an early supporter of transhumanist mumbo jumbo, right? Let me walk over here and grab my coffee. I appreciate you guys. And this will greatly boost my morale for the rest of the evening.
Little did he know, Homestar Runner's gourmet coffee was switched with super mud.
And cat turds. All right.
So we're drinking pure shit water. I mean, coffee.
And telling you guys about technical complexity. And I appreciate the support. And all that.
Maybe it comes down to technicizing biosemiotics.
Yeah. Biotechne. That great word created by, I believe, Mumford, but it's probably much older. Biotechne. It's got echoes of lots of different ideas. But yeah, when was the first concept that man and machine were to be merged? I know there's that work, Man the Machine. La Home Machine. Man a Machine. First published in 1747.
Before the Industrial Revolution.
Yeah, so here Lemaitre extends Descartes' argument that animals are mere automatons or machines to human beings.
You have a text up, it's got the something else.
Yeah, thanks, Reddington.
There we go.
This is what I wanted to highlight. Work of materialist philosophy extends the view of Descartes that animals are automatons to humans.
Oof.
So this is the kind of thing we talk about. And yeah, people are fighting, but I'm sure they know that it takes two to tango and whatnot. So we'll leave them to it. I may take everyone's mod because there's too many people with mods. So I may only leave Reddington and Lizard Tree and Zephyr and
Neurojack.
I honestly think Neurojack will be fine with that one. I don't think he cares that much. And I'm pretty positive that neither Lizard Tree or Zephyr will ban him. Or you. So I think we'll be fine.
There might have been one time I'd be tempted to, but that's a long time ago.
I might be tempted to even allow that if you just ban Neurojack for a day, or you know,
Nah, it's all good.
because he's technically not the co-host. He can't be here as often, so you know.
I'm surprised I'm still awake, to be honest.
But he probably will call in 5 hours and 30 minutes into the show, wanting to have a conversation. And
You know, that 3-hour gap, though, since him being on the West Coast.
right. Yeah, I might take the mods, leave only Reddington, Denise, Lizard Tree, and Zephyr. And those will be my 4 mods for the rest of the year. Everybody else will be, I think, encouraged to participate more, since there'll be not that many mods. But I think because the excessive amount of mods, it deters people who don't have a mod from participating.
Yeah, it kind of it does have an effect. I would like to think, because
Yeah, it makes them scared, right, to get banned.
yeah, it makes you think like it's like a blue wave, and you're like, oh shit, like I'm like the odd man out or something.
Yeah, it makes you think like, oh, any of these guys, if I piss them off, they'll fucking ban me. So
It's like, oh,
yeah,
I'm like chopped liver, basically.
yeah, I think honestly, Denise, Lizard Tree, Zephyr, they've been consistently the nicest, even to me. So I think they know how to manage people. They know what's appropriate and all that type of stuff. And you know, so I trust you guys the most, I think, out of anybody else in the chat, pretty much. So, and everybody else, we'll kind of just get rid of everybody else's mods. Because I think if you offended like either Zephyr or Lizard Tree or or Denise, then I think you should just get the fuck out of my chat. Right? I don't know. I really have much to say to you at that point. But and usually they know most of the stuff that's important.
It's kind of hard to get Zephyr angry.
They watch a lot of the shows too. They watch most of my shows. Yeah, it's very hard to get Zephyr angry. It's like almost impossible. That's what I've noticed. Zeph is a great teacher for me. I sometimes get a lot of advice from Zeph. Yeah, Brown says he's gonna get banned by them. I don't think he'll get banned, man. I think more people will participate. It'll be like everyone else will participate in the show, so like people that were going to the new channels, they'll kind of participate more. So yeah, exactly. Zeph's doing something, but I'm sure she's on board. I mean, if I asked Zeph, she'd definitely be on board. So yeah, so let's continue a little bit. Okay, so this is the last part. Oh no, it's not the last part. There's a few more pages here. He says, then this is the case against the machine. This is the case against the machine. Whether it is a sound or unsound case, now he's included a lot of
a lot of the main points, right? Excuse me. In this, he's included the corruption of taste, right? The rapid sense of depersonalization, right? The processed food, the dehumanization, people being subjected to mechanical processes and mechanical ends, and of course the disappearance of capitalism, the transformance, which is a word I made up earlier in the show, which is a combination of transform and performance. It's kind of like hyper real. It's like the process of becoming hyper real is transformance. Good old fashioned Judaism. All right. So he says the point is that very similar arguments would be echoed by every person who is hostile to machine civilization. And unfortunately, because of that nexus of thought, socialism, progress, machinery, Russia, tractor, hygiene, machinery, progress, which exists in almost everyone's mind, it is usually the same person who is hostile to socialism, the kind of person who hates central heating and gas pipe chairs, is also the kind of person who, when you mention socialism, I'm sorry, I feel like I just observed like some sort of spider crawling on the floor, but some sort of optical illusion, maybe. But yeah, could be losing my mind. But yeah, the kind of person who hates central heating and gas pipe chairs is also the kind of person who, when you mention socialism, murmurs something about the beehive state and moves away with a painted expression. As my observation goes, very few socialists grasp why this is so, even that it is so. Get the more vocal type of socialist into a corner, repeat to him the substance of what I have said in this chapter, see what kind of answer you get. As a matter of fact, you will get several answers. I'm also familiar with them, and I know them almost by heart. In the first place, he will tell you that it is impossible to go back or put back the hand of progress. As though the hand of progress hadn't been pretty violently put back several times in human history, and will then accuse you of being a medievalist and begin to descant upon the horrors of Middle Ages. Yep. We've heard it all before. The Inquisition. Oh no, the questions. As a matter of fact, most attacks upon Middle Ages in the past, and I know the people who like watch this show, they make like little quips at me about like Muslims and stuff. I don't give a flying fuck. You uneducated halfwits. Right? This show is not here, to promote or defend Islam. If Islam is true, it doesn't doesn't need me to defend it. All right. Islam is destiny. 1 billion Muslims, you are not going to stop Islam, you dumb son of a bitch, right? Not you, not today, right? You're not capable. And I know a couple people clicked off the show because they're like, oh, blah, 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 motherfucker. Well, this show's
pretty much, I mean, I guess it's an extension of me. So if you don't like me, you can kiss my ass, right? And stop watching this shit, right? Go do something else. As a matter of fact, most attacks upon the Middle Ages in the past, generally by apologists of modernity, are besides the point, he says. Because their essential trick is to project a modern man with this squeamishness, with his high standards of comfort, into an age when such things were unheard of. But notice that in any case, it is not an answer, for a dislike of the mechanized future does not imply the smallest reverence for any period of the past. D.H. Lawrence, wiser than the medievalists, chose to idealize the Etruscans, about whom we know conveniently little. But there is no need to idealize... Oh, wait. What the fuck? I think I skipped a line. It says, for the dislike of a mechanized future does not imply the smallest reverence for any period of the past. D.H. Lawrence, wiser than any medievalist, chose to idealize the Etruscans, whom we know conveniently little, but there is no need to idealize vanished and romantic people. Sorry, I'm getting delirious here, folks. It is what it is. It's not just me. He repeated the same line in the text. So I got kind of confused as I was reading it there. And I'm also seeing visual hallucinations like a spider rushing across the floor. So hang on to your seatbelts, folks. But there is no need to idealize. Okay, I just read that. Goddamn. When one pictures a desirable civilization, one pictures it merely as an objective. There is no need to pretend that it has ever existed in space and time. Press this point home. Explain that you wish to aim at making life simpler and harder instead of softer and more complex. And the socialist will usually assume that you want to revert to a quote-unquote state of nature, meaning meaning some stinking Paleolithic cave, as though there were nothing between a flint scraper and the steel mills of Sheffield, or between a skin coracle and the Queen Mary. So he's kind of talking about the loss of the sacred there, right? Finally, however, you will get an answer which is rather more to the point and which runs roughly as follows. Yes, what you are saying is all very well in its way. No doubt it would be very noble to harden ourselves, to do without aspirins, central heating, and so forth. But the point is, you see, that nobody seriously wants it. It would mean going back to the agricultural way of life, which means beastly hard work. And isn't it all the same thing as playing at gardening? I don't want hard work. You don't want hard work. Nobody wants it. Who knows what it means, says the technophile. You only talk as you do because you've never done a day's work in your life, etc., etc. Now, this is, in a sense, true. It amounts to saying, we're soft, for God's sake, let's stay soft, which is at least realistic, says Orwell. As I have pointed out already, the machine has got us in its grips, and to escape will be immensely difficult. Nevertheless, this answer is really an evasion, because it fails to make dear what we mean when we say that we want this or that. I am a degenerate, modern, semi-intellectual
who would die if I did not get up early morning with my cup of tea and my New Statesman every Friday. Clearly, I do not, in a sense, want to return to a simpler, harder, probably agricultural way of life. In the same sense, I don't want to cut down my drinking, to pay my debts, to do enough exercise, to be faithful to my wife, etc. But in another, more permanent sense, I do want these things. And perhaps in the same sense, I want a civilization in which progress is not definable as making the world safe for little, fat men. Little fatties. All right. And finally, is there anything one can doubt, he says. And there's only one more page here. I'm going to quickly read it. And next time we'll move on to a series of other texts that sort of explain the same situation. They break down the same exact situation. I've looked at least over the course of the last 2 weeks, we've looked at several different texts that explain this. From Plato to Shangzu to Walden to Ellul and so on and so forth. And as I said, we're doing a review of the major issues and themes. Somebody wants linkages. Okay, yeah, let me drop the link. So come through and have a conversation with us about technological progress. And yeah. Or just continue to listen to our various explanations and themes that we're presenting. It's been a swell time, folks. I've greatly appreciated the feedback, the correspondence, and the people that are taking part in the show. So yeah, the distaste for progress and machine civilization, which is so common among sensitive people, is only defensible as an attitude of mind. It is not valid as a reason for rejecting socialism because it presupposes an alternative which does not exist. When you say, I object to mechanization and standardization, therefore I object to socialism, you're saying, in effect, I am free to do without the machine if I choose, which is nonsense. We are all dependent upon the machine. And if the machines stopped working, most of us would die. So he's saying that This idea of technical necessity, he's pointing it out. Technological determinism. You may hate the machine civilization. Probably you are right to hate it. But for the present, there can be no question of accepting or rejecting it. The machine civilization is here. And it can only be criticized from the inside because all of us are inside it. It is only romantic fools who flatter themselves that they have escaped, like the literary gent in his two-door cottage with bathroom H and C, and the He-Man who goes off to live a primitive life in the jungle with a man liquor rifle, 4 wagon loads of tin food, and almost certainly the machine civilization will continue to triumph. There is no reason to think that it will destroy itself or stop functioning of its own accord. For some time past, it has been fashionable to say that war is presently going to wreck civilization altogether. But though the next full-size war will certainly be horrible enough to make all previous ones seem a joke, and I think he was right about that, but it is immensely unlikely that it will put a stop to mechanical progress, and he was right about that. It is true that a very vulnerable country like England and perhaps the whole Western Europe could be reduced to chaos by a few thousand well-placed bombs. No war is at ever present thinkable that could wipe out industrialization in all countries simultaneously. We may take it that the return to a simpler, free, less mechanized way of life, however desirable it may be, is not going to happen. This is not fatalism. It is merely acceptance of the facts. It is meaningless to oppose socialism on the ground that you object to the beehive state, for the beehive state is here. The choice is not as yet between a human and an inhuman world. It is simply between socialism and fascism, which at its very best is socialism, with virtues left out. The job of the thinking person, therefore, is not to reject socialism, but to make up his mind to humanize it. And of course, this is his idea. Like, he's saying that this huge thing is that we should oppose technology, not socialism, because technology is socialism. But so in the final analysis, he says socialism is not the problem. We can reform socialism, we could reform political ideologies, but we can't reform the technological system. So he says, once socialism is in a way to being established, those who can see through the swindle of progress will probably find themselves resisting. In fact, it is it is their special function to do so. In the machine world, they have got to be a sort of permanent opposition, he says. Okay, woof. 3.5 shows and we're done with that one. Good Lord. Quite a journey I've embarked on with you guys to go and explain that one again. And I hope you guys appreciate it. And of course, we will now move to looking at Jacques Ellul and the Technological Society. We'll spend a while looking at that. And of course, we're in sort of the last 100 pages of the text. Right? So I hope you guys will appreciate the series of explanations we've given on that, and I hope you appreciate this music. I've procured some videos for you guys that I think will be interesting to say the least.
Of course, we've had somewhat of a consistent sort of actually, no, you know what? I don't want to say that. You know what? Let me just not say anything. I appreciate you guys. I hope you guys have been appreciating the Friday show we're doing with Truther Cop. We did an excellent show with him this last Friday. Honestly, I don't think it got the respect that it deserved. But yeah. Appreciate you guys. Um. So obviously, Ellul is going to be talking about this idea of humanitarian techniques, and obviously, this is very much associated with the critique that we were reading of Orwell. Right. See, Orwell is critiquing Huxley's view, right, of this technological utopia, and how it's going to interact with this idea of humanism. And of course, as I've suspected, right, one of the great promoters of Ellul's work was Huxley, so maybe then he then took this idea of how the technical system was going to employ this form of sort of technical humanism and use it to quote unquote humanize technique, right, as it were. So he goes on to say, humanism, so he talks about humanism, a certain conception of man, right? It develops, right? He says it's an astonishing conception of man, right? That involves contempt for man's inner life at the advantage of his sociological life. So he says the first attempt is to look at man purely as a sociological being and to neglect his sort of inner affairs. So he says you sort of cancel out the individual and you look at man in terms of the society as a whole. Okay, so he says that's sort of the first step of humanism. Okay, and he's generally right. For example, right, we've looked at some of the ideas of classical liberalism, and yeah, they do seem to start off reducing man to a general state of nature. And then they proceed to develop a further conception of man within society.
Yeah. If I, yeah, personally, I've always been on the side of animals. It's not something I can forsake.
I know, but this isn't about our personal beliefs. Can you please comment on Ellul, or let's just go, let's just do something else, because we're talking about Ellul right now, not your personal beliefs, right?
Yeah, I know.
He's not talking about animals at all. So
yeah, no, yeah, I've read
you have
Ellul.
you have a tendency to divert the topic, right?
Yeah, I don't want to divert the topic. I just wanted to come on quickly and then leave.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
I just want to say
again, you're diverting. Can I please finish what I was talking about?
Yeah, I apologize. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
We can move to that in a minute. I mean, just give me 1 second. So yeah, defining man in terms of a sociological being, right, is inner life, and how this is accomplished by the state of nature philosophers, right, and so on and so forth. Yeah, so he says, I'm just going to quickly read this, then we'll allow the guests to have the floor, and then we'll move forward. So he says, unconscious materialists who are always prating of their spirituality. He says the position is admissible for conscious materialists, but I cannot admit it for the unconscious materialists who are always prating of their spirituality. I think Gunan talks about those guys too, right? The argument that moral development will follow material development can only be characterized as a hypocrisy. You know what? Actually, it's funny, because that is simply the point that I think that Orwell made in a very strong way. You know what? Let me actually go back to the text that I was just reading.
Because there's a striking parallel here. And I think I think I should he says yeah, he says, I am a degenerate, modern, semi-intellectual man who would die if I did not get my early morning cup of tea and my New Statesman every Friday. Clearly, I do not, in a sense, want to return to a simpler, harder, probably agricultural way of life. In the same sense, I don't want to cut down on my drinking, to pay my debts, to take enough exercise, to be faithful to my wife, etc., etc.
So he's connecting moral degeneracy and a lack of ability to change that state, right, with the addiction to technology, addiction to the machine. Anyways, let's take a break there, and we'll move back to ellul. And I don't want to take up people's time, so yeah, go ahead, my to the guest here. Yeah. Blessings.
Yeah. Oh, I want to make something clear. I'm not gonna come on here anymore. I don't have any. I don't want to jeopardize you or sabotage you. Okay, but I am not a.
So I'll have to go back and edit that part out when you said that word. So please mind the TOS restrictions on the channel. I don't appreciate that. It's not a good way to show that you're not a Fed. Just letting you know. Right? You come on one last time and all of a sudden well-known restrictions that you've been on many times. Right now you're not able to follow. So pretty surprising stuff. Strange behavior for sure. Yeah.
Wait. The F word is banned? No. I said the F word.
You understand what I said to you?
The other F slur.
Oh, damn.
You understand what I said to you just now? Go ahead and finish your statement so we can move on to ellul. You're having an emotional breakdown. Go ahead and finish your emotional breakdown, your emotional reaction. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so damn it, I shouldn't have said that. But anyway, I'm not a Fed, a Jew.
Oh, fuck yourself, dude. I don't care what you say, actually. But yeah, you're having an emotional breakdown. Please go ahead.
Oh, yeah, but I'm not. I'm none of those. I'm not perfect. I've made mistakes, but I try to be total in what I do and stuff. Try to be total. I'm reading the books, and I have to refine my vision and stuff. Yeah, I'm actually kind of done with my vision, but I'm just polishing the prose. I don't like going around slandering people, calling them Fed or trying to sabotage what they do.
You were just doing that.
Yeah, that was unintentionally,
Okay, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I don't mean to do the thing I was just doing. Yeah, man, I've heard that from you for months.
Yeah, for months, but I made some mistakes here and there.
Yeah, you made some mistakes. Yeah. All right, dude, are you done so we could go back to ellul? Because it's the point of this show, not your fucking emotional breakdown.
Yeah, just can you tell people not let them to slander me on your chat? That's all. That's I only came on here because of that.
Move on. No, people can say whatever they want.
Okay. All right. And slander me and spread false accusations.
Don't leave a bad taste in their mouth and leave good relations with people. People go on slandering me online too. I don't go around telling everybody to stop. Just deal with your own issues.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Should I be moderated though?
Anything that I could help you with personally?
Just moderate people who are saying my real name.
No, I won't. I won't do it. No, I won't do it. No, I won't do it. So what's your next move?
Yeah, there's nothing I can do that.
All right. Yeah. There's nothing you can do. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll just forget about you. Just leave them alone. They'll pretty much forget about you. That's how it
Yeah,
works.
that's what I would like. Yeah.
Yeah, then just leave them alone.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
All right.
I didn't know the MF
It
was.
seems like you antagonized people, and then they antagonized you back. It seems like that's what happened. That's what I saw happen. Are you surprised by that? You're a grown ass man, dude. Let's just move on to ellul. Thank you so much. Right. Thank you. Anyways, we were reading this. It's a great text, and I'll have to edit some of that part out because it's totally embarrassing. So, but yeah. Anyways, continuing on, and hopefully they don't restrict our views because of that. Just totally, people don't realize that this is a show, right? That I try to make it engaging for people, and we had, 20 people watching this entire time, and as soon as this dude came up and opened his mouth, there's like, it moved to like 9 people, and then 10 people, and and he's opening his mouth trying to break TOS, then it lowers our reach and stuff. And this is the point of this whole entire exercise. It's
I've said the MF before.
Fuck you. Shut up.
Oh, I didn't know it was against TOS.
Fuck
I didn't.
you.
All right.
You did know.
No,
Fuck
I
you.
didn't know.
You
because I
did
have
know.
said it
Fuck
before on
you.
your
You
stream.
did know. You did fucking know. You
I
did know.
did not
You
know.
stupid
No,
son of a
I
bitch.
didn't.
You did fucking know it. Stop
No, I
fucking
didn't.
lying.
I'm not.
You did
I'm not
know,
lying.
you
I'm
stupid
telling-
son of a bitch. You did fucking know that.
No, I
Shut
didn't
the
know
fuck up.
it. Yeah.
All right. Let's let him calm down because he's incapable of relaxing his mind. The
People don't even know like what the internet is anymore.
people don't know what they've been doing for months. What we've been talking about for months. What the rules are for months. They pretend they don't know. This is exactly what it is. Every single time they came on, they broke some sort of TOS restriction for the past months that we've known them. Saying again and again that the Jays should be wiped out, or this should happen, or this is. People are fucking retarded, dude. And they kept claiming that the FBI came to my house because I said the Jews should be wiped out on Reddit. And then they're talking about they're coming onto the show to say the same fucking thing on my channel. Right? Literally. Who just left the show?
Cecil.
Oh yeah. Cecil's Mossad radar was going off.
Yes.
And here's a interesting moment in time. That I think I'll share here. I think it's too funny.
What is the Mossad?
Some pretty cool people to have on your. I think the Mossad are some pretty cool people to have on your side.
What is the Mossad?
That's got to be one of the best moments on the internet. Come on, people. That's got to be one of the greatest moments on the internet that has happened live, and I'm so glad to have caught it live.
Really a deal breaker for me. Not really a deal.
So they ask him, "What's the deal with the Israeli and Palestinian conflict?" And he goes, "Either way, it's not really a deal breaker for me."
Sheesh.
So he just straight up says like, I don't know. All right.
I'm kind of lukewarm on the issue, to be honest. I'm good if we do. I'm good if we don't.
Milk toast.
Not really a deal breaker for me. I think the Mossad are some pretty cool people to have on your side.
What is the Mossad?
That's a shocking question. That's a pretty shocking question to ask.
Holy fucking shit, bro.
What is the Mossad? Like straight up, like what are those motherfuckers? Like straight up. Like who that be? All right. All right.
Yeah.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
I said MS before. I really didn't know. I apologize. You know, I
All
know
right.
the end.
We gotta move on to Lul. This is getting too crazy. All right, let's just move on to Lul. This is getting insane. Since 1947. What? Since 1947, when Israel was established. Wait, what?
Huh?
I don't know. Like page 339, it literally says since 1947, we have witnessed the same humanist rationalizing with respect to the earth itself. What happened in 1947? In the United States, for example, methods of large-scale agriculture had been savagely applied. That's so weird that
That's some kind of synchronicity, bro.
I'm just trying to see what's the precedence for him mentioning this date here. I don't know, but I'm pretty sure I'm like earlier in this thing. Anyways. Technique reveals its essential efficiency in discerning that man has a sentimental and moral life, which can have great influence on his material behavior. And in proposing to do something about such factors on the basis of its own ends, these factors are for technique human and subjective. But if means can be found to act upon them, to rationalize them, and to bring them into line, they need not be a technical drawback. Of course, man as such does not count. When the technical problem is well in hand, the professional humanists look at the situation and dub it quote unquote humanist. This procedure suits the literati. I think that's like the intellectual elites.
Yeah.
The moralists and philosophers who are concerned about the human situation. Which is more natural than for philosophers to say, quote, see how we are concerned with man, and for their literary admirers to echo, quote, at last a humanism which is not confined to playing with ideas, but which penetrates the facts. Unfortunately, it is a historical fact that this shouting of humanism always comes after the technicians have intervened. For a true humanism, it ought to have occurred before. There is nothing more than the traditional psychological maneuver called rationalizing. And then he says, since 1947. What the fuck? We have witnessed the same humanist rationalizing. I'm not sure why he's using this same year, right? With respect to the Earth itself. Is that when they made Earth Day? No, I think that was in 1970 something.
Yeah.
That's 1970.
1970.
Don't ask me how I got that one right. I think it's because it's like a rounded off number, to be honest. But
In the United States, for example, methods of large-scale agriculture had been savagely applied. The humanists became alarmed by this violation of the sacred soil. This lack of respect for nature, but the technical people troubled themselves not at all until the steady decline in agricultural productivity became apparent. Technical research discovered that the earth contains certain trace elements which become exhausted when the soil is mistreated. This discovery made by Sir Albert Howard in his thorough investigation of Indian agriculture has led to the conclusion that animal and vegetable organic fertilizers were superior to any and all artificial fertilizers. Oh yeah, but I think okay, so let me actually look this up when this was instituted here. Because I was telling people about this in the Discord earlier.
Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna, but yeah, I like ellul a lot. I would probably pass a quiz on ellul if you were to make one live. I would take a quiz. You know, feel my knowledge in ellul is sufficient.
Yeah, that's not really the point here. But yeah, but yeah, this idea of fertilizers, right? Where he's saying that, you know, natural fertilizers are better than artificial ones, and I'm not sure how much this method had began to be instituted. Actually, you know what? Let me actually see the history. During the 19th century, the demands for nitrates increased. Process. Motherfucker. So I'm not able to figure out where exactly. Well, they won the Nobel Prize for it in 1914. And then the use of munitions. So I don't know. Was ellul aware of the wide scale use of synthetic fertilizer, or was that a thing in ellul's time? I'm not sure. Or was it just something that was developed by the Germans in World War One, I believe? With the Haber method, the guy who invented Zyklon B. Okay, so we've talked about on the show before the use of synthetic nitrogen to produce fertilizer, and of course it's a process where they introduce petroleum to ammonium nitrate. And honestly, they do a lot of things with petroleum. Like, for example, I think petroleum was used to create aspartame. Or no, wait, that's E. coli bacteria, I think. Or no, wait, was it both? Oh, no, here, let me look this up. I'm getting my things mixed up. Yeah, that's something else.
But yeah, one thing that they I forget what they feed to the E. coli bacteria. To get aspartame. I'm not finding it. But yeah, incidentally, E. coli bacteria is created from pigs. They recently found this out. I guess it comes from pigs. It's like a virus that came from the piggies. So, anyways, in the United States, for example, methods of large-scale agriculture had been savagely applied. And of course, today they're finding out there's other methods, obviously, because the synthetic fertilizer poisons the water, and the sort of reliance on pesticides poisons the the animal life in the area. In Silent Spring, she talks about all sorts of, they need sort of bats, ladybugs, spiders. These things get wiped out, right? The native plant species get wiped out, right? But what grows is like weeds, invasive species. These things like ladybugs and spiders and stuff, they eat like little insects that parasitize the plants, right? So if you grow a field of monoculture, right, for like a fungus or a invasive species to not spread throughout the whole field, you need to use pesticides, right? So, and of course, if you're gonna do a monocultural grow operation, then it's going to deplete all the nutrients from the soil. So you need synthetic fertilizers to then replenish the nutrients in the soil so you could grow more food. Right? So these farming operations are literally made of chemicals, and of course the plowing and the all that stuff is done by heavy duty machinery that uses fuel, right? It requires fuel to run, right? So large scale farming operations, right? They're largely like it's obviously a huge operation, right? So he says, up to now, no one has succeeded in finding a way of replacing trace elements artificially. The technicians have recommended more care in the use of fertilizers and moderation in the utilization of machinery. Wait, hold on. In short, respect, quote unquote, for the soil, and all nature lovers rejoice. Well, is any real respect for the earth involved here? Clearly not. The important thing was agricultural yield. It might be objected, quote, who cares what the real cause were? If the result is respect for man or for nature, if technical excess brings us to wisdom,
let us by all means develop techniques. If man must be effectively protected by a technique that understands him, we may at least rest assured that he will be better protected than he ever was by all philosophies. I mean, that's some shit. Better protected than by all his philosophies, right? So that is kind of the, I mean, that is what scientists have claimed. Even the promoters of science have claimed that, right? Like, didn't Neil deGrasse Tyson say philosophy is dead?
Something like that.
You know, he like went around, took this grandiose stance. He's not a scientist, he's a science promoter. Obviously he was lambasted because tons of I mean, obviously there's a false dialectic between science and philosophy there.
Yep.
You know, he doesn't understand that for its epistemic foundations, basically science does a lot of philosophizing. And they admit this, and so on and so forth. And then secondly, most of the quote-unquote scientific truths were actually discovered by philosophers, right? Who proclaim them as, you know, explanations of the universe far in advance of any scientific, you know, advancements, right? That then, quote unquote, verified their findings. We know that science cannot prove any of the things they found out, right? It's just simply what they have up to now in their most up-to-date form of what can be known with the current scope of what can be accomplished with their theories and practices. And of course, the scientists themselves admit this, right? Because if the search for scientific knowledge were complete, there'd be no need to continue this enterprise. So they claim they have no access to universal truths or philosophical truths, yet, as I said, in their epistemic foundation and in many of their proclaimed quote-unquote truths, but which they do proclaim, they use philosophical theories, philosophical forms of justification, and philosophical epistemic foundations, so on and so forth. And any philosopher or scientist really knows this today, right? It's like philosophy 101 and science 101, really, in the universities, right? It's like, it's going to be something that you're not going to be not aware of, right? Anyways, but yeah, this is what they claim, right? They claim that they've put an end to philosophy, right? And Ellul thinks it's some grandiose claim too. He says this is hocus pocus. He calls it hocus pocus, straight up. He says this is hocus pocus. Page 340 of the Technological Society. It says this is hocus pocus. Today's technique may respect man because it is in its interest and part of its normal course of development to do so, but we have no certainty that this will be so in the future. We could have a measure of certainty only if technique by necessity and for deep and lasting reasons subordinated its power and principle to the interests of man. Otherwise, a complete reversal is always possible. Tomorrow might be in technique's interest to exploit man, brutally to mutilate and suppress him. We have, as for now, no guarantee whatsoever that this is not the road it will take. On the contrary, we see all around us at least as many signs of increasing contempt for man as of respect for him. Technique mixes the one with the other indiscriminately. The only law it follows is that for its own autonomous development, to me, therefore, it seems impossible to speak of a technical humanism, he says. But of course, this is what is bandied about by the transhumanists. Right. As we've seen. Right, we've read many of their works. And ellul says that obviously, as he's pointed out, many of their goals will be just to alter man and to adjust him to the system. Because I said, in between two goals, the one of improving the system and the other of improving man, they will sell people the fact that they're improving man and not the system. Right, that man will become a superman, he'll supersede nature, but in a sense, they'll just be adjusting man to the system. And the claim of creating this Superman. Obviously, that's how they'll sell it, right? And there's already a lot of proof of that, right? I mean, look at what the guy Kurzweil said, right, recently with the interview me and Truther Cop were watching. Right, he said your intelligence will double a quadrillion fold. But of course, we can't live without the phone.
Yeah, what a hoot that interview was.
Yeah, so it's like this exchange. It's like you give away your ability to live without the technology, but you integrate it into yourself, and finally, you get superhuman abilities. So it's kind of this trade-off, right? It's like there's no going back. You're kind of stuck where you are. You have to rely on it. Either way, you might as well combine yourself with it to improve your abilities. It's like how they're selling, it's essentially exactly how they were selling it in that interview. So yeah. Yeah, I mean, he will. Yeah, I mean, like I said, for the people having emotional issues, I mean, if you just leave people to their thing, they will stop, and they'll eventually stop. But now that you've triggered them, they may continue for a little while. This is just how it works. We've all dealt with this with each other, so obviously it's nothing new, right? I don't know why. Obviously, I just do my show, and then obviously I have tons of conversations about the material off the show. But for some reason, people want to have these conflicts, and sometimes they become fixated on me. And yeah, it takes them days and days and days to be, and sometimes weeks and weeks and months and months and months to become not fixated with me anymore. But some of these people, they lock sights on, somebody, and they become obsessed, and they're addicted to the technology, and they want to get a response out of people, and it becomes a thing they have to react to. And it fuels this constant pattern. Obviously, we're having manufactured conflicts to avoid dealing with the conflicts in our own lives. I mean, that is really literally what's happening there.
if we just focus on the show material, I think we learn a lot about the state of our society. You can't do both. You can't type about all of these things and then also pay attention to the show material. So consider that when you're typing at somebody and having a conflict with them, you're actually not paying attention to what's being said here on stage. Critical facts that you could be internalizing. You know, and I'm sure many people don't see it that way. They just see it as entertainment. They just see themselves as a mirrored reflection of what's being presented and in terms of the collective. And they want to blend in and, you know, oh yeah, I'm just an avatar. I'm just a face and name on a screen. And, you know, nothing I say matters anyways. So I'll just say whatever I want. Isn't that most people's attitude? They have no responsibility with their words. They have no sense of beauty. That hundreds of people may be watching their words fly past the screen. And instead of hearing about what I'm saying, they're looking at this. You're a ass, fuck, bitch, cunt, loser, scumbag, F word, N word, Oh man.
Tent, and he could accomplish more. Nobody gives a fuck about your dumbass fucking philosophy. Nobody gave a fuck about anybody's philosophy takes. What the fuck? When did a philosopher ever do a fucking thing? Show me one time a philosopher ever did a fucking thing.
Facts.
Whoa.
Facts.
Are they? Maybe they should get Neil deGrasse Tyson on their panel because I think he'd agree. And those guys pretend like they don't have totally just shill opinions. And like they're just totally innovative. Oh, philosophy is useless. Like nobody's ever said that before. Like we've never said that hundreds of times on this show. Stupid motherfuckers. We do the damn thing. Do this.
Oh, it's about time for Neurojack to show up.
It's about time for Neuro's input. Yeah, I appreciate you guys. Thank you guys. Frank Monday, what's going on? Ignore the chat. Sit on the panel list. Yeah, man. I appreciate you. Yeah, we're gonna have to do some moderation, innovation, creation in terms of we'll only have a few mods in here going forward because the chat is flooded with mods. We need another mod apocalypse. This time it will be very severe. I predict almost everybody will lose their mods except for 2 or 3 people that maintain a level of kindness that I found congenial to my standards of kindness and cordialness. And the rest of you, man, you really ought to integrate some level of beauty or some level of just grace into your everyday interactions because you guys seem rather young, dumb, and full of cum, as they say, right?
Sheesh.
Jizzy words and opinions that seem to, reflect wankerisms of various kinds when you project your ineffectual nature onto the screen through pride and insolence, mixture of those two. Let's not be complacent with our own emotional distress. Let's try to level up here, right? We're all in this together. We're in the same boat. Okay? I truly mean that for you guys. I've tried to provide you guys with platforms. I've given you guys the ability to speak your minds. I've given you the ability to say what you want within reason. Express yourself. Some people have been prideful and arrogant, but you know, I appreciate their contributions when it's in relation to the material that we've covered. And of course, time will tell how much of it reflects the true nature of the material here. You know, because yeah, we will have to filter out a lot of nonsense, as we said. And what we'll be left with is the true meat and bones. So Kuna Matata. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna erase that comment, man. Come on, man. The Iranians are my brothers. So let's not say inbred and all that stuff. Come on, man. Let's just delete that. Delete that, man. Let's not hate Iranians just because of one dude. Come on, man. Like, what is going on here? You know, I love Jews. I love Iranians. I mean, I don't hate anybody, man. I mean, let's just be honest here. I mean, this is despicable behavior. Yeah. I mean, come on, man. Let's just keep it tight. Let's keep it ship-shape around here. Have racist comments in the chat so that people can come and report the channel. I mean, this is stupidity, right? You know? But yeah, I appreciate you guys. All right, hold on. Yeah, I'm getting rid of that one. See, look, there we go. There we go, man. I erased one comment for you about Iranians. I respect your people. How about that? So let's just be nice to each other from now on. And let's just call spade a spade, as they say, right? Remember when you guys were both fighting and against me and telling me that I'm a bad guy? I mean, come on, man. You guys are some real characters.
Satramon.
That just happened. Well, am I hallucinating here? Or, God damn, you guys sure have a lot of problems with a lot of people, and they sure change and switch around. I mean, let's just be honest. But yeah, man. Yeah, I mean, I don't mean to be cliche, but you know, some of this is for the purposes of entertainment, and it would be good to stop the hate. Okay, so now we're going off about... Oh my god. You know, I'm going to delete that one too, man. What did I just fucking say, man? You know what? What did I just fucking say? God damn, motherfuckers. You guys want to get me popped out here, man, it seems like. Your goal is to, like, you know, talk about Jews and N-words and Jewish N-words. Like Marx was talking about Jewish N-words. How dare he? How fucking dare he? Well, this has been quite a ride, guys. I mean, I'm not saying I'm putting my total stamp of approval on this one, but yeah, I mean, it's been real. This is why we can't have nice things.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? This... You know what I mean? And so on and so forth. I think the real ones know and understand what I mean by that. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder where you are. You know what I mean? And yeah, it be like that sometime. And mainly just rambling at this point. So don't know if anybody noticed, But yeah, I mean, I really appreciate you guys. I think there's been a good amount of engagement here today, and I think we'll basically do a musical outro, musical outro, and that will suffice to move us into the next phase of this experience. I mean, I guess I'll drop the link one last time, see if anybody wants to participate. I mean, it's all up to the people. We have a little bit of time we can spend. I've talked about Ellul, Orwell, literally for 5 hours. And I got no quiz for people, but obviously we're all in this together, and we all need to reflect on Ellul. Obviously we're all going to have different levels of understanding, and two minds are better than one. We put our heads together and figure out what's going on, and then try to solve the biggest problem of our age. Which is not politics, not religion. Dare I say it's not even, quote unquote, science and liberalism. Those things are just stepping stones to a greater issue, a greater problem. And one person greetings.
Greetings.
What's poppin'? Oh, all right.
I got like a 7 second lag.
Hey, why are
But
you
yeah,
doing that?
I heard you were gonna do
You just want
a
drama?
music thing.
Do you just want
So
drama, huh? I
I'm
can't
here for that.
because my wife is sleeping. I don't want to be.
Let's
Listen,
cut out the curse words. Let's talk like gentlemen.
I'm not cursing. I didn't curse.
All right, I'm just saying.
Yeah, but listen, I don't want drama. Okay, I don't want drama. I haven't been perfect. Okay, I've said things I regret. I do care about the material. I've given presentations. I've contributed to countless months of talks on ellul and other stuff. I would just appreciate it if you just shut up about me, please. Because it's just not. This is not good. Going around calling people feds, calling people. Listen. Okay, I have my own
No one
philosophy.
called you a fad.
Yeah,
No
you
one
said
called you a fad.
I'm a fed keeping tabs on people. You said that. And then you gave
No,
my real
that's not
name.
what I said.
You gave
No.
my real name.
No,
You gave my real name. You did. You gave my
All right,
real
let's
name.
go ahead and delete
No, I
that in the
did not
chat.
give
Delete
you-
the names in the chat.
Yeah, that's why I came on here, because of him.
All right. Well, where is that in the chat so I know?
It's,
I'll go
it's
ahead
up
and delete
there.
it.
You gotta scroll up. He wrote
It's
my
not
name
in
with
the chat.
typos.
At what
With
timestamp?
I have to see if I can scroll up. I'll give you the timestamps. I have to go get the timestamp.
Dude,
I'll give you the timestamp.
He's
He said
exploring
my
the
last
options
name
of
too.
truth right now. Is what
No, he gave
it's
my
not
last
true.
name also.
No,
I took a screenshot. And stuff. Let me see.
2:09
Good for
a.m.
you, man. Yeah, thanks for letting us know. Thanks for letting us know you take screenshots.
Yeah, but listen.
It's gonna suck if we're proven wrong. It's gonna
normal and
suck.
stuff.
It's gonna suck if we're proven wrong. Is what it is. Yeah.
He did do it.
I'm sorry you're so sensitive. Like honestly, like I'm really not trying to take advantage of your sensitiveness, but I can't help what
he
you're
did
doing
share
right
my
now. You
name.
know?
I'm
If I
not making
could,
fun.
I would say.
He wrote.
Yeah. Uh-oh. I'm fucking losing reception.
Yeah, man. Why are you writing his name there, man?
He shared my name. He wrote separate.
Look, okay, so this is an example of a guy on the internet that doesn't like he wants to be taken seriously in some ways, but not seriously in other ways.
I have
That
my
are,
own
you know,
philosophy.
and like so he's worried about his image first and foremost. He's saying,
No, I'm
"Don't say this
worried that
about
you're
me.
going
Don't say
around
that about
sharing
me."
my name.
So he's worried about his
Okay.
image, and it's cool, man. Like not everyone's new to the internet. Not everyone's got an FBI visit off the internet like this guy. Like
Yeah,
it's it is what it is. Guy takes notes on people hard fucking core.
Yeah, no, I
Don't
mean
even play.
philosophy.
Don't even try to pretend like you haven't.
Absolutely. No,
And
listen,
cool.
you were sharing my name. You said you weren't coming on here again. You said you weren't coming on for 1 or 2 years. You're gonna make 400K as a metal fabricator, stuff like that. You know, and then you come back and you're saying I'm a fed taking notes on people. I'm taking notes on the philosophy. You know, I read books that Twilight recommended, that Hyperborean recommended. I read books that TML recommended. You haven't read anything. And so all you're doing is coming on here and slandering me. And you even shared my name with a typo. Who the fuck are you to be saying that I'm the one who is the fed? You know, I have a philosophy and stuff.
Nobody
I have a
said you were
philosophy I'm
fed.
working out and
Nobody
stuff. I
said you
wrote a
were
book.
fed.
I wrote a book. You know, you stop
Yeah, you're
going
good.
around and talking about me and saying I'm a fed and stuff. Just stop doing it. Just forget about me.
Nobody
and stuff.
said you were a fed.
Yes, you said I'm a fed keeping tabs on
Dude,
people. You said
listen, nobody said you were a
that. Now
fed.
you're
I'm
gaslighting
actually
you know, Neurojack is right about you. You know,
no.
Neurojack is
Now I'm
honorable.
actually a little bit more
Neurojack
concerned that
is
you're
honorable.
assuming that people. No, actually,
No, I
you're
don't like you.
gaslighting
You know,
me.
I
You're
can't
gaslighting
start
me.
talking to you.
All right.
Neurojack is
Gentlemen,
Okay,
if I
because
may
nobody,
interject,
as far as my look,
hey
look,
guys, if I may
as far as anything I know, Mister.
if I may interject really quick,
You
I just
even
want to.
came out here saying Amen Buddha's handler. What's your point? Huh?
No, I just want
You
to give
know,
a quick shout out to TML. I thought this was TML's channel and TML's show. And Reddington, what's up? Hey, how's it going, man? And yeah, so I jumped up because I wanted to chat on the topics. And there's a bit of a love fest between Buddha and his handler. A little bit cray-cray.
yeah, let me see if I got
Yes.
it. Yeah, I think I took a picture of it. Let me find it. You know, let's do it. I see
Very
that.
good.
So blessings, TML.
He
And
was
everyone
also
else.
threatening to
Gentlemen.
All
get
right,
in
so no
contact
one
with
ever said this. No one like I've never said anyone is a fed on this entire fucking on this. Well, I will say the one person I ever said was a fed was Based Oracle. I was pretty fucking sure that guy was a fed, but that was like a year and a half ago. This he's overreaching, which actually makes me more suspicious of him, to be honest with you. You know,
Oh,
just saying. I never said that shit. He's making
I
it
read
up.
a book.
He's jumping to conclusions.
No.
He's jumping
I
to
read-
conclusions.
No,
He's an Aristotelian
I agree
idiot.
as Neurojack, not you. I
Yeah,
agree as
Speculative
from
idiot.
the ideas box,
speculate
guys.
all you
Lizard,
want.
Lizard
I
Tree
read
has
a
a good
book.
idea.
I read a
She
book
says
that
that
Reddington recommended. Okay,
you guys could do a
I can
rap
even show
battle.
you my physical copy right now. I can go get the physical copy and stuff. You know, I'm not making shit up. I'm really listen. I'm the only one of the only people here who actually reads books people recommend. You know, I even
Oh, you're so much better, dude. You're so much better.
Yeah,
oh my
I'm
god.
better
Like,
than you. You know, Neurojack
yeah,
is right about
you
you.
can't,
You're
you know,
worthless. You're
you
worthless
can't.
trash.
Yeah,
You know,
you can't. You can't
you're
into
worthless
it. You
trash.
can't
You love
into it.
stalking people.
You
You love
can't into
gossiping
it.
about
Certain
them.
things.
Yeah, you
You need
go
to be
talk
told
You
exactly
gotta
what to
settle
think.
down, or
Yeah.
you're gonna wake up the old lady.
Yeah, I don't want to wake up my wife. I don't want to yell, but I want to say
Yeah.
this. You know, I
She might
think
ask
Brown,
you to paint
you
the
are
hallway.
the most despicable person here. I really don't like you. I think you are a scoundrel. You are a liar and a nightmare.
Who is he anyway? I don't even recognize the name. Avian Buddha. Can you dox him? Who are we talking to?
I'm not
Who
gonna
is it?
dox him. You know, I don't want to.
No, I don't mean dox him, but
There's
what's his YouTube handle?
Dox
Is it Browns Boy?
Yeah, dox that boy.
Huh?
Wait,
Browns
what?
Boy.
de facto leader of the talent agency, casting members all across the panel verse. Welcome to the show, Browns Boy. How you doing, man?
Let us know.
Yeah, I saw it. I
How
said
do you
maybe
feel
he
today?
deleted it. He deleted it.
On a
He
full
said my name,
moon.
but he deleted it. Damn,
Yeah,
I didn't
welcome,
screenshot
Hank.
it. So.
Yep.
He did say it though. He
Oh,
misspelled it.
blessings. Hank is here. Okay, guys, the show isn't about everyone individually. It's about the collective. And
Yeah, Hank.
I don't
we're
delete
trying to
shit.
figure out
There's very little I
who's a
delete.
member of the Order of Nine Angles here. So
Brother Hank's in the house.
Wait, what?
Oh my god, dude.
I even read a
That's
book that Hank
incredible.
recommended.
That's
I even bought a book that Hank
incredible.
recommended.
Hank and Frank. It's like me and my shadow.
Most of the messages are gone. It looks like I'm talking to myself. So I don't see it and stuff.
Oh,
Like
so
I'm
yeah,
talking-
you want points with Hank now. I know. Dude, Hank's not stupid. He knows. He knows. Yeah. Hank knows when someone's looking for points. So, invite Hank up. I would love Hank to join if possible. Hank's a great guy, honestly. Dude shows up. He has a certain way. If you can't listen to how he speaks, then you know.
Yeah, I think
you guys
want to Jack. I don't like you.
But yeah.
You want a little breakdown on
But
it?
yeah, so like just so you know, none of this actually solves the fact that you're a aristocrat lineage and that you're inbred. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't say that. I don't know.
You said you're also giving personal details about my father and stuff about I don't want my financial stuff. Yeah, I have that.
Hank did that. Hank, would you Sammy Davis Jr. Hank, would you Sammy Davis Jr. to
No,
Frank
God.
Sinatra?
No,
Black
God.
wall,
What are you
Buddha,
talking about?
he did share my name. I swear on Buddha, he shared my name.
Like the
He misspelled it.
seashore clings to the
Misspelled it,
sea.
and my last name. I'm not making that up. I
Like you'll
swear on
never
Buddha.
get rid of me,
No,
Frank. You'll
I don't
never
think
get
so.
rid
I don't think I
of me.
did.
No, just think about this
No,
Russian.
I don't think I did actually.
This guy,
I'll protest. I'll protest that 100%. Yeah, wherever you want to take it, it's
scapegoat
fine.
me for all the bad stuff. He's trying to scapegoat me for all the bad stuff, and he's lying. Okay, he. I swear on Buddha, he did share my first and last name, but he misspelled them though, so it didn't really matter. He really butchered my last name, but
you're the problem.
No, you're the problem. Neurojack is 100% right about you and stuff. You were talking for 8 hours.
Dude, you can make record of that. And look, I'm a proponent of you actually making that known for the script or whatever's going on. I don't really,
really
care
thought
about
you guys
that,
would be
like,
interested
in the
in
end, you're
hearing-
wrong, and nothing will
Hey,
come from
Hank,
it. So congratulations.
Frank.
No, let me.
I'm sorry. I thought you guys would be interested in hearing a Hank and Frank duet.
No,
me as Frank
shut up,
Sinatra.
Frank.
Hank
No.
as Sammy Davis Jr. No, you wouldn't do that with me, Hank. Come on now.
No,
Let me say something.
Ooh, Hank and Frank sounds actually pretty
Let
good.
me say something. Let me
That's
say
sad.
this. Yeah,
I'm a little
Hank and
disappointed.
Frank
he's not coming on for 1 or 2 years. He's gonna make 400K as a metal fabricator. He was slandering TMO for 8 hours straight, and he was slandering Neurojack 2 and Lorp, and now he's back, and now he's slandering me and stuff.
Even Buddha, it's weird that you're not triggered when someone accused you of being an elite if you know you're not an elite.
No, I didn't.
That'd be weird. That you're triggered.
No. My family they had railroads in Iran. Okay, so I'm not a jail.
No. This guy's reaching.
Turks.
He's desperate. He also told me that he's gonna off himself at one point. He needs $450 to buy a shotgun.
Right now, I feel more like
he goes, "Please don't tell my wife that I'm telling you stuff." So this guy's on the internet. This guy's on the internet, super drunk.
Listen, you keep
and so like he's kind of misremembering certain details, and in the end, it will all come out. So I'm not worried about it.
No, you are. Neurojack is 100% right about you. Okay, you were saying
you are
stuff.
a turd.
You said you aren't coming back. Okay.
Why are
for
the
1
chatters
year,
predictive?
And you said that. You said that you're gonna make like 400K, like doing your job.
Okay, you're telling the exact truth. Okay, buddy.
You're
There's a
saying
lot
you're
of inside
overread.
baseball. Is everybody caught up?
Then you
Hank, are
come
you
back
all caught
slandering
up?
me.
Oh
and stuff.
God.
Then you come back slandering
Yeah.
me.
All right, man. Were you?
Okay.
You're
Look.
you're the agent. You're the agent making me
You
a
can look.
scapegoat.
You can
That's the way I
reach.
feel.
You can. Yeah, I understand, bro. Yeah, look, I actually understand what you're saying more than you do. So if you shut your inbred ass up for 5 minutes, you know.
Not inbred. Damn it, I'm not inbred. Okay, you know, it's calling. I'm not inbred. Okay, I did the genetic studies and stuff.
Oh my God, dude.
I'm not.
Okay, buddy.
It's around 123.
Well, here's an interesting
If
factoid
that's
you
what you
guys
want to
might
go
not
with,
be
we'll figure it
aware of.
out within a month.
I literally
Good for
have
you.
a necktie
Liar ass
out
bitch.
What am
no,
I
I
lying
do.
about?
Out of
Yeah.
Frank Sinatra's collection. I have one of his neckties.
Listen, okay.
You know what? I actually have, to be honest with you, I actually have more money than I'd even give him like 50K.
Yeah, let me tell you that I read ellul, I read Robert Temple's book, I read Nimrod D. Rosiero. I took.
I've
serious-
sang all of Frank Sinatra's songs.
Shut up, man! Just shut up and let me talk. Okay?
All of them. All of them.
Okay, let me talk.
I did it my way.
You're not funny. Okay. I read the books
trying to
people
be
recommended, and I take notes on the philosophy.
Entertaining.
I'm not taking tabs on people. I take notes on the philosophy because I wrote my own book. It's really that simple. I don't agree with TM on everything, okay, but I do agree with him on, a little technique. I view that as symbolic capture. My book goes into that deeply, semiotic capture. I agree with him on that. I don't think technological growth is a good thing. I've been serious about that since day one. I read David Skrbina. I found this place via David Skrbina's website and other stuff. I'm not keeping tabs on people. You said that initially, and that's not good. You shouldn't go around slandering people like that. I don't ever tell people randomly, hey, I know this guy named Brown's Boy. He acts like a fishy actor, and I say that on like public. I don't do that kind of nonsense. But we're doing that to me and stuff. This makes me see that Neuro Jack was 100% right. He's right about you. You have a weird obsession with stalking people and then, accusing them. And then when people do that to you, you act crazy and stuff. That's why you're weird and stuff. Not long ago, you were calling me a friend. Not long ago. You see what I mean? Now you're going around and saying I'm an actor, keeping tabs on people. No, I read the books people recommend and I take notes on their ideologies because I have my own philosophy and I don't agree with them on everything. I enjoyed,
Can you give me an example of something you disagreed with to Machine Lies on?
Yeah, I don't think scaling back is feasible. I think only total collapse can do it. The Joseph Tainter talks about that and his idea of diminishing returns. You can look up Joseph Tainter. As the system gets more complex, it becomes more difficult to manage and scale back in a controlled manner. So, Skrbina also. So that's one area of attention I have and stuff. So yeah.
Well, it turns out I never presented that as the only solution. So
he's a modern boy.
That's a bit of a straw man, but
yeah, sorry about that.
Exactly.
Yeah, I made Skrbina. I don't agree with Skrbina. Okay, actually. Think TML is a bit more flexible. Yeah, that is accurate. Yes, he's more flexible in his approach. Yes, he's much more flexible. That is correct. Yeah, but I wasn't.
That's just your opinion.
Yeah, it's my opinion. I have my opinion, my own philosophy.
That's your opinion.
I asked him about his opinion, Brown's Boy, but
yeah, I mean, I have no problem with people
disagreeing
disagreeing with me. I don't have a problem with them. If people want to disagree with me, they're free to do so. There's nothing wrong with that. I have my own vision. That intersects with many aspects of this channel, but areas of divergence too. There's nothing wrong with it. There are people of many different philosophical backgrounds here. One person I really like on the channel is Hyperborean. Okay, I like Hyperborean, even though I don't agree with his vision, I find it enriching and stuff. I engage with. Shut up. You don't engage people deeply. You don't go into their vision deeply or the philosophy or read material.
Oh, dude, I'm waiting for you to go deep. I'm waiting for you to go deep.
Buddha, that's the only person you like? I thought you liked me.
Yeah, I don't think Hyperborean would.
What the hell, Buddha?
Just to let people know,
double standards all over the place for this guy.
Yeah, I thought you liked Reddington too. You don't like TML?
Nimrod D. Rosiero, I do like his vision. It's just I don't
What about
agree.
Dr.
with-
D? Dr.
Yeah, but
D
real
head.
quick. Yeah, but real quick. Yeah, I don't think that Hyperborean would want to like take like a special patronage of this show material. I think me and Hyperborean,
You're
and we
doing
talk
good,
a lot
Avian.
on
You're doing great.
yeah, we talk a lot on different issues, and yeah, obviously he is one of the people that comes on the show.
Thank
But-
you. Thank you for
Yeah,
your
but I don't
judgment.
think. Yeah, but that's my own. I think. I don't think that. Hyperborean is necessarily connected to the show any more than anybody else here, right? I think the only
True
person
facts.
pretty much definitely connected to the show right now is Reddington, because he's kind of like, the co.
I've never been so aware that other species other than humans have a choice at being better than humans. I never knew that until I met Avian Buddha. This guy's got some really good, interesting things if you listen to him for quite a while. But if you listen to him in the backstage, he talks about a lot of wild shit that it doesn't really, to me, it doesn't really add up. But
Yeah,
that's okay.
I'll say it right here. I'm racist and I am anti-Semitic. Okay, yeah, I am. Okay, there you go. Okay,
He's honest. He's
Yeah,
honest
yeah,
to a
I'm
fault.
not
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's not
Yeah.
good.
Yeah. So what? Don't tell me what to believe. I approach things with intellectual honesty. I also bought TML's book. I need to read it soon. I plan to read his book, even though
Well, it's
TML.
not the standard parlance
Hey guys,
in today's society.
let me finish talking about
I've
TML's
given.
book.
Okay.
I don't think you ever finish.
Yeah.
Have you ever given 20 grand to anybody? Just asking.
I've never known you to finish.
Yeah, I bought TML's book. I plan to read it soon, even though TML and me are not on good terms. Okay, I still plan to read the book because these topics interest me. Okay, my book intersects with a lot of the topics. Okay, but we do fundamentally differ in many areas, like evolution. Okay, I believe in evolution. Okay, I accept evolution. He doesn't. That's fine. Okay, I'm not gonna enforce my beliefs on anyone.
No, it's okay,
here's the
but
thing.
no one wants you to
here's
have those beliefs either, though. That's the problem.
Yeah, real quick, Browns. I don't know if you can hear me all too well, but the thing is that
You have the total Fed beliefs.
Yeah, I think he's not.
That's the
How am
problem.
I a Fed?
That's
Why
what
would a
idiot the
Fed be
machine
going around
lies.
talking about ecological stuff? Why would a Fed go around talking
He
about
probably can't hear
ecological?
you either, Hank.
I'm not a Fed.
Why wouldn't?
Stop calling me a Fed. Stop calling me a Fed. What's wrong with you?
You're the one who said it 6 times in the chat about me. I'm just joking with you, and you're freaking out. I was having fun.
Stop it.
I
You
was
stop
having
it and
fun.
I'll stop it too. It's that simple. Stop talking about me and I'll stop talking about you. Okay, is that good?
All right.
Change your name, please. Your
Well,
name is
maybe
ridiculous.
once I call your family, maybe once I call your dad or your mom, probably your
See,
mom.
this is
I'll probably call your mom.
This is ridiculous.
I'm gonna call your mom on you. I'm gonna let your mom know what her son's doing
Yeah, it is
online.
ridiculous.
Okay. If you want to keep it up, I'll call your mom.
You guys shouldn't turn TML show into a fiasco, man. Hank, what's happening with you? What's going on? What brings you to the show today?
Don't worry about me.
I'm deeply worried about you, sir.
Hank, listen, Hank knows if I had a problem with him, I might call his mom too. That's what I'm saying. He knows. This is known. People know this. Don't act like a fucking fool online. And your mom doesn't need to know that you're LARPing online. Same, you know what I mean?
You're not talking to me
Kinda
because my
simple.
mom's been dead and buried for like a decade now. No, 5 years.
I'm not talking to you, Frank.
He'll call your mommy instead. How about that?
Yeah, you'll have to use a Ouija board to call my mom.
No, I actually dude, look, I'm so ready to not do the wrong thing that I would actually pray for your mom right now. It's, you know what I mean?
That I can appreciate. That'll take it. I'll accept it.
Yeah, it was actually even I have a problem with Avian Buddha, but even Avian Buddha reminds me that before you walk into someone's house, you should give thanks to their ancestors. And I don't forget that kind of thing. Like this guy just is playing in the moment. I got an image to play thing game. We all do.
Yeah, I mean,
So
but
what's
he
the
is
essential
probably
problem? I
inbred.
don't have all the inside baseball.
ancestors
Maybe
been
I'm
around.
the only person in the room that doesn't know the full story. So I'd like to know the rest of the story.
Like, you know,
Dude,
previously you
let
say you
the
wanted
girl
to.
tell you.
No, he's gonna give you a false version of it that's heavily biased and skewed in his favor. So, but I want to just drop it. I want to just drop it. I'm tired of the drama.
So Buddha, would you say that we've put our past behind us, like it's all water under the bridge, like
Yeah,
because
just
there
stop
was?
talking about me. That's what I'm telling you. Stop talking
I'm not.
about me.
I've never talked about you. There
Yeah,
was a
not
bit
you.
of
I'm
a.
telling to Brown's boy.
Oh, okay, Brown's boy. Yeah, but that's kind of Brown's boy's
Yeah, it's
job.
just me, man. You know, isn't
He's
it
appointed
always
himself
just me?
as,
Isn't
like,
that crazy?
the head
Like, no one ever
Yeah,
knows.
because you're the
it's
one who brought me
just
up in the
me.
first
Like, come on, man. No one ever asked the question.
Yeah, but
If he,
you brought
if he
me up.
wasn't talking
Why
about
bring
you,
up
he wouldn't be
someone?
doing
Yeah,
his
someone-
job, right?
So, yeah, just don't bring me up again. You know, and just, you know, I don't get it. Like, stop talking
There's
about.
that dank ass funk kicking in the back.
Yeah, going around saying someone is a Fed, keeping tabs
Give
on
it up
people.
for
you know,
TML. Providing
I
the
never
information.
said, dude, for the 5th time, I never said this guy was a Fed. I don't say anyone's a Fed because I'm not retarded enough. Because I would know if I said that, I would have to prove it. So
You're
I
lying.
say other
You're-
things.
Do you mean
just
like
so you're
well fed?
dumbass,
Like
because
he's
it becomes
fat?
a way.
Like he eats too
You
much?
genius
What do you mean
IQ
he's
guy.
fat?
This guy claims he's a genius IQ guy and then makes up shit I never said. That's what
Yeah,
makes
you
me
did.
uneasy, to be honest with you. Like, to be honest with you.
You were saying that. You know, you were. You know, you just keep denying everything I'm saying.
Never said it. Never once said you were a Fed. Never once said you were a Fed, buddy boy. Never
Yeah,
once,
Meanwhile,
dude. Never
back at
once
the
thought
farm,
it. That's how I know I
Daisy's
never
feeding
once
the
said it.
chickens.
You fucking tard. You fucking tard. Whoever you're
Yeah, let me
listening
get-
to
let me
is a
get
liar.
some-
Let me just help you out at this point.
Let me get
No,
some-
let me help you out at this point since you're already wrong. Whoever told you that is an actual liar. Have fun with that. Whatever adventure you have to backtrack on now, Mr. Blue's Clues. Go have fun. Have fun.
Them old Duke boys.
Backtrack your shit.
Yeah, here you go.
Firing at the haystacks.
Here you go. This is an example
Yeah,
of
here
what
I go.
you said and stuff. You're saying stuff like this endlessly. You know, I took some screenshots.
Not endlessly. No, dude, I haven't talked to you in 2 months, dude. What the fuck are you talking about?
You didn't talk about me in 2 months.
Who are
and
you?
then brought me up.
Okay, the more
Then you brought
important
me up.
question now. No,
Coltrane
listen, actually, no,
Deputy
like
Roscoe
rationally,
Pico Train.
rationally and intuitively, the most important question now is, who have you been talking to? Because the information you're presenting is false as fuck. You dumb shit. You inbred bitch.
Just a good old boy.
Yeah, Neurojack is
Never
right about
mean
you.
to no
You keep
harm.
denying all this stuff.
Oh,
That's all
Neurojack,
you ever
okay,
saw.
okay.
Get in trouble with the
Yeah,
law.
Neurojack
Okay, buddy.
right.
Have fun with Neurojack, buddy.
Yeah, right at Neurojack.
You know what I mean? That's all I got to say. Have fun and have fun in your I guess, you know, whatever you got going on, whatever you want to consider truth in life because of your beliefs, which lead to cynicism. I actually learned recently cynicism. Cynicism actually includes the harm of others is okay.
No, it doesn't.
That's what I
Cynicism
learned.
is
I
not
actually, I
sadism.
don't. Yes, it
You
does.
say
Yes,
cynicism
it
is
does.
sadism?
And you
No,
can see. You're running
Yeah,
from
let's
all
go to
the
the
other
dictionary.
false shit that you said,
Let's go to
and
the
you're trying to argue
dictionary.
with me now. This is what you do. You do this to everybody, dude. This is dude. I told TML that you have been targeting people and getting in fights with them. I told him 2 months before you followed me. I said, this guy's running out of people to fight with, watch him fight with me, and here you are making shit up, listening to idiots. That's your fault,
Not
bro.
making stuff
I
up.
can't
My
help
issue
you.
is only with you, okay? I don't have an issue with anyone else here. It's just with you, okay?
Yeah, some of this has been he said, she said, hearsay from another brother.
Yeah,
from
here,
another
I'll just
brother.
leave so that these guys can really get onto the truth here, you know what I mean?
It's weird. This is very weird. You know, the way you behave and the way you keep denying everything you said, you know, I can't help but agree with Neurojack entirely now. And the
He
way
seems
you
to carry
ignored
himself
that
as
time
nothing
was
but a
wrong, too.
gentleman and a sophisticate.
You know, I really don't like you, Ron Boy, and you're the one who brought me up in the first place. You know, stop talking about me. Stop spreading slander about me being keeping tabs.
So here's the thing I have. Here's the thing I have problems with. I have problems with wanting to be elites and trying to control other people's thoughts. That's just weird. I just find that weird. If I remember when Talcott does it, if I remember you does it, I think everyone's welcome to their own opinions until their search policy didn't need to back it up.
And if you would be so kind, Hank, could you give a bit of a third man's perspective on the situation here? Because I'm a little bit in the weeds.
I mean, it's gonna take like an hour to dig you out.
Oh shit. Well, we don't need to go that far. Homie left anyway, so it's back to status quo. I think TML said that we were kind of at the end of the hour. A few folks wanted to come up and talk shop about what's been going on with the material and the situation with the world today. What have you to say, Hank, about situation here on planet Earth, the Earth sphere, the primary plane? What's been going on?
I'm trying to find some leverage so rich and powerful people don't just neg me and exploit me till I run out of resources. So I'm trying to find as much leverage as I can. But,
is that what's going on?
I don't care the hell what's going on. I don't really care what the hell's going on.
No, I mean with you. Are they trying to exploit you of your resources, your time, talent, and attention, all your energy?
Yeah. And unfortunately, the film is like a drama battle zone. Really doesn't bother me, but it isn't very that useful.
Okay, but somehow you derive entertainment from it.
It's cheap.
No. Well, there's power, there's the investment in a laptop, there's the internet. It's not cheap necessarily.
I paid for everything that's necessary before I even came here. So yeah, it's cheap.
Yeah. Well, once you have the investment, it is comparatively less expensive than other things, perhaps. But the squandering or reckless investment of your time and energy is in no way ever going to be cheap on your overall experience, right, with the realm and your overall spiritual development. I don't believe. But I think the investment in the material that the Machine Lights covers here with the salient and succinct commentary, though sparse, of Reddington and others that come into this space is valuable and worth time and attention to. And that's why I come. TML had mentioned earlier about people maybe getting involved and distracted in the chitter chatter box and missing some of the overarching point of the greater body of material presented here in the show. And I think that's important to pay attention to. I try to kind of stay out of it as most as I can, either just listen or jump on the panel and listen. That way maybe from time to time I can add my voice as a contribution. But yeah, this is one of my favorite shows. I promote it, as you may well know, TML. But I try not to put it into my own words. I try to use the words from a little edited clip that I took from you a while back. It's a couple of minutes long. And I hope that's okay to do that. If you, at any time you feel like, hey, Frank Monday, don't be showing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, take as
it's
much
okay
as
to
you
do
need
that,
to,
right?
Yeah. Yeah, take as much as you need. Yeah.
Yeah, because I like to cross-promote. I think this is one of the better spaces for people to gather and engage in these ideas. I found a lot of life in it. You know, you've woken me up to some of the things that I may have been overlooking in my own traditions, right? So that's good. That's an important perspective, right? We can't just hide out in echo chambers and head firmly under the cover, smelling our own farts, as it were, right? We got to get out on the balcony and salute the day and breathe some fresh air from time to time. And not everyone's going to agree with us, right? Oftentimes people are going to disagree with us. And that's important to figure out why. Maybe we're misaligned. Maybe there's not perfect alignment in what others are presenting all the time. But we're all familiar with the analogy of the archer shooting for the bullseye. If he misses, he doesn't run over and adjust the target. Right? He adjusts his aim and calculates windage and make sure he's using the longest, straightest arrow and the largest, most powerful bow to fire that arrow from, so that he's really getting that getting all the ride for the dollar, the full visceral experience of the thing. I think it's important to hit the bullseye. Like Axl Rose, right? Hit the bullseye every time. Bronze Boy says he hasn't thought about you in a while. You requested me as a friend to down talk on your mentioned confused associates.
Damn, I think that's like it sounds like a Hallmark card or something.
Right?
Yeah. Listen, I really don't want
Hallmark
to
could
catch
write
the
for
drama,
Hallmark.
you know, like
That's
I'm just
cute.
saying that, you know, it makes sense to talk people, you know,
Fuck
like
DML. That was awesome, man. True belly laugh on that one, man.
yeah, I mean, like, you know, I mean,
Goddamn.
I'm not trying to sabotage anything, or I don't have nefarious or ulterior objectives, you know, but he was the guy who like started it, you know, he like going around saying that I'm afraid keeping tabs on people, or that I'm like inbred or whatever, you know. He's like, he brought it up initially, you know, I saw it in the beginning and stuff. You gotta, maybe I can scroll up, you know, after this.
Why does he think he thinks you're so concerned that he might give your mom a call? You got a close relationship with
He
your
knows
mother?
my real name. He knows my real name. He
Oh,
gave
okay.
my name, but he didn't. He butchered my name when he typed
Would
it
she
in.
be disappointed if she saw your behavior on the internet?
You know, it's not good to get involved in people's real life. You know, you shouldn't do that. Yeah, yeah, like, you know, it's not good. Yeah, it probably would be a bit disappointed,
Yeah,
but
that's not a go on that one. Yeah, it's
No, I'm
probably
not saying call his
advisable.
mom. Fuck no, that's crazy.
he was
talk.
saying call my dad. He was saying to call my dad.
Yeah, that's probably not best. People's, dads may be involved in some type of mobster activity. I'm not saying that, Avian's family is involved in the mob, but I'm just giving an example of possible repercussions and so on and so forth. But I appreciate you guys. Obviously, we don't want to, take it to the IRL, take it to the streets, as they say. But yeah, I can only give advice. Obviously, people have attempted to draw me out of the internet space, and are they informants? Who knows?
Yeah,
there
but
does seem to be some sus and subversive behavior sometimes. It's interesting too. Like certain things will make an individual lose some of the cognitive critical function.
People can report what you're doing online to get you thrown in a mental hospital. That's happened before. So
Yeah, or get you fired from your job.
Get you fired from your job. That's happened before. So there's tons of people collecting information on people to then try to make an example out of them for the type of behavior they engage in online. And of course, that's why it's advisable that people, be very careful with who they engage with, and obviously trying to mitigate the, obviously if you're having a negative interaction, it's your choice to be there. So you have to remember that you can sign out, you can turn the thing off, you can log off, as it were. So this is essential to realize, right, that you do not have to engage. And furthermore, you can, take screenshots, take appropriate actions, and so on and so forth. And of course, there's, as I've said many times, there's lots of cult groups, right? There's lots of foreign espionage, right? There's Australians and Canadians and British
Chinese.
people. yeah, all types of people that you'll run into where it's like, you walk down the street, you're not going to see a bunch of British people and Asian people and fucking
Or Canadians. Those Canadians are super sus, man. I don't know what's up with them.
tons of Canadians. It's like, we're like surrounded by Canadians, so it's pretty weird. We're literally surrounded here in Michigan, and it's just
And Hollywood too. Hollywood's been infiltrated by Canadians for a long time.
Yeah.
SNL was almost entirely Canadians at one point. Which I always found very suspicious. It's like, why are all these Canadians going into acting? It's interesting.
I did put a lot of effort into my book, talk about ellul a lot in chapter 3. And, I have good intentions. I don't know how I can prove like how serious I treat the topics. I wrote the book, and chapter 3 is
Well, let me ask you a question, right? You mentioned that it was the show that sort of introduced you to the book. You said you were going to read it anyways, and so on and so forth. But how many times have you read ellul?
once, and then I wrote a summary.
Just once.
Yeah.
Yeah. So. Yeah. So.
Maybe.
Yeah. So I would say that. Definitely, this is like. Kind of like a third type of reading I'm doing of this in a particular in a text ellul, and of course we're discussing it live with the audience, right? So but yeah, as it says in propaganda, right, in the introduction of propaganda, right, and that propaganda and technological society, obviously it's very advisable to read them multiple times to try to understand them, because they are very dense with material. He makes hundreds and hundreds of points that I think are very hard for most people to wrap their mind around, given a just one go at the book. So obviously, yeah. So yeah, it's a very dense book, and yeah, definitely, I think it's a lifelong study for sure. So so having read it once is a great start. For sure, but
yeah.
I'm in my 50s,
though,
and there's material I started in my 20s that I still don't fully comprehend. And when I came here to the show, TML, you guys were like so far beyond where I was in integrating and synthesizing that information that I had to just sit here for a year listening to the show before I could even like propose to jump up on panel and start talking with you guys. When I discovered that you were covering a lot of the Chinese esoteric mysticism, then I knew that there might be a place for me. Other than that, yeah, I was fucking way out in left field in my researches. So yeah, there's a lot on the table already.
Yeah, I actually recommend to people that works that contain sort of what's seen as like sort of logographic necessity. That means that every word is sort of placed in a very particular position, and sort of a lot of philosophy books are like that. You have to first analyze the structure, right? So read it first, just taking a cursory glance at the material. Then you have to sort of analyze the critical themes and sort of look at the text on its own terms. And then thirdly, you have to read it again for a third time, and then kind of break down what you think are the problems and the contradictions, and maybe what you may try to propose as critical solutions, considering analysis of other works that are in the same vein, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, and then you wait for it to play out in the real world so it can be applicable.
No, you didn't do that, because
yeah, I did. I can show you the book and my highlights right now if you want.
You read it 3 times, you're saying now?
No, I said I read it once thoroughly.
Right, you read it once, but I'm saying what I was saying is reading it 3 times, right? That's what I was saying. But I was not saying that just for ellul.
I was fucking groping on that one.
Yeah, I was saying for any text, for texts that are, of a, like, for example, right, like 2 treatises of government, right? Like I would read that like 2 or 3 times, right? Because, or the Republic of Plato, I would read that 2 or 3 times just to understand it, right? Because, right, 2 treatises of government or the Republic of Plato, they're very dense texts, right? Where they're like hundreds of new ideas in there. So you would have to sort of figure that out and figure out how they relate to each other, and figure out the philosophical system that it proposes, and then figure out the historical context of those themes, and then figure out how they relate to the critical problems, and when applied to the world, and and of course
I agree with you. Everyone has their own approach. I feel like your approach is admirable in many respects. My approach, I read it.
Yeah, it's highly academic.
Yeah, it's very academic. I read it deeply. I took highlights, and I read other books that are in the same vein, like Frederick George Younger, David Skrbina, and I'm interested in the semiotic applications for the purposes of my book. But at the same time, I agree that it is good to read dense works multiple times, and there's lots of intertextual stuff. I did read it deeply though, but I wouldn't say that my knowledge of ellul is on your level, because you have read it multiple times, of course. So you're like an Ellulian scholar.
Well,
So
I'm not really trying to promote myself as like an expert. What I do provide is a critical look at the various themes and issues, and I think that more people can pick up the torch, right, and then create shows that deal with those critical themes and issues. Like, for example, the corruption of taste, right, the loss of traditions, the destruction of wild nature, right, the loss of local autonomy. Any of those things could essentially be their own show. People could pick up one of those topics and create their own show if that topic resonates with them, right? They could. So it's a, it's in order for to provide a type of material that can correspond to people engaging in a public sort of intellectual exercise that discusses the themes and material. So obviously it would be preferable if people do that on their own, that they do that in self-regulated groups, and then they do that for not any monetary benefit, so that it can just continue indefinitely, right?
Yeah, I did that before with the conservation issues, and I was doing that, and I read ellul, I read some other books too that are intimately tied to the question of technological growth and the issue with conservationism and how species are being driven to extinction, and how there's mass suffering of elephants, whales, dolphins. I've talked about that endlessly on your show too, and we also read ellul together too. Also, we also read ellul together. So in some sense, I read ellul like 1.5 times, because on your show I would open the book, I would ask for the page number, right, and then I would open my own copy of ellul and read it alongside you.
Yeah, but I read most of it alone. So
yeah, I know, I get you. Yeah, I get you. Yeah, that's great. I respect you. I respect your intellectual.
Yeah, like on this show, I read most of it alone. There's been a different rotation of panelists the entire time.
Yeah,
so.
I got you. Yeah, I got you.
Intellectual acumen.
Yeah.
Like for example, sometimes when I'm reading ellul, DK has been my only interlocutor. Yeah, so that's happened as well.
Yeah, no problem with that. I don't have any issue with that. I wish success on your show. I don't want to, sabotage it or anything. Just BB's behavior. He's still like constantly, talking bad about me, even though I'm not talking about him right now. He's still, slandering me a lot right now in the chat. I would prefer him to cease that behavior. Hopefully when he's no longer a mod, someone can stop that. But Neurojack has problems with him too. I get along with Neurojack very well now. I just I don't want to make it about drama too much. I focus on semiotic capture and the conservation issues, and I read a lot of books. At least 30% of birds have vanished in the USA in the past few decades. Do you believe that? Lots of birds are dying in vast numbers. That's a very serious cause of concern. Birds have a rich internal mental life. They have umwelt. They have an umwelt, and they have rich internal mental life, and they're suffering greatly. The birds, the whales and dolphins are suffering deeply from sonar activity, from the maritime noise activity, and the elephants are being poached at an alarming rate. At least 40% of primate species are threatened with extinction also and stuff. So it is a global cataclysm for the earth, and it's not just human beings that suffer. I'm not anthropocentric. Okay, it's not just human beings that suffer. In some ways, I would say that the suffering of animals is worse than human beings. That's my own view and stuff. I care more for the animals than I do for human beings overall. That's fine if you disagree. We don't have to agree on everything and stuff.
How would you know that?
How would I know what?
That a jellyfish, for example, suffers more than a human today that's living in poverty, squalor.
Good question.
The magnitude of suffering is very difficult to measure. That is a good point. That's a good point. I think here.
Yeah, do jellyfish have nervous system?
Yeah, don't talking about jellyfish. That's a good point. Jellyfish. I'm mainly thinking about stuff like birds and whales and dolphins, cetaceans and primates, other primate species, and stuff like that. You know,
I was actually contemplating this earlier today when I was thinking about some roast chicken wings that I was making. And when I was a kid, a turkey attacked me. There was a cock turkey in my grandmother's homestead, and the motherfucker ran at me and kicked me. And when I lay on the ground, I was a little boy. I lay on the ground crying like a baby. All the chickens came over to start like poking at my eyes, and I thought, all these goddamn
it's crazy.
all these people defending all these animals. They wouldn't defend you for a minute, man. They would eat you alive.
Yeah. Well, you see, there's lots of variation among animals. For example, turkeys are not as intelligent as, say, a blue jay or a corvid.
Oh
like a
shit! Turkey, the most intelligent bird on earth.
No, it's not the most intelligent bird on earth. There are, New Caledonian crows can shape hooks, and they can use them, even leave blueprints on pandanus leaves to help refine
but
food.
none of them
So,
motherfuckers. A turkey can gobble.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, that's so funny.
No, they
Yeah,
form
so funny.
culture. They actually organize and have society and talk to
Yeah,
each other.
some of them have
And
legs.
they're the most
LEJ.
intelligent bird there is.
Yeah,
Well,
Corbett's is smarter
okay.
though. When
Yeah,
it
they
comes
are
to problem
smarter.
solving.
Same with parrots and stuff. Maybe you should probably read a book, about animal intelligence or something instead of talk out of your ass or something. Huh? Why don't you do that instead of wasting my time?
Good lord, man.
Then again, you could live among the parrots and live among the turkeys and get real life experience on how they behave, and then talk to them directly.
How do you know I
rather
don't?
than reading
How do you
it
know
from
I don't have
hearsay in a book.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So now you're promoting illiteracy and you're promoting being a kind of
No, but I'm
illiterate.
saying that life experience comes into play.
Yeah, I have
when,
life
when
experience.
you're hanging out with
I
turkeys.
have several
You
STEM
learn to
degrees.
gobble.
I've volunteered at humane societies. I've also helped rescue some animals before. Yes, 3 STEM. Yeah, unfortunately, I used to work with rats, and that was not pleasant. I've talked about that
I
before
thought
too.
STEM was for elementary schools. It's even in college.
But you really don't know an animal till you've worked in a slaughterhouse.
Yeah, I did. I worked in a neurobiology lab. It wasn't pleasant and stuff. Rats are actually very intelligent creatures and stuff. Some of them have even a sense of honor, rats. Rats even do self-sacrifice to save another rat sometimes. Did you know that? Rats are
Right.
mammals and stuff. Yeah, I had to decapitate them and collect their brains. It wasn't pleasant. Very traumatizing stuff. I've talked about that on here too. Why would a
I
Fed be
didn't
making
recommend the
up
graphic
stories like
details.
that?
I was just making generalizations.
Yeah, ultimately it's the brain. The brain is important.
Always avoid going to
Yeah,
extremes.
yeah. Keep talking, Frank Monday. Keep saying a bunch of nonsense. It's
Wow, why is it that your opinion of what I'm adding to the conversation is nonsense?
because you think you are making.
Are you
a
drunk
mistake when you're reading
again?
and
Can
stuff.
you just not stay off the fucking bottle, man?
I'm not on the
'Cause
bottle.
the la-
I'm on
yeah,
the
the last
bottle.
time we interacted,
I think
we both were
you.
a couple
I'm,
of sheets to the way. You
I'm starting to
think,
feel. I'm starting to
right?
feel.
You
I think
think.
you and
starting to
BB
see.
are doing some weird psyops. I think you guys are
No,
doing
there's
some
no
weird
psyop. The only psyop is
Yeah, you
taking
are.
place between your ears, homie.
No,
Everyone else
doing
can
some
see
weird
clearly what's
psyops. You never even talk about ellul. You never even talk about ellul. All you ever do is come on here and you don't even like engage the material deeply. And now you're
Is
trying
that
to
true,
attack
TML?
me.
Is that a truth that he just spouted?
No, it's not. You have engaged the material. Like for example, we had discussions about the Tao Te Ching, and I think that's what Frank was referring to earlier when he was talking about how we talked about things that.
Yeah. I haven't done anything. No,
Yeah, there
actually,
are only a certain small amount of things like within my wheelhouse, and I've learned from being here that it's of great pleasure to expand my knowledge base. But I would never demean another to say that what their contribution amounts to is nonsense. I don't think that what you're contributing, Buddha, Avian Buddha, or Covian Buddha now, COVID Buddha, amounts to nonsense, or Corvid. What is maybe you can tell me what you mean by that, Corvid Buddha. Not at all. I think that's a bit demeaning, diminishing, and reductive. And only under the influence and the deep influence of stout alcohol would I talk in such a flippant manner to another individual human being, especially here in this space.
Yeah, you're doing some weird psyop, you know.
Why would you say that? Why would you think that? What is psyoptic about my presentation or who I am as a person?
Yeah, because you know I was being slandered, all right, by BB. Okay, going around saying
I
that
have
I'm
no
a,
connection with BB. You guys were fucking fighting over TML's show, which is supposed to be a show about knowledge, not drama, not internet panel versus gay ass fucking kindergarten drama, but a show about big ideas. And then, so you guys were totally usurping the show with that, and nobody else had any place in the conversation. How was I not right to try to interject on that? How selfish are you to do that?
That's what I'm talking
and
about.
to think that, and to
gaslighting.
treat me in that way.
Now you see that's very melodramatic.
See what?
Very melodramatic.
I will forestall any of the aggressive interaction with you because I know for some reason that's what you're trying to elicit. So maybe you're projecting on me the fact that you're engaged in a psyop, not me. You're just the one mumbling words into a microphone. I'm genuinely being attentive and responding to the conversation at hand and adding things of intrinsic value that actually do matter. And I think that's the difference between me and you.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, that's right. You said yeah because you agree and you know and you understand who the true alpha dog here is in this situation, who's not just learned the thing but lived the thing and reflected upon it deeply.
Like you're reading a
and I'm
script.
here with
Like
absolute respect for everyone involved. Like Hank, I was reaching out to Hank. I was trying to get in between you guys. I was trying to get TML back in it. The two of you just wanted to make it about you and your handler head to head going on about horseshit that occurred fucking, I don't know, yesterday, 2 days ago, 2 weeks ago, no idea. And of not of any general interest to a general audience that would come here to listen to a show about philosophy and the integration of technology and science in the modern domain from a long historic perspective that brings us into the present time. So how can you say that what Frank Monday was saying was nonsense? I don't get that. Can you give any kind of evidence, or are you just going to run your mouth?
You were, you know, because you're talking about turkeys and pecking you, and then
the fuck you know about turkeys, homeboy?
Yeah. Okay.
And how is that not relevant when you're talking about animals that are at risk? And I talked about how animals will fucking eat you alive. And care nothing about you.
Yeah,
and
you think people are any better? Look what's happening now. People are eating each other alive right
empathy
now.
for animals that don't even have any cognitive function and aren't even on the same fucking level as human beings, and saying that you cared more for
the problem.
fucking.
You see, that's the problem. You're gaslighting. You're trying to psychologically manipulate me.
Yeah,
this is not a real discussion. You're trying to psychologically manipulate me.
You care more for them than you do for human beings.
So what? That's my view. So what? That's my view.
Then fucking take that view and run with it, live with it. I'm not trying to change that. I'm just saying that in any logical system of rationale within this domain, that is a human domain, it has fucking zero relevance to what's being discussed here.
No, it doesn't have zero relevance. Conservation concerns are a real issue of technological growth. Many species are being driven to extinction. There, you know, and also many species do have.
Fuck them. Many more species will be birthed in the future.
Shut up, man. You know,
more species will come into being as species leave. Species return. If the fucking dinosaurs didn't die, we wouldn't be here.
The dinosaurs ain't dead. Predator dinosaurs.
You know what the Anthropocene means? You know what Anthropocene
Those ain't fucking
means?
dinosaurs, homie. Megafauna and megaflora have vanished from the earth in great part. And if that were not the case, we would have not risen to prominence. You'd still be getting fucking eaten by giant chickens, plucking at your eyes and ripping off your heads and legs. So don't think that we haven't earned our position in this realm, because we have certainly earned it. We've earned it by the highest level of strategic adaptation.
You're not as smart as you think. You're just a melodramatic.
We've learned it by building the world.
Keep doing. You think you're doing some weird ass occult ritual or whatever.
Of a false
it doesn't
god
work on me.
generated from a demoniacal realm.
I think
bowed to Jehovah only because Jesus is king.
Him is something you guys.
Jesus is the Almighty God. Jesus is your Savior.
Okay, then Jesus could pay for my student loans. That'd be great.
No, but with a Christ-like consciousness, you can get. Why do you have student loans? Would Jesus have ever told you to fucking take out a loan? Hank, you're not taking advice from Jesus. You're taking advice from the J-Dogs over at the banks.
I took advice from my parents who said.
Why
they
didn't you
believed
earn
in Jesus at the time.
scholarships, man? What made you think you had the fucking right to go to college without making yourself smart enough to earn some fucking scholarships to help pay for shit? If you ain't got no motherfucking money.
Yes, then let me explain it to you.
Go ahead. Break it down for me, Hank.
So my parents and my schools and pretty much the rest of the society said I'll earn way more if I went to school, but they gave me bad data, didn't train me to read correctly, so didn't know it was flawed. I didn't know at the time it was flawed data, and I was rushed. That's why.
Okay, well, yeah, that can happen, man. I can appreciate that. Some shit like that happened to me in college too, but I figured out fast they were trying to fuck me over and got that shit taken care of and moved forward only when I could pay for my own semester books and everything. So yeah, you got to be careful, man. Education is a fucking scam for the most part. Organized institutions, universities, colleges, they are perpetrating one of the greatest scams on people's autonomy and freedom of movement and employment and the human mind in general. So I could see that most people would be beguiled by that.
I even could tell they were ripping me off at the time, but I would, because I got the wrong data, I didn't just drop it right then and said, well, just keep pursuing, you'll get there, and it's not that bad. And so I didn't drop it as fast as I should have. I thought. Yeah,
my daughter's, she's in her first year of college right now, and she's already been through that like 3 times, 3 semesters, spring semester, fall semester, and summer sessions. Each time she got fucked over somehow in some way. And even with me training her, a 35-year collegiate, I've never left school. From college, I went to grad school, and then I did a doctoral program over here in China, and then I immediately started teaching. So I've been in school my entire life, essentially. Right. And now I'm nearing 30 years in education, taught at the collegiate level, the business level, K through 12, all the way back up again. Now I'm in senior school teaching AP. Been doing that for the last almost 10 years now. And next, I think my children are moving on to their college career. I'll probably vie for a position back in university at some level, even if it's just substituting again and being at the level of university.
Well, everything in life is a double-edged sword. I do think there are good things to learn in education. You learn about how to approach things in a methodological manner, and you be more meticulous, and it teaches some good things. So I think it's too much of a sweeping generalization to act like everything they teach is a lie. You know what I mean? It's
yeah. Well, the idea that you can be taught anything is basically illusionary, right? As Socrates advised, we can only inspire others to want to learn, right? And I have always honestly thought that you strive to do that, Avian Buddha, and that's why I didn't want to really come into any kind of disputation with you over Buddhism and Taoism, because we do have strikingly glaring views on those things, right? Like Buddhism would lead you to many of the beliefs that you have. And in my opinion, Taoism would just set me free from most beliefs and allow me to pick and choose the ones that I felt are most deeply rooted with my own character and virtue. And I think that's one of the main differences between the doctrine and the dogma as opposed to the living word. And I believe that Christ was trying to guide us towards the living word, which is not dead. See, the definition of death in the word is to put it onto paper. That is the corpse of the word. The living word is the oral tradition or the Kabbalah. And I probably shouldn't say that here on TML because most people are deeply opposed to Kabbalah, which just means oral tradition or teaching through human transmission of the ideas, right? Rather than the root.
Whatever rocks your boat, I have my own path, whatever rocks your boat. I don't like
you've learned some martial arts, right? Have you? Or yoga, meditation?
I used to be boxing. I used to box when I was
young. You did some boxing, some golden gloves, or did you achieve a certain level?
Yeah, I had 1 or 2 matches. Won 1, I lost 1. That's just what happened.
Okay, yeah, good magic. Yeah, we did Kwoshu, me, my brother, and the group that I was associated with, and did ranking and stuff like that. It's neither here nor there. But yeah, TML's back. Welcome back, man. You must have had some technical difficulties. You're back at the helm of your show. Good to see you, beloved. We were just exploring some of the ideas, TML, that have gone before and have led us into the current state of transmitting and the examination of our ideas and belief systems and how we interact and integrate with those. Maybe you heard some of it while you were disconnected from the internet. Okay, good magic, man. Do an audio check. Looking fucking fly as fuck, too. What's happening with that backdrop? The red sky, the black waves of doom. Well, it makes me want to launch into some Slayer, Rain in Blood. Darkness imprisoning me, all that I see, absolute horror. I cannot live, I cannot die. Out of myself, out of my holding cell. That's Metallica. Yeah, Lizard Tree says good magic. Appreciate it. I think everyone's kept track of everything that transpired in the show. We have quite a few court stenographers in the chatter box.
Yeah, but when we get down to it, no one has made humans suffer as much as each other, such as dropping Agent Orange. You know, Agent Orange still affects the Vietnamese to this day. And stuff like, you know, the genocides of the 20th century were pretty brutal, like Yugoslavia and like, Yugoslavia and Cambodia and there are a couple of others, Armenia, stuff like that. Armenia, you know, no one makes people suffer as much as humans themselves. You know, no, I don't see any animal torturing another.
Yeah,
for,
it's a bit of a Captain Obvious, right? Because like,
yeah, because he was talking about it, so I'm hitting him back with Captain Obvious. You know, he's saying animals wouldn't do shit for us, but I'm telling him that most people won't do shit for you either. You know, yeah. Yeah. So I'm hitting you back with a Captain Obvious, Frank.
But you got to admit, too, that there would be far fewer animals on this Earth plane if it weren't for humanity. Like, there wouldn't be as many needed, and they wouldn't really, due to the conventions of nature, wouldn't breeding themselves to such a great capacity. And just like in the human realm, where we see that overbreeding leads to a very profound degradation in the quality of actual human beings alive on Earth. So surplus is not necessarily a beneficial thing, right?
Yeah, but the ecological...
We see that in all domains.
Yeah,
so in general, those suffering are serving a purpose.
Yeah, I recommend the book by Pentti Lukola, Can Life Prevail? The thing is, a lot of ecological equilibrium and stability around the world is being destroyed, you know, and stuff like tearing down old growth forests, stuff like PCBs and ocean acidification. This disrupts ecosystems. There's lots of examples. We can constantly list them, and many species are being driven to extinction, which does disrupt ecosystems too. You know, I mean, it leads to overshoot, and it leads to overshoot refers to the regenerative capacity of nature to regenerate itself, and we're going above that. You know, that's what overshoot means. You know, so stuff like oil spills and stuff like tearing down primeval forests. You know, none of that is good. You know what I mean? So animals are suffering more than ever and stuff. And, I was just responding to your initial point before that, yeah, I was giving you Captain Obvious point in response to your Captain Obvious point. Yeah, I'm not a pseudo-intellectual. I'm not a pseudo-intellectual. I'm not a spy. I'm not a Fed. I'm none of that. Sick and tired of all these false accusations and drama games and me being scapegoated. Well, that BB crazy guy keep going on about me in chat. I mean, Neurojack is on my side, by the way. He actually sympathized more with me and it. And stuff. It's always me. It's always my fault. No one ever apologized to me stuff for all the shit they've done.
Well, you have talked about yourself the entire time you are here. Right? That's for damn sure.
Was that the only thing I talked about?
Now, if I may interject for just a moment, I only get a couple of good belly laughs each year, and TML already gave me 2 big ones today. So yeah, we're fucking doing good magic here tonight, baby. What's up?
Yeah, but he was the one initially talking about me. You know, I mean, I wouldn't. You know,
Yes, when he asked about me, I just refused to talk about myself.
Although I wasn't only talking about myself. We talked about a lot of topics relating to the show,
Frank,
like
because
conservation
you're probably
issues,
the
semiotic
most
capture, all of that.
genuinely Taoist person here, probably in the panel verse, like live in the Tao rather than just
Hey,
talking
good for
about
you.
it. So yeah, I respect that angle from you. You've been showing that since day one. So I wouldn't be surprised by you not chiming in a little bit about yourself, but that's not entirely aligned with the natural path. Sometimes waves got to crash like thunder, right? Sometimes the fucking sky explodes in lightning. Black tornadoes emerge from supercells and suck cows off the plain, swirling them about. And motherfucker, at that point, you like, Toto, we ain't in Kansas anymore. Shit's going down. The sky's raining blood, black waves washing up on the shore, and motherfucking spooky looking Rob Zombie coming out your computer screen. Talking up real shop and fucking hardcore cutting edge philosophy, making that shit grow and live. That's the living word. What TML is doing right here in real time, baby. The machine lies. Ain't nothing like it.
Yeah, I want to improve my sleep and go help rescue wild birds or something, or maybe volunteer at the Humane Society more. You know, I just feel more at ease with animals than all of you and stuff. All of you treat me like trash and stuff. The animals are better. I don't care what you guys think, but I do treat my cats like family. Don't give a fuck what you guys think. I love my cats. I love dogs. I love birds. You know, I honor them. You know, it's not just about love. I have compassion. You know, compassion is better than love. You know, but with humanity, the only thing human beings are good at is betraying each other, backstabbing each other. You know, there's no true friendship here. It's all just fake. You know, we're all alone. Ultimately, that's really what it is. We're all alone. And so I'm fine with being alone. You know, it's fine with being alone. You know, yeah. I care about conservation stuff. I care about it, all the topics. You know, I care. You know, but
Yeah, you get what you put out.
Yeah, I'm not a spy. I'm not a Jew. I'm not a Fed. I'm none of that.
And Homeboy says, I'm running a PSYOP. This world is filled with community and brotherhood and fraternity and all kinds of great things that we have built up. Ancient architecture that has stood for thousands of years, and a philosophy of a brotherhood of light that's transmitted from brother to brother under a sacred sworn oath of silence to certain things. And we promote the distribution of art and beauty and the reflection of nature within ourselves and the growth of an entire cosmos generating who we are, the stars above swirling in the sky and us down below absorbing the energies of everything all around us and transmitting it through a Christic consciousness that the prophets all spoke of in the ancient mystery texts. And we're sharing it in true love from brother to brother across this great plain so that life may be continued. And we promote not only our own lives, but the lives of all other creatures. And if there are a certain segment of creatures that are in suffering, well, we need to alleviate that as well. I do agree with you in that.
Yeah,
and,
but where has mankind civilization led to
love and
preoccupation with technique?
That's it.
It led to Anthropocene. It led to massive pollution and crises and genocide. Where has mankind's civilizational march led? It led to us becoming disposable assets to the state, which is instrumentalized to maximize efficiency, searching for the most efficient means, transforming the means into the ends. You know, it's semiotic capture and stuff. You see, you're all optimistic, but the reality is brutal. You know, I mean, the reality is brutal. You know, now we're gonna have smart cities. Now we're gonna have, you know, more and more invasive ways of controlling and manipulating mankind. You know, was mankind's civilizational march worth it? Is mankind as great as you think? You know, your neighbors will betray you for a breadcrumb. You know, most people are not honorable. Most people are not trustworthy. You know, that's the problem and stuff. That's why stuff like, you know, lots of genocides happened in the 20th century and lots of crazy stuff, and now we're dealing with even bigger problems, and with Iran too.
But
Iran
you
is,
ask, where has it led to? And I'll tell
Yeah.
you this, that it's led to the spiritual evolution of man's soul and his possibility of a spiritual immortality. All these things you're talking about are transitory and ephemeral and are going to be done away with anyway by their own nature. They are not sui generis, like man in God's image, self-generating. And so if the upshot is that the most important thing, the evolution of man's spiritual soul and nature, is what's happening, from all of this, then it's absolutely worth it. There's going to be some ilth. If you're going to be creative and you want to make an omelet, you have to crack some eggs. That's
let me say that.
The chaff will fall to the ground and the tear will be separated from the chaff.
Okay, that's anthropocentric. You know, if everything's ephemeral, then so is the human species. You know, it's not permanent either. You know, this world doesn't exist for mankind. It exists for all sentient beings. All sentient beings have Buddha nature.
But man's soul is, and animals are not ensouled.
So even if most people were trustworthy, the one bad apple ruins a bunch. So just from the game theory, if you have bad actors, then it will actually force everyone to have to move into tit for tat just to protect themselves.
Yeah, that is true.
You might as well enroll me in a science 101 class, because I have no motherfucking idea what you just said, Hank.
Yeah, I want you to watch the movie The Hunt with Mads Mikkelsen. Watch that movie. In that movie, you know, there's a town, you know, people seem like they're all on good terms, but a guy is falsely accused of being a PDF. Okay, and then they actually start to
good God, why, Avian Buddha, why? Need we fucking step in the gutter every goddamn conversation? Can we move it forward without name calling about the darkness of the demons in this realm? Cannot the angelic forces enter the room at some point and elevate us out of this fucking gutter and sewer of your mind, my friend? This is a beautiful, expansive plane of existence with which we live on. In fact, Christ himself said that heaven is upon the earth, and the Taoists enumerate that in every single fucking text. From word one, it's TND, heaven is on earth. TND, zhi, heaven and earth are one.
Didn't that guy get tortured to death on earth?
All men under heaven are of one family. Hank,
I don't remember. Didn't that guy get tortured to death on earth?
Christ? Are you speaking Greek, man? I can't understand motherfucking words you're saying. Go ahead and repeat that one more time.
Did Christ get tortured to death on earth? Yes or no?
Who?
Christ.
Oh, hell, I don't know, man. I wasn't there.
Okay.
Chances are he got hung on a cross, like they said.
Okay. I don't understand how that.
What the fuck that got to do with anything? You're up on Golgotha, man, the realm of death. I'm trying to bring you into the realm of life. Did not Christ live on earth allegedly, and teach and display his love and miracle for 30 plus years?
Well, that happened on earth too, didn't it?
Was it 33? Are you buying everything they write down in books, my friend? Was it exactly 33 years when he got assassinated by the Dark Realm?
Well, assuming it happened on Earth, I don't see how that's 70.
How many bones are in your spine?
All of them.
No, your anatomy and physiology. But what's the number? How many bones are in your skull?
I mean, look it up.
You can check Google because you don't know. There's 33 levels in the spine. There's 22 bones in the human skull. There are 22 letters in the Hebrew alphabet. There are 22 major teachings in the arcana of the Book of Thoth, right? Are you familiar with any of those ideas? I'm sure you are, Hank, because you're a bit of a witchy wizard. Now, would you attribute yourself more as a witch or a wizard, Hank? I want to know.
I agree.
A lot. Hey, and if you would, me and Hank gonna have a minute here, and I appreciate it. Hank, I got a direct question for you, brother to brother. Are you more witchy or more wizardy or more sorcery or?
I'm not sorcerer, but witch and wizard is pretty much the same thing.
Yeah. True facts. Well, witch and warlock. The difference between a witch, a wizard, a magician, a warlock, a witch or a warlock would have an infernal pact, most likely, by definition, right? So there would be some alliance with a demoniacal force, and possibly its intelligence and spirit as well. But a magician would stand on the opposite side within the circle of magic. Well, witches use circles as well. But they would command demoniacal forces, intelligences, spirits, and with the upshot of being breaking the chains of karma, the zodiac, and any other fate or fortune, the physical realm, that may bind one here to complete extreme materialization, which amounts to disintegration into dust and ash, and a hungry ghost that wanders upon the earth with a big swollen belly and a little tiny mouth, trying to suck in and have a much larger appetite than it can ever satiate. The Chinese term is ugui, and it's what happens to individuals who do not seek the truth and do not seek the light. At the time of death, they get shit out of their lower visceral and pissed into the dirt and become a part of the animal kingdom, which Avian Buddha wants to do.
I guess it's a good deal then.
Just mixing a bunch of Kabbalistic stuff and I don't know a bunch
I'm not
of
mixing anything. I'm speaking truths that I know. I've witnessed death. I've seen the transition.
right. Let me talk.
I've learned the techniques. There's a difference. Yeah, there's a difference between knowing and believing.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
I don't believe in God. I've been within his throne room.
That's
there's
good for
a
you.
difference. Yeah, there's a fucking difference. Huge
Yeah,
difference.
that's good for you. Yeah, I don't believe there's any divine guidance.
Don't care what you believe, homie. I know what I know.
Yeah, that's good for you. It's you can have your view. I'm not trying to enforce anything on you. At the same time, I'm not in agreement. That's fine. So be it. Yeah, but you did misrepresent my views, though. That's the thing. I think the capacity for symbolic reference.
The
or
big
open
question
ended
you always have to ask yourself is your voice contributing to the show in such a way that's going to generate bigger numbers for TML and bring the fire and bring the light of truth or not? And if it's not, if it's just gay ass ghetto sewage about death, destruction, and
I'm talking about
beta cuck horseshit,
my
then
views.
it's not ever at any time. I mean, you said I was running a psyop. You literally, those were the fucking words out of your mouth, right? Whereas I'm presenting nothing but sincerity, genuineness, and authenticity of a real life lived in a real world with spiritual techniques and all the training and attributes of a mystic. And you're saying that my contribution in some way is just horse shit. Well, even horse shit can make the fucking roses red. So fucking bring it. If that's what your negative, pessimistic, dog-loving ass wants, man, then that's fine with me. Even though I would prefer only in service to the show. The old I'm not gonna say his name. Yeah, I'm not going to repeat his quote either. Forget it. I had a really quippy little thing for that at the end there.
Yeah, it's just I'm not anthropocentric.
I think you're right, Brown's boy. I think Brown's boy's calling the facts. He's the talent agency. He's placing the actors in the panosphere. Right,
Me?
the panel sphere.
Oh, see, this is my issue.
Avian wants to clip farm you. That sounds like it.
I'm not doing that.
You're bringing out some true fire tonight.
Me.
Bringing out some of the flame.
You're scapegoating me over misrepresentation.
Some of that old divine spark.
Yeah, I wasn't having
the
any
God
problem.
force down on himself. The fucking lightning of Zeus. Yeah, that's good magic, though. I can appreciate it, Brown's boy, because they can fucking AI imitate it, but it's still the machine lies. It's still the machine lies, right? And ain't nothing going to change about that.
See,
yeah, the true facts. Fucking Brown's boy
not a
dropping
talent
facts.
agency or a Fed or anything like that. Okay, and
Just
first off,
dispensing the truth. It's cute though. Whatever. I mean, I don't want to be in any kind of battle with you. That was not my choice. I thought that a philosophical discussion between the two opposing ideal sets
Then
would
do
be
it.
enough
Yeah,
to
stop
expose
bringing
the
up him
truth,
and
and that we wouldn't need to battle over it. That like the truth itself would just become exposed. The truth don't give a fuck about what me and you talk about. All it cares about is generating itself to the forefront. And if it takes a voice through me and it's able to do that, then that's what it'll do. If the voice is within you, which it doesn't seem to be, then the voice would generate through you. That's why it's called the living word. The dead word is the shadow in the book, right? We can read the books and try to find the living truth within it, but only in a manner like TML does here. Read the content, discuss it with the gathering of folks, right? And then contemplate it. And what he gave us like 4 levels. Motherfucker just laid it out, spelled it out, mapped it out. 1, 2, 3, 4, right? In a very forthright academic fashion that anyone could benefit from. So that's something people should clip, right? Not the drama, not the horse shit, not the spicy quips, not the stuff that makes the numbers, but the stuff that actually matters. And that's what I've been saying since day one. Like I heard other people regurgitating TML's information. And once I started to listen to everything for a couple of years now, I started to figure that out. It took time. Some of it had to be pointed out to me. I'm not the fastest. I'm not the brightest bulb on the Christmas
You're
tree.
just talking to yourself.
Or the sharpest tool
You
in the
say you want
shed.
to talk and you don't let me respond and stuff.
Please. There's nothing I've required for you to respond to. But yeah, go ahead. What have you got?
Yeah. All right. It's fine if we disagree. You know, I'm not gonna really come on anymore. You know, I don't like people like slandering me.
Don't say that, man. That's such baby wow, fucking diaper, dirty diaper.
Let Buddha finish. Let Buddha finish.
Yeah, he doesn't let me finish.
Hank, I will defer to you only this once. That's all the credits you've earned with me. Won't be a second time, brother.
Yeah, I bet even when I leave, BB won't shut up about me. I know that for sure. You know, I know that for sure. I'm not gonna think about him at all when I leave. Okay. Second, you know, I think open-ended symbolic systems, they make human beings temporarily special. So human beings are special in having the symbolic capacity to and contemplative conditions to awaken. You know, because this open-ended symbolic system gives that reference. So it has a paradoxical nature. You know, the open, you know, I talk about C.S. Peirce in my book. I talk about biosemiotics, but I don't think that will always necessarily remain exclusive to humans. I do think, you know, hypothetically speaking, if mankind were to vanish, some other organismal lineage would evolve towards open-ended symbolic system. And I think in a way you can interpret Garudas, you can interpret Nagas to be like that. Maybe in a way it could be like a topological fold. You know, like the future could be like a topological fold that you can sometimes have glimpses in dreams or meditation. I had a past life, right? I know this may sound ridiculous, but I had a past life recollection where I was something like a Garuda or something. It was kind of weird, but the point I'm making is open-ended symbolic systems make humans special temporarily, but we've used that for domination. We've used it for dominion, you know, and we've destroyed countless ecosystems and continue to do so. And now we're destroying ourselves even more so and stuff. So anthropocentrism is a problem to me and stuff. You know, I'm not anthropocentric, you know. It's fine if you are, you know. I know plenty of people here who are anthropocentric, but I still respect them, you know. So be it and stuff, whatever and stuff. This is the thing with intellectual discourse. You're gonna disagree about some things, you're gonna agree about other things. I agree with TML that technological growth is bad. Been very clear about that for over 10 months, you know. Even gave presentations, contributions, and in fruitful discussions, enriching discussions, me at TML and me.
That's interesting because I've never found a single thing that I disagree with TML with, and I think the reason is because TML doesn't. If I may, for fucking goddamn 30 seconds,
you are fake as hell. You are fake, man. You are fake. You literally were talking about Kabbalah.
Let me fucking explain.
No. What the heck is wrong with you?
Shut the fuck up,
dude. You were talking about spiritual evolution. You were talking about Kabbalah. You know, you realize TML rejects all of that, right? He rejects spiritual evolution and Kabbalah.
Is not my understanding. He doesn't realize it.
Yeah, he doesn't realize it. Yes, I do. Let me say something here. Doctor Strange or something. What the hell?
Yeah. So here's what I mean by that when I say this. TML does not present a position of antagonism, and therefore for me as a Taoist, there's no way for me to disagree with him because there's nothing that I necessarily agree with either. I know that his profession of his own understanding of the text read is done within the virtue of his character, and he can present it in a manner that is non-intrusive so that I can reflect on the own nature of my character and find where any agreement or disagreement lies within me. Whereas others' presentations, if I may continue, are dogmatic and doctrinal to the extent that you must agree or disagree with them at face value. So their false dichotomy inherent within the breast of the speaker causes me to find disagreement with them. Whereas TML, just fucking brass tacks here, he does not have a false dichotomy of understanding within him. He has a divine spark that radiates, and there's a difference. So that's why I cannot disagree with what the man presents and does in his time on his show, in his place, and in all ways, everywhere I've seen him on the fucking panel verse. I've seen y'all motherfuckers shift like chameleons. I got to admit, even I shift like a chameleon from time to time. But motherfucking TML, face value, he is what he is, and he presents Tao. And Hank, until just a moment ago, I would have said you were as close to the Tao as I could find in this panel verse experience. But you may have lost that credit in interjecting. But no, I can see the value.
You were talking over Buddha when it was his turn. That's why I wanted you to do
okay,
1 minute.
I can appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying.
Yeah. It just sounds like to me you're just sucking up, because TML has made clear.
Give a fuck what it sounds like to you. Your opinion does not matter to me at this point.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah,
you'd rather save a dog than a dying man. That's your fucking evaluation of the situation here. So you fucking have at that, okay? And you sleep with that tonight.
I mean,
yeah, no, that's what you mean. That's what you
said.
say. You'd rather save a fucking chicken. If a chicken was caught in a bear trap and a man was drowning, you'd fucking struggle with that bear trap trying to get that motherfucking
it's a false
chicken out.
It also
is it really? Yeah, is it really?
Depends on the.
Then explain how. Explain how. Okay, the decision is presented to you then, avian Buddha, right?
What?
Shapeshifter, name changer, right?
No, you say human beings are temporarily special.
Always been.
Human beings are temporarily special.
Since day one. Francis von Montags. That's my German name. You wouldn't understand it, so it's Frank Monday to you, baby. Since day one, birth into this kingdom. But what about you, right? If there were a chicken with its head trapped,
you're not listening to me. I say human beings
in a rat trap and a man drowning, which would you go for? Who would you try to help out?
I'm confused.
There's a rope
Frank.
on the shore.
You claim that just humans are transient. Why is anything worth saving?
Why can't you answer a simple hypothetical then? What about you, Hank? Is it chicken or man?
I'd probably pick the man.
Thank you, sir.
But if we said everything's transient, why is anything worth saving at all?
Yeah, it depends on the man, right? What if it's Hitler and he's going to come and get you because of y'all flavorization?
Yeah, listen. I say human beings.
TML and Mike. TML, you're gonna add. Did you want to interject, my friend, dear sir?
According to my views, I say human beings are temporarily special. It depends on the man. If the man's like a serial killer, I'm not gonna save him. But if he's like
humans are temporarily special, but chicken's special all day long.
I'm asking your stupid question. Shut up.
Walking in chicken shit.
Yeah, shut up. That's a dumbass question.
They special all day long, motherfucking special creatures.
You're dumb.
Sun comes up, they cock a doodle doo.
Let me finish answering.
Texas be like any cockle do.
Okay.
Go ahead. It's just difficult to understand the transmission from such a low vibration. But go ahead, please.
Low vibration. That sounds very new agey, actually. It's new age nonsense. So it's like a mix of hodgepodge and
why
new
you
age
gotta give your fucking
Kabbalah,
interpolation rather than continuing? Have you not the power to do anything but react? Right? Lead it forward. Go ahead then.
Yeah.
Waiting for you.
Yeah.
In fact, I'm instructing you to do so.
Yeah.
Please.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, I'll do it. Okay, shut up now. So I would say that human beings are temporarily special. If the person isn't a bad guy, like he's not a serial killer, or he's not
murder or anything, I
Not you.
would save him and stuff, you know, before an animal. But, you know, I'm saying human beings are temporarily special because of symbolic conditions needed for awakening. So, yeah, I'm saving the human and stuff. But I think it's temporary. I don't think it will be forever and stuff.
Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah.
And Dr. D asks a good question out in the Chatland box. He says, I wonder what else Frank does with chickens. Yeah, I do have a very special connection with birds. I raised a lot of birds. We had a lot of parrots when I was a young man. We had an African gray named Howard that would answer the door. He'd stand by the door in the little alcove we had on our home in San Diego. And when folks would come over and knock, they'd be like, hello, nobody home. And so that was Howard. He was an African gray, beautiful bird, probably the best bird we've ever owned.
Yeah,
I genuinely fell in love with Howard. You don't understand. His pure model gray coat with beautiful crimson under his wings.
I like
such a
parrots too,
sweet bird.
Yeah, it's cool.
But I ended up with Ahab. I had Ahab the Arab, a little he was an African double-headed yellow, but one of the miniature ones with red. And the motherfucker would walk down the hall every day. He would open the lock on his cage and he would walk down the hall to my room and knock on the door with his little beak, just like that, right? Knock on the door, bang, bang, bang. And he'd say, what you doing? What you doing? What you doing? Over and over and over again. That's all the motherfucker knew how to say. Hello, what you doing? What you doing? And he would walk in circles, and he would jump up and sit on my belly and walk in circles and ask me, what you doing? And then we had a cockatoo that was near the kitchen, and that bird would answer the telephone. Every time the telephone rang, he said, telephone, Francis, telephone, because the phone was always for me. And my mom always wonders, she's like, why you get so many phone calls? And I'm like, it's not all the bags of weed under my bed, mama. Motherfucker, I made some money when I was young. I knew what was up. Appreciate that. Go ahead, Avian.
Yeah, I mean, there's a good book on African gay parrots and how intelligent they are and self-aware. It's called Alex and Me by Irene Pepperberg.
So if you know that I know that an African gray has the highest IQ, then why would you assume that me thinking that the most intelligent bird is the turkey? I query you this, Avian Buddha.
Yeah, you see, the reason why, African grays are, the most intelligent is because they can be taught simple symbolic systems. You can actually train animals to learn words and have simple symbolic systems. Simple symbol system means you can teach them 100 words or 50 words. That's been done with chimpanzees. It's been done with African gray parrots. It's been done with some other species. So actually symbolic systems, other animals have already had it, but just not have it. A lot of them can be trained for it. So it's rare and wild, but they don't have the combinatorial complexity of human language. Not yet, because you can recombine human language in almost indefinite ways to refer to absent realities or possibilities, but you can train some species, not all species though. You can train some species to have a more limited sense. But I do think over time, hypothetically, if mankind were to go, they could evolve towards.
I'll simplify it for you so you can continue your argument. I just think it's because the turkey has a better balance of IQ and EQ. It socializes, and so it has a more emotional, collaborative associate fraternity and sorority. It's got family that it interacts with at a much higher level than parrots do. Parrots are far more individualistic, and the American dream is far more individualistic.
That's not true.
But I think that Asian society will proliferate and prolong longer because it's more communal. And I think that somehow
actually you're wrong about that. Parrots in the wild are communal, though. They're very communal. If you look at keys, Keas, they're very communal.
No, there's a difference. They hang out. Like parrots hang out with each other. Turkeys form family.
Keys has family, though. Keys,
they have family, but they don't do it the same way. I've watched both birds over long periods of time.
Yeah, keys are a parrot in Australia, all right, and they have a communal setting where if one child dances, then the rest of the family and then neighbors, they know they dance with the child parrot. So they're actually very communal. You can read about them, Keas, keys. In Australia, they're considered very smart too. They're a species of parrot. And so it depends on the species we're talking about and stuff. So they are pretty communal and stuff, so,
Wouldn't it mean it depends on the variant? Isn't the species the entire family and category, and then the individual parrot types would be their variants? I may be wrong. I'm not a science major. I didn't do much on zoology. I'm a bit of a naturalist, but it's all self-taught. So you would be a little more bird-brained than I am.
Okay, and that's not really an insult because birds, New Caledonian crows and African greys and keys are all very intelligent. So I don't know why bird brain is considered an insult. Not all birds are like pigeons. You know what I mean? It's like saying all mammals are like mice or something. Or all mammals are like, I don't know, shrews or something. It doesn't make sense. There's a lot of variation in the animal kingdom. I like studying their social organizations, their umwelt, and trying to infer what is
You know what else? According to Ween, there's many colors in the homo rainbow. Don't be afraid to let your colors shine.
Yeah. It's just, this is a mess. BB, can you please shut up about me already? Like, you're doing the same thing you did to Neurojack to me.
Explain that to me. Would you break that down for me? Buddha, would you break that down? Like, what's the situation with Neurojack? Because I know Neurojack to some extent. I've encountered him a few times on the panels. I don't believe I've ever been to, if he has opens, I don't know if I've ever been there. But there seems to be a bit of a situation between you and Brown's Boy and Neurojack, and I've still never really fully grasped it. Not the details. I'm kind of stuck in the weeds.
BB just, gets extremely obsessive and stalking, other people and just go around and calling them actors and just keep doing it over and over again.
But rather than Neurojack, like, what's the particulars in your guys' situation?
Yeah, he just went over 8 hours on 4 to 6 hours on chat about. I don't want to talk about it too much. It's personal detail.
If you've already said it that many times, then you should, like, the first time you tell it may take 8 hours. The second time will take 4 hours. The third time should only take an hour. And so this would be the fourth or fifth time that you've told it. It should only take you like a couple of minutes to explain it to me, right? Just give me the most salient points.
He just when he's just a hypocrite, BB, like he keeps saying, oh, I'm gonna leave for 1 year or 2 years, make 400K doing metal fabrication, and I'm never coming back to TML's channel. I'll never forgive him. Now he's back and he's talking shit about me and stuff. And he was talking lots of shit.
In all honesty, aren't those kind of things that you said? You're like checking out, I'm never coming back, and da da da. Like, I would never say that. Fuck, TML is one of the most respected channels on the internet for these types of conversations and discussions. That's why I absolutely think we shouldn't fucking bring our drama here. Like, if we want to do debates or fucking rap battles or whatever, we should take that somewhere else, unless TML invites it. This is his hood. And it's like you showing up in fucking Blood Kingdom or Insane Crip Gang or Grape Street Crips or West Side Wilmington or 18th Street Latinos or any of those gangs in inner LA. Like, you gotta check with the hood master, check with the OGs and be like, what's cool? What kind of game can we run here on the streets and figure out what's going on? And that takes time. That takes street credit. I thought I had earned some over at Chats with Jack. Motherfucker shut me down. Entire enclave of motherfucker taking swings at Frank Monday. And I can appreciate it, but it's going to knock my dick in the dirt. And there's a good chance, if I may present this here, that I won't be back for a while, quite a while. Left a bit of a nasty taste in my mouth, that one. But, it is what it is. And you got to roll with the punches and just keep moving with the flavor and see what's going on. Transition and do new things. It also forces you to do new things and interact with greater and higher venues. that those other lesser experiences may have been holding you back. So if you said something like that here, like, I ain't ever coming back, TML, fuck you, go suck a dick, you know, then you got to figure out like why that came out and where that came out of. And how it is, having said that you're back, that you've broken your living word.
You know,
right? Always do what you say and only say what you know that you can live up to. So if Brown's Boy has proven that you're flippant and shoddy and wishy-washy.
What are you talking about? Like, I mean,
isn't you admittedly said that, and here you are back.
Let me tell you what happened. Okay, you know, Brown. BB told me, okay, he's not coming back for 1 year. He's gonna make a lot of money, or he say he doesn't like.
Wait a minute. Who the fuck BB? BB.
Brown's Boy.
BB, the leader of Israel. Oh, Brown's Boy. I'm sorry, my bad.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. And then when I come and look at the chat, I see he's talking mad shit about me and stuff, and I'm like, why is he talking shit about me? Like, I don't want an internet celebrity status. It seems like I have internet celebrity status now. Although it's not really something.
Damn, how many subs you got? You got internet celebrity status?
Well,
that's some heavy shit right there. Like, who dumped all that on you? Who said that? That's something you just made up, or that's something that somebody said? Hey, motherfucker, Avian Buddha, you better watch out. You got internet celebrity status.
Hey,
wow, that's a thing. That's breaking news, guys. Yeah, the irony is unbearable, according to Dr. D-Head 5150. Motherfucker got checked in, and he's like, "Damn, that's the first I heard of that." So go ahead and break that down. Give us the point by point on how you established internet celebrity status. Go ahead, how you established that.
Right. Yeah, you keep going on and on and on. It's very tiresome. You could be more concise and.
No, I'm just asking. It was very concise. How did you establish your internet celebrity status?
Yeah, because you know, a lot of I used to have a channel, and I do have, like, some people. The thing is, people love gossiping about others. That's what they do for celebrities, and I don't really like just looking at the chat and seeing people gossip about me, but I guess there's not much I can do about it. Whatever, it's just, I find it shameful behavior. Also, I want to make clear again, I am not a Fed. I am not a homosexual. I am not a Jew. I mean, small hat. I'm not a small hat. I'm not a pseudo-intellectual. I'm not a pseudo-intellectual either. I have my areas of focus. Yeah, I really didn't want to come on, I just want people to stop gossiping about me. But I know even if I don't come on for months, Brown's Boy won't shut up about me. I know that for sure. Neurojack is right about that. He won't shut up about me. He's going around telling people that I know. So he's going around telling people I'm keeping tabs on them for.
Okay, Avian, I'd like to take it to a Avian, if I may, I'd like to take it to a real level between me and you. I thought he was your greatest advocate, because literally, like, he found me in the panel verse. Like, imagine I'm hanging out on another corner in the hood over, I think it was Chats with Jack or maybe the Powder Dusty or something, and he came over and he found me, and he says, he said, Frank Monday, I heard you've been running from Avian Buddha. And so somehow there was a rumor generated and gossip about the fact that we had discussed a pseudo debate on Taoism versus Buddhism, and I had agreed to it. And I said I would have to look into a little bit more about the tenets and understanding of the Buddhists, because I had never paid any attention to it. I don't care about Indian Buddhism or Indian Hinduism or anything related with the Indian world.
I got your point.
Right, and I did. I looked into it. I visited temples. I made videos of visiting temples. I mixed among their people. I sought out an Indian consort on various aspects of their gods embraced in eternal lovemaking, and I started to research and learn something about it. But all of that time, I honestly forgot about the fact that I had agreed to interact with you on that level, and I got busy with my career.
Okay, I
spend 50 to 60 hours a week working at a regular job, and this time on the internet is meant as social time and playtime. It's not meant as fucking low down. And so I agreed that the best and easiest way for me to present the Tao would be to to be with no preparation whatsoever. And so I agreed to an impromptu conversation with you about it, right? And I don't know what the people thought. Like the people are out there. Did not TML hear it? Did not the people hear it? I mean, who do they agree with?
You have a manner of speaking that.
Do they side with the chicken shit?
Right. Yeah, all right. Let me respond.
Stomping around in the mud, or do they aspire to the cosmos? It's up to them. I mean, it's not my decision. Avian Buddha, it's not your decision. It's not my decision. It's the people's decision. Okay.
Right.
So can you let go of it? Fuck, it's water under the bridge to me, baby.
Yeah, why don't you tell you? Yeah, all right. Yeah, tell that to Brown's boy too. All right. You know, he's a flip flopper. All right. Okay.
Yeah, that shows some serious flip flopping. Brown's boy, you did advocate and present and even front. You came into my hood, like where I was hanging out in the corner I was occupying, and you were fronting for Avian Buddha on his behalf. Like, so that meant to me that like you had great support behind his idea. That, or you were just trying to spread gossip like wildfire. So I would agree with you, Buddha, that if that was Brown's boy's intention, just to spread gossip and elicit confrontation, then that was insidious and disrespectful. So what was your intention, Brown's boy, by doing that? You just wanted to see the fight? Be like, hey, motherfucker, Frank Money, you said you'd go toe-to-toe with Avian Buddha, and here you are hanging out, chats with Jack, ain't got nothing to say. So yeah, that's kind of a big deal. I can appreciate that, man. That's kind of some dank internet drama right there. Clip that.
He also did give my, first and last name, but butchered. I don't see it anymore, but he did give it. I swear on Buddha. Yeah, hopefully when there are fewer mods, they could prevent all the gossip about everyone. I'm not gonna go around gossiping about Brown's boy, or even if I make a YouTube channel.
What's the general idea though? Somehow there are some key points that we disagree on, right? Like in some way, I think that you think the suffering of the things in general supersedes any of the suffering that may have been created within our relative space, and that's one thing. And then I believe you're also a vegan or vegetarian as well. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm pescatarian, but I'm trying to become lacto-ovo vegetarian. I'm pescatarian.
Like when the fish fall down the waterfall, they hit the fucking rocks, and there's just tons of fish lying around and dropping dead. And so, like, if you wanted to live forever, you could just sit near a waterfall and a river and eat fish that have sacrificed themselves to the rocks, lost the battle. And would there be any harm in that as a pescatarian? Do you think? I'm asking you. Do you think there would be any harm in that? Because literally you could live eternally in that situation, provided the water kept flowing. Like water, would you agree that water and oxygen, like the natural environment, is the source of life? And so that should be preserved. I think we agree on that.
I mean, yeah.
Dr. D says you are a vegetarian, but you still eat boogers. How would you respond to that? Because that's gold right there. That's comedy gold. What the fuck? This is the third belly laugh I've had in 3 years. So thank you. 2 to DML, 1 to Dr. D. The score right now: Frank Monday 0, Avian Buddha 0, TML 2, Dr. D 1. We got a scoreboard going. And Hank, you -1, motherfucker. I'm gonna come after you at some point. Go ahead. So, I mean, would that offend your because I am trying to commiserate you on a direct level. I think that it's important, and I think that we should build bridges and not burn them. And I felt that maybe somewhat of the experience that we had in the last conversation that we had was a bit of it was a bit disputive, right? Or
all right, just
pugnacious.
Just don't
bellicose.
Slander me on public chats or whatever, please.
No, I never do that, and I never would do
that. I don't have an
issue
with you, all right? Whatever.
No, never.
You want.
Yeah, Brown's
what
boy,
you
that's
want.
kind of his
Yeah.
game. That's what he's doing. He's building a talent agency.
Yeah,
He's
I don't like
documenting everyone, and he's casting them in roles within the fantasy within his mind. And so with Brown's boy, like, you just can't get too close to his fantasy because it will consume you. And that's kind of, are you familiar with the elder god Cthulhu?
Yeah, I read a lot of Lovecraft. I read like
Okay, have
80%
you?
of
Okay.
Lovecraft.
So Brown's boy is basically like one of the tentacles of Cthulhu. He's like a cult of Cthulhu guy. And he's reaching out and trying to pull you into Cthulhu's grasp so that you'll spread Cthulhu's message. It's malignant, it's dark, it's dire. I jibe at it and satire on it a lot because I'm Piscean, I'm born within. I'm under a lot of aspas of Pisces, which is more than I would like to reveal about my zodiac. But yeah, I've got some alignments in Pisces and Jupiter. And so I'm a very fishy folk. And I grew up on the coast. I grew up swimming
Frank,
in
I have a
the
question.
ocean.
You should be very grateful for my ancestors because your people exist because of, Cyrus. So, now you're
Yeah, all
going
that ancient
against
history
my-
is hearsay. They're like the more relevance is like the movement of peoples within the last few hundred years upon the surface. Everything else just turns into fucking dinosaurs in my mind. I mean, who gives a fuck what the ancient Egyptians and the way they put together their pyramids? It's a very interesting conundrum, but it doesn't. Okay, so FM Frank Monday, Freemason, right?
Yeah.
It's very overt, very obvious. Count up the numbers, do the gematria on the name. And even von Montag's, it's even a more powerful gematria. But
Israel is the aggressor in this conflict. They're kind of causing too much problems. So it is what it is. That is the absolute fact now. They're kind of taking control of America, taking it to a costly war that benefits no one. Gonna kill my countrymen and stuff
yeah,
like
but the thing is, are those things that directly concern us and that we can have influence and power over? So we have an area of direct control, like our
Sounds like
thoughts.
whitewashing to me.
Okay, let me just spell it out for you. Threefold threes, right? Okay, we have our area of direct control, our thoughts, words, and actions. So that's our area of direct
You say you agree with TMO on everything, right?
If I may, it's just going to take threes.
Right?
It's 3 areas,
So-
and I'm just going to
yeah.
explain. It's 3 times 3. It's 9. Yeah, I'm trying to reveal fucking Tesla's secret here live on TML's channel, and Avian Buddha just wants to fucking say that everything I contribute is horseshit.
Yeah.
So
I'll just point to one.
Go ahead then. Go ahead. Respond.
Yeah. You said you agree with TMO on everything, all right? And so do you agree with his anti-Zionism? I want to know.
No, yeah, I absolutely agree with. I would be anti-Zionistic. I mean, I don't think there should be any ultimately established world power. Okay, so according to the contents, let's explore it just a little bit, if we may. Define to me what you think the extrapolate or define or elucidate in your mind the parameters, the guidelines, the contents of Zionism.
Yeah, the
What you think it is, rather than just a generalized tag.
The Union plan. Yeah, I'll do it. Yeah, Israel is an illegitimate state. They're genociding the Palestinians. They also
That's
engage in the Union
Zionism?
plan.
You're describing the opposite of Zionism.
Oh, okay. It's
Go
not
ahead.
like local to me.
Continue though. Please.
Yeah.
Just give me your top 3. What defines Zionism?
Yeah, basically.
Or no, you said anti-Zionism. Is that right?
Yeah.
No. Tell me what you think Zionism is. You have to start with the thesis before the antithesis to arrive at synthesis. Yeah, you're jumping a step. It's thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. Go ahead.
Oh, you're Hegelian now, but
just scientific method, my friend. Just basic dialectic. They're the constraints, the guidelines, the parameters within we should all act so that it's easily understandable and we can bypass the constraints of trying to figure out what some motherfucker's doing in a bush chasing a chicken, right? Why is he running around in the bushes chasing a chicken? Is he starving to death? Or does he want to fuck the chicken? So go ahead, if you would, sir. Entertain me.
Yeah. So Zionism is an illegitimate state. It's about you know, the people of small hat descent, they think they have birthright to the land of Palestine, and so then they go and they do stuff like seize the land of the Palestinians, and then they do stuff like squat on their lands or massacre them, like in Gaza. And also they have something called Yinnan plan, which is about trying to destabilize their neighbors, trying to prevent any unity among their neighbors.
Those aren't the tenets. Those aren't the core concepts. Those are the policies being carried out by lesser administrators. That means that's the way the thing's playing out, but that's not the original intent. Only your first statement, I believe, was associated with original intent. And I could see what you're doing, but what you're doing is arriving at a miasma of ideas that amount to nothing. I want to keep it to the core, most salient, most cogent. Is English your native language?
Yeah, I mean, this is people, you know. I mean, it's the best. See, the thing
is
you love
English
to talk,
language
I love
your
to
native
teach.
language?
You
Yes
see,
or no?
I'm not gonna. Yes, it is. But the thing is, you love people. You know, you see, you love to talk endlessly, and you just go on, and you meander from one topic to another. You just jump up, and you know, it's best to keep things concise. You know, Israel is an illegitimate state. You know, that's what it is. You know, it's a genocidal. You know, and Iran is the right one in this. Iran is the lesser evil. Iran hasn't caused even 1/10 as much damage as Israel. Iran helped protect Christian Syrians. Iran helped protect Armenians. You know, Israel supported ISIS. You know, that is the fact. Israel supported ISIS. Iran fought ISIS. So that tells you everything you need to know. Iran is in the right and stuff like that. And Iranians also have more special ancestry than the small hats. We're more
All right.
special.
So if the gradient from the sewer to the celestial, right, to the higher sphere is what Socrates laid out, the least among us, the fools, talk about people. They are the least among us talk about people.
Talk about Israel. Yeah, I know the game we're playing.
No. The more average talk about events, and the most intelligent talk about the ideas. So you've brought forward very few ideas, but lots of events and lots of people. So you're meandering again like the feet of a chicken in the chicken shit. So I'm asking you, please, for just a moment, pull your head out of the shit and speak to me man to man, mano y mano, on the level of the ideas of the thing. How is it that
you're a crypto Zionist? Yeah, I could see through your game. You're pill. You know, you don't like
my game. So
Eleanor Roosevelt was completely wrong on that. She was completely wrong on that. That's
Jesus, Frank, coming in with random comments about random people that we don't understand.
Oh my goodness, that's what you were quoting. That's who you were fucking quoting that garbage.
That's
and you don't even know who it came from. And now you're trying to say that's random garbage.
Hank,
you don't even know what you're talking about.
Hank, it's not just me. It's the entire general audience. You have to establish some context. Please follow proper form.
You're going rambling. You don't even know what you're saying. It's just garbage. It's bullshit.
It's because you're not educated and you can't keep up. I'm sorry for that.
I could keep up.
I don't disparage
you quote some nonsense out in the Roosevelt that's completely wrong. That's what philosophers talk about other philosophers all the time.
I know my sources. Don't you think I know the highest IQ of the bird kingdom is the African gray? And it's why I finally brought it forward for Avian Buddha to grasp upon, whereas my definition of the balance between social equality and individual equality among the turkeys was far superior. So Hank, all I'm asking, and I'm sorry to have offended you.
You're not offending me. You're talking off your ass, and I'm calling you on it.
Oh, really? No, I'm talking off my ass now. Okay, so give me some of the context and foundation so that I can understand what you're bringing into a conversation where you haven't said a word in 30 fucking minutes. So if I may, sir, please elaborate, because you are a short-winded individual.
Well, I was using the bathroom.
Proof in the pudding. So Hank, Avian Buddha, if we may, Hank, please, and I'm sorry, man. Please bring forward whatever your idea was, but please, could fuck me? Could you kind of start with like, hey Frank, AAVN, I thought this idea would interject well. I mean, I see you there in your turtle form.
Yeah. Oh, I see something.
Don't. Holy fuck!
I see something. Did you know that the country Iran?
No, if I may, AVN, if I may dominate the visual landscape.
Yeah, are you a tweaker? You look like a tweaker.
Yeah, that is, fuck you, man. You look like a fucking cocksucker. You look like a bird. A bird made of copper, right? Somebody smashed a bunch of pennies together and made a fucking chicken with an axe beak. So go fuck yourself. How about that? You fucking bird worshipping cocksucker. Frank, Hank, I'm not talking to you, so just shut the fuck up for a goddamn minute as I present visual imagery of far higher value than your little cocksucking icon. Hank, if I may, this is you. You are my shadow, my brother. My fucking memento mori. I love you more than just about any other motherfucker in this sphere. And clip that. Go ahead and Brown's boy, clip that. I respect you, man. You sit back almost most of the time and listen diligently and effectively and cogently. But all I was saying just a moment ago was that the interjection between me and this animal person, I didn't understand what you were bringing forward, and I apologize. And I would like to understand. And please tell me what you meant by that.
It's like a show, It's
when you said great minds discuss ideas, average minds discuss events, small minds discuss people, that's totally false. You could go from Eleanor Roosevelt to go from James H. Hazley. That's false. Philosophers talk about other philosophers most of the time.
Okay, and thank you. I appreciate that. And you said it was attributed to Roosevelt's wife,
yes.
Eleanor Roosevelt. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's attributed for quite a few different people, but no matter who you attribute for, it is totally false.
Yeah. And I would assert that no, that's not true, because I am actually an MFA. And I studied literature at university, and I am certified. And the original quote is attributed to Socrates, but not in the exact word form that Eleanor Roosevelt presented it, or any of the others. So that's the big thing that I reported on just today, Hank. If you check my posts on my channel, on the Frank Monday channel, I did a post from Giza Death Star. Are you familiar with Dr. J.P. Farrell and Dark Journalist at all?
No.
No, I believe you are. Are you not? Okay, so Dr. Farrell, you're familiar with oh, good God, so many doctors in this business. Anyway, if you check my post, there's a link, and I did a short video just a moment ago on this, that within the last half a century, they have been taking manuscripts out of the public domain and putting them into electronic archives in audio form in the past, and then most recently in scanned digital form, and then destroying the manuscripts. So essentially book burning, so that they are, and these are books 70 plus years old. Their idea is that if you destroy the original manuscripts from the public domain, I guess you can't get the things that are within the Library of Congress. And this is what I'm hoping for, because there's quite a bit within the Vatican archive, the Library of Congress, and the Imperial Archives here in China, that their physical copies should be preserved throughout antiquity. But I'm not sure if they will or not, because companies like Google is one of the forefronts, and then other AI companies. So essentially what they're doing is they're buying old books, their OG manuscripts, only existing copies, scanning them into their databases, and then changing them into digital format, which gives them the current copyright over the material, and then destroying the original manuscript so that it will no longer be within the public domain. Does that make sense to you? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, I know about that, but that's why copyright should have ended, so other people could reprint those books. But unfortunately, we fell for Disney's nonsense and say, "Oh, we need to protect the artists and protect our money, and we should let things go in the public domain, not 70 years, but maybe 10 years tops, so we could just reprint the books.
That's
so we don't lose the books."
that's not good. 70 years is perfect. I don't think there's any rage to change 77 times 7, right? 77.
Well, that would solve the problem you're talking about this now. So you don't want to solve the problem. You just want the problem.
No. The thing is, it wouldn't, because the only here's the next step that I failed to mention, is that he pointed out, and this is Dr. J.P. Farrell, not me, that it's resulting in a tokenization of every material asset on the planet, everything, like down to the calculation of the hair tip of like your eyelashes or whatever. But every physical, tangible thing in this material realm is going to be tokenized against their electronic currency or Bitcoin, so that it's a monetization. So if you want to access memory, your own memory, or historic memory, or cultural memory, or any of these things, it will all be tokenized. So the destruction of all CDs, DVDs, book forms, even like the transmission. And this is where we are right now, where they're trying to override our direct human transmission of storytelling that leads to education or development of a skill set, or sitting with someone and teaching them how to use a pencil. Like, all of this will be tokenized. And so that's essentially Dr. Farrell's, I guess that would be his claim. And the evidence he presents is pretty powerful, right? Like an AI tokenization of every living breath. You take a breath and your Apple Watch calculates your heartbeat and cholesterol production and the inflation level of your lungs and the amount of oxygen you use as opposed to your carbon footprint, right? And this calculates your viability for survival within the system, or the viability for keeping you alive.
So what you haven't noticed is that it already has been tokenized. You even referenced it when you said, well, you didn't get scholarships for your education. And money already tokenized everything, and you didn't even notice. So that AI thing is irrelevant because it's already been tokenized. That's why they can actually people's lives. So
but in all fairness, I mean, how much could I realize when I was a 2-year-old shitting in my diaper? I mean, now that I'm 54, I should know a few things, right? And we're near an age, right? I think TML is like the youngest. No, Avian Buddha, you're probably the youngest. And then I would say TML is the next youngest. And then me and you, Hank, we're like maybe a decade apart. Because I think
no,
that you're
more than 2 decades.
Are you fucking serious?
Yes.
Sweet Jesus, man. You have a lot of fucking wisdom. And I saw that coming into this. That's a big deal, bro. I would have calculated your age to be within a decade of me.
Yeah, I'm going now. I just want to say some final things before I go, without any interruption.
Go ahead, but that's not based on your physical appearance, Hank. That's based on the amount of your intellectual deduction and inference, man. That's quite a thing. Yeah, big deal. Go ahead, Avian Buddha.
All right. First, I want to say this. I do think you are a crypto Zionist. I think Iran is the righteous one in this conflict. The country has been referred to Iran since pre-Islamic times. Persia is just the exonyme, while the Indonyme is Iran. It was called Iran since the Sassanid Empire, the Sassanian Empire. Israel is the aggressor and is pulling the world towards a world war with all of its shenanigans and its war crimes.
Iran is the righteous one in this conflict. I wanted to say that first. Second, I'm not gonna come on anymore, but I know that B Brown's boy will keep talking shit about me, but hopefully mods can deal with that, but maybe they won't. I have to just put up with it. He said a lot of vicious things about me, like encouraging me to off myself just now and stuff. I'm not making stuff up. This guy is a lunatic. He's a lunatic. He was the one initially talking about me, and he's the one who keeps, escalating it. Neurojack and I both have problems with Brown's boy. And the third thing I want to say is, I am not a liar. Okay, I am not a small hat. I am not a fed. I am not keeping tabs on people. Just learning philosophy, reading the books they suggest. My library is big. Okay, I am not a small hat. I am not pseudo-intellectual. I have areas I really focus on deeply. Like biology, biosemiotics, Buddhism. All of that. I have my own vision. I'm not a spy or anything. And that's it. I wish the best for everyone, but please, don't, like, I don't know, stir more drama. I would prefer not to, but there's not much I can do about it. Just don't like, gossip about me and say, oh, Avian Buddha is stupid, like randomly out of the blue, and like, I don't know, Saturday, even though I won't be there to see it. Just please don't do it. It's just tiresome. It's like, I'm not like a Jack Talca or like all the other panelists. I'm just a guy that has my own, intellectual interests. I'm just very
it's good magic. And here's the only thing, if I may, brother to you, Buddha. I don't even know what to call. Is there some other name, like some proper name that I can call you by, some moniker or acronym that you associate yourself more deeply with, that's not within the like public, I don't want to say public domain, but like that can give me a deeper connection to who you are as a person, Avian Buddha?
Yeah, I'm not interested in a deep connection. I'm not.
So. That's good. Okay, that's fine then. Then I'll just address you as the fat god of sucking chicken cocks. And I'll say this: that
you do that. I think, right? And I'll refer to you as a demented small hat or something.
Yeah, that's fine. Whatever. That's good magic. I appreciate that. I'll just say to you then that I think I appreciate your level of cultivation and your interest in these things that transpire here, and I absolutely appreciate you as an individual and all of the transmissions that you've brought forward over the years. Fuck, I've been here going on 2-3 years now, and I've been listening to the shows, mostly just TML and Chats with Jack. I spent more time on Chats with Jack than I should have, to be honest with you, and TML's the real deal. There are very few others, to be honest with you, on this so-called panelverse that are really trying to strike at direct truth. And so I don't think that's anything you should ever come in and shit in the nest. I've done it once that I know of, and I'll endeavor to never do it again. TML to you, brother. Master Kong is what I call you on my channel. So that's real fucking shit right there. And I appreciate everyone that comes forward, and especially like Hank, brother Hank, always fucking bringing the fire and always sitting back and ready. And there's some new players in the field, and Dr. D always in the chat. Fuck, Dr. D, when you get Dr. D up on panel, like, he's magic, man. He knows the real things that have happened. Like, he's been there, he's done that. He's cultivated the way. He knows the method, the supreme method of the breath of life. And there it is, beloved. It's the breath of life, man. It's the inspiration of the Holy Spirit. And you suck it in and you spit it out. And that's the definition. You guys all know the fucking Taoist little Taiji symbol, the yin yang. You guys call it the yin yang. In China, we call it the Taiji Tu. It's the grand ultimate mysterious symbol. It's a little S curve with a couple of sperm cells swirling around each other. Oh, good God, damn, in heaven, right? Couple of semen fighting it out, and it expresses the ultimate dichotomy of polarization. And once you understand it, like fuck, you know it, and there it is. There it is. You don't have to talk about it. It's just fucking. It's self-evident, and that's such a thing, right? And certain people have those attributes. Avian Buddha, you have those same self-attributes of Dao De Ching. What do the Americans call it? The Dao De Ching. The Dao De Ching by Lao Tzu, right? No, it's the Dao De Jing by Lao Tzu, right? It's a very different thing. And, but yeah, it's the way of virtue and its application encoded in a single book. And I'm saying it's the ultimate book, but it expresses itself through all books. And there's the man himself, the fucking beloved Master Kong, making an appearance, baby. I think we did some good magic here tonight.
Yeah, we laid down 5 hours of, at least 5 hours of presentation on different ideas I opened with, right? Talking about depersonalization, talking about those steps that, you know, Orwell takes to lay out his ideas about efficiency and control, and how they have a inverse effect on human health and freedom and social relations and all those types of things. And of course, you know, we read a little bit of ellul as well. And of course, in the previous shows, we've, you know, looked at various writings, right, from you know, the Tao Te Ching to Phaedrus to Walden to different texts, and we're going to be continuing to explore a range of texts. We also looked at the definition of a machine by Karl Marx. And of course, previously in our shows, we were reading the Transhumanist Manifesto. And of course, we read the Transhumanist Declaration and the history of transhumanism by the Humanity Plus organization. And of course, we've done several breakdowns of transhumanist thought. And, you know, we've also explored different texts, right? Like Industrial Society and Its Future, the Technological Society, the Shangzu, Reason and History by Hegel, The Antichrist by Friedrich Nietzsche, The Analects of Confucius, among other different texts we've explored. You know, we've looked at fragments of Parmenides and Heraclitus here on the show, right? And of course, we've explored a range of ideas from Plato to Rousseau. And in terms of philosophy, in terms of history, in terms of theology, theological speculation, we've laid down a number of histories of Jews, Christians, Muslims, and several other groups, right? And of course, we are aware of some pretty complex histories of those various groups. And I've written quite a deal on that particular issue, right, in terms of you know, Christianity, Gnosticism, right, the Kabbalistic texts, right, and explanations of those various ideas. I'm not short on explanations of that material, right? We will be covering many of those things. We'll also be looking at history of, you know, different forms of philosophy, including, you know, as we've looked at, you know, Taoism and Confucianism, we will also be looking at Buddhism and legalism, two other views, and obviously legalism was a competitor for Confucianism in Chinese political thought and in various different scope of range of ideas there. Obviously, I've laid down hundreds of hours of presentation on my own view of the history of humanism, universalism, liberalism, feminism, so on and so forth. I think that our sort of histories of sort of modern ideologies like communism, feminism, we did evolution and different ideas. I mean, honestly, we take a really nuanced approach in explaining those different concepts. We take the most modern critiques that are available, right? The most cutting edge views. And honestly, I think there's not a lot of issues that have really been left out of our range of critiques. We have almost mentioned every single topic under the sun on these panels. And of course, if you guys want to go back and look at the over 400 videos that we have available, and I'm not sure how long those will be available. So, yeah, check them out if you get the chance, right? And obviously all the materials there available for free. And yeah, I mean, I don't have much more else to say. Looks like everybody left my panel. Not sure if Hank's there.
Yeah, I'm here.
Appreciate you sticking around. Yeah, if you have anything to say to the people, go ahead.
Not at this time. Just if these panels are triggering you, I'd say just disconnect from them. It's not worth getting stuck in them. Most of these people are losers and failures, so you don't need to worry about their opinions.
Yeah, it's great advice. Definitely great advice. And yeah, I mean, there's no need to, and I think several people have been there, right? You want to prevent people from having a negative critique of you, but this is something that definitely is a Buddhist thing, right? You don't really care what people think about you, right? So hopefully we can also imbibe that spirit of, just who cares what, people are going to have critiques, right? I mean, me and Hank have sort of, we're sort of professionals at taking criticism from people and, and so on and so forth. Debbie, I appreciate you. So not sure who that is, but yeah, that's really all we have here today. Not sure where else to take it from there. I appreciate you guys. And we'll drop this one more time. I mean, if anybody's really got some, itch they want to scratch, we are here for you. We'll be on Truth or Comp on Friday night. We'll be on The Machine Lies on Saturday night, and we'll be here for several more hours just showing replays. Okay, so I'm not sure who these people are. Now there is somebody here that seems like they are. Yeah, this person tried to join last time. It's like some sort of little kid, or like some sort of I don't know. It's like do I want to? Obviously, this will be not. Yeah, I'm sure this will go well, but yeah, we'll see what happens. See what this put this up. Yeah, what's up, man? What? What's up?
Oh, what's up?
Yeah, that's definitely some type of clown shit. Debbie. Also, that's Debbie.
Turn your voice
Alright.
changer off.
Yeah, that's not gonna fly around here. We need people with human voices and not alien cartoon shit going down on this thing.
And before I go, I'm gonna ask you one question, Timo. That's one question. Do you think I'm a fed, a homosexual, a small hat, a
Shit.
super intellectual, and
What is going on here?
I mean, you said that it hurt my feelings. I just want to see if you still believe that stuff. It's fine if you do. I just want
I
to
mean,
see.
who cares if you are?
No, I care. I care about integrity. I have a lot of integrity and dignity. You know, Iranians are very honorable people, and you know, in ancient Zoroastrian Iran, telling a lie was considered very bad and stuff. The Zoroastrians believe that. I don't like lying and stuff. I don't lie. I've never lied about who I
I
am.
can't prove it either way. And if you're fed, you're not my fed. It doesn't make a difference to me.
It makes a difference. Yeah, it makes a difference whether someone is a Fed or not. What are you talking about? If someone is a Fed, that's serious and stuff. I'm not a freaking Fed. You know, like that's ridiculous. You know, I'm not a Fed. I'm not a small hat. I'm not homosexual. I'm not a spy. I'm not a spy. None of that. I'm none of that. So I'm probably one of the most honest people who have ever come on the panel, even though I have made a lot of mistakes. So I've made a lot of mistakes. That's true. But I'm extremely honest. At least I try to be. And stuff. Everyone says that about me who knows me in real life. Sometimes I can be too blunt though. But that was my question to you, TML. Do you think I'm any of that still or not? I'm just it's just a question.
I mean, it is what it is. I mean, anybody could be anybody. Yeah, I mean, if there's not too many other things to say, I think people are trying to disrupt my stream with horrifying. I don't know what that was backstage. Honestly, whatever this Debbie person was, I got a really bad feeling about that, and yeah, odd things are afoot in terms of stream, because this same person tried to call in last time and then they put this comment that says I'm here, and now I'm afraid to pull it up because I'm not sure what that's a picture of. But yeah, Debbie, I'm here. Let's go ahead and ban that person, whoever they were trying to signal to that they're here on the channel. Whoa, my God. But yeah, people calling in to troll and whatnot, and I don't know, I got kind of scared at that, like whatever voice came from that thing. Woo, that gave me the heebie-jeebies. It sounded like motherfucking ET aliens, like a little alien baby and whatnot. But yeah, all right, so
Yeah, there are a lot of creepy people out there. I'm not one of them.
It is weird, man. It is weird that that happened in conjunction with you coming on. You know,
Yeah.
right when you came
Yeah,
on.
see, that
was pretty weird.
Don't, please don't. You know, I have no connection to that person. I don't even know who that person is. You know, it's been transparent to my own detriment. Why would I have connection to that person? Or are you insinuating I have connection with that person? I don't.
Yeah, the thing is that, dude, what are you here to say? If you're not here to talk about like ellul or anything else, like let's just leave because I'm about to end my show. So, you know, I just called in if somebody has questions about the show material, right? So if you don't have any questions about the show material, you've been talking about yourself ad nauseum for like 2 or 3 hours. I just need to, I need to go and end the show. So go ahead and say your closing statement so we can end the show. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I guess so. So I wrote a book. You know, I talk about ellul a lot, and Frederick George Younger, and David
Right.
Skrbina, and chapter 3. You know, I've read a lot of the material and have my own vision. You know, I talked a lot about ellul, so I mean, I have taken the subject matter seriously and stuff, and yeah, that's it. Make it. You know what? I'm not coming on anymore and
Yeah,
stuff.
you said that multiple times. Yeah, okay, we heard you the first time. Yeah, okay, so
Yeah.
all right. Do you got anything else?
Not really. I mean,
All right.
the end of
Okay. Have a good night.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah, peace. All right, guys. Thank you for joining us here on the Machine Lives, where we talk about the lives of the machine on the machine that lies. Man, it's been a longish stream. Creepy things are afoot. Not sure what to make of the situation of the constant chitter chatter clashes that are obviously not conducive to the show material. You know, crazy people trying to call in now twice on the show. As I said, these same people were here last time, and I feel like these people come in waves to try to disrupt the show material anytime it's getting good, or every time I speak at length about certain issues and topics, because they get sort of nervous, and you know, they don't want to, you know, they're like, this guy's been talking for so long about this, and you know, you know, he needs to stop because, you know, get a job, go and, you know, so on and so forth. Many reasons, many moments that we've captured here. I got to be honest, right? You know, yeah, man. But yeah, we're going to shut this thing down. And as I said, and yeah, I think you guys will be very much interested in what we're bringing forward very soon for you guys. And you know, lots of shows, lots of material. And yeah, I think Godfather Don will summarize really what we're about here in terms of presentations. So yeah, here are some words from the Godfather Don. Blessings to all you people. I appreciate you guys. And as I said, we'll be back on 9:15 p.m. Eastern time on Saturday night. Please enjoy the replays that we're putting forward. I greatly appreciate you guys. And yeah. Yeah, as we discussed, right, it's a cruel, dark world, but as long as we figure out what is happening, right, the more we realize how we've been programming, the more we realize how we've been programmed, we can realize the programming. Excuse me. And you know, as I like to say, you can't kill what you can't see, and the first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes. Right, as it says in the Tao, right? Give up learning and put an end to all your troubles. Right? It's because of the constant search for knowledge over values and virtues that we're facing this problem. Right? Our quest for knowledge has lasted our quest for goodness, you know, and fellowship. So I appreciate you guys, but yeah, that is a cruel reality that we face. And I implore you guys to explore the many issues that we're bringing forward and talk to you guys soon. Blessings. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah. You gotta close out the whole session. A little something, harking back to the good old days. Yeah, you know I can't go out like that. 7 degrees of elevation. The psychokinetic medic, credits to be headed. The shredded bone dust, you've known us. The tone justifies maligned carcasses with donors. A bonus, this specimen's healthy. He must have felt me in the beginning. He be sinning, so his ending begins with me sending workers from the shadows, spitting disease marrow at many marrows, releasing sparrows and cybernetically enhanced advanced electronics to decode and implode. Select phonics, direct tonics through physical labyrinths, mechanisms encased in cabinets to make atoms split. These technologies have scholars debating, elating thoughts up while their daughters I be sedating. From nubile young vixens to tricks in my dixons, a bacterial courier to scurry about flurries addiction. Just stating syllables to kill a few illidudes like Willadu. Use strychnine and wine to blind minds like mildew. The Willacoo's are crushed like small plastic cast items. Mere trinkets of idolatry are like sugar babies. I bite them. I'm back again like saccharin packs of slim fast. No men last in DC. I hawk men and then flash. 7 degrees of elevation. Let me elevate your mind. 7 degrees of elevation. Let me elevate that mind. 7 degrees of elevation. Let me elevate your mind. 7 degrees of elevation. Let me elevate you. I dream in color, discovering, hovering celestial bodies, traveling the dark dimensions. I empty a blessed by Khrushchev. Why these half-assed mentalists who never been through this are into this? I banish many men through shit who begin to piss me off. The stink of hell swarm before dawn negates the usage of the mighty blade of black streak to storm the gates of Hades, where men sleep with babies and rabies, attack with tongues like species and he, she's, TVs and gays feet. Amaze me never, so sever both wrists and let me feast. I release germs that burn the beast like skin singed by hot grease. Last but not least, I drop fleas, ticks, and rodents. My little spies, the eyes of the master who used to scold them. Communicate with liquids from optics of a dead one. The heads up who denied the lyrical might from the dread sun. As I grab hostile and shaft to mimic life, creating shells without souls that holds the cold still night. I sing the body electric, highly eclectic, who stays erected. One from the legion of the netherworld who's affected. I've dissected man, woman, child, and baby man drills. Rubber gloves discover answers to cancers that man kills. Stand still, child of darkness, and tell the nation the hell they're facing from 7 degrees of elevation. 7 degrees of elevation. Let me elevate you now. 7 degrees of elevation. Let me elevate that mind. 7 degrees of elevation. Let me elevate your mind. 7 degrees of elevation. Your pain is my pain. Your migraine's a teaser. My eye strains the believer inside the brains of the weaker. The element celebratory cataclysm, middle spittle late faces beyond places, design maces and 9 ages. Your mind lays descended like bellies on sick koala bears. Yo, I prepare limbs like solitaire once you're out of here. Without a K, I get suckers behind Fuddruckers restaurant. I test the tauntness before I haunt this. Exorcism and possession requires discretion. That's parental. My middle's instrumental and moving matter to rappers' venues. Secret weapons encasing this six. Here is your aura. This is Gomorrah. Here is the horror. In the flesh, blessed moves like test tubes and gin clinics. Hymns win cynics within minutes. One sins in it. 7 degrees of elevation. Let me elevate you now. 7 degrees of elevation. Let me elevate you now. 7 degrees of elevation. Let me elevate you now. 7 degrees of elevation. Peace to the mighty legion of the underworld. Organized confusion, Cool Keith and Menelik. And all the brothers that deal in the element telemetry status. Keep the pancakes cooking. Yeah. Out.
Mint Mobile Unlimited Premium Wireless. How did you get 30/30? With the price of just...
I screen recorded these, so this is a Mint Mobile commercial I recorded in the screen recording. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see something else. We'll go with these. Have a blessed night, everyone. Thank you so much for watching. I appreciate you guys.
ever did for me. I'm going to give you the benefit of my experience.
Yeah. Prospecto, BX, you heard?
Sarah
Squall. Terminology.
If you don't,
ST.
you have to answer to me.
Yeah.
Do you understand, miss?
Yo, hey yo, y'all niggas ain't fucking with this. Busting my clips, blow your hands off for touching my chips. Y'all know we got them things tight if we up in the mix. Niggas losing their minds, got bitches cutting their wrists. Hey yo, y'all niggas ain't fucking with this. Busting my clips, blow your hands off for touching my chips. Y'all know we got them things tight if we up in the mix. Niggas losing their minds, got bitches cutting their wrists.
Bitches in the hood say that I'm a grimy bastard, but they know I drop hits in a timely fashion. Niggas bring it to my squad, then the 9 is blasted. Won't leave the studio till the rhyme is classic. I sleep with the toast, so if you like keeping your post, you better chill before you sleep with the ghost. I'm deeper than most, so if I say my shoes is thorough, then I ain't trying to tell you that my sneakers is dope. Rap keys you can sneak in the boat, stack G's you can keep in the vote. Let me teach you the ropes, hustle and dope's a joke. All my people and folk stay surrounded by the white like a piece of the yoke. Sleeping you broke, niggas know that time is money. And on the block, stool pigeon niggas screeching the pole, keeping the flow, but they tryna sink my ship. That's why I marry my clip, me and my heater low. We could just hope drama never comes our way, yeah, we could just smoke. Mobilize the guns all day, my guns all spray. So don't have a bunch of people crowd around your hole like it's Groundhog Day. Cause I'll be happy to bury you, the more guns the merrier. But I'd rather murder the president of America. Mass hysteria, aircraft carriers, area 51 and aerial strikes, burials. Man, that's just a bunch of random shit. Imagine if I really got up on some ransom shit. Could give a fuck if you got a big heater. I'll still put you in a casket like the Crypt Keeper. So tell your man to stop pumping you up before the paramedics come and start pumping you up. Yeah, this is something you can pump when you drunk, on your way to catch a body with a pump in the trunk.
Hey yo, y'all niggas ain't fucking with this. Busting my clips, blow your hands off for touching my chips. Y'all know we got them things tight if we up in the mix. Niggas losing their minds, got bitches cutting their wrists. More. Hey yo, y'all niggas ain't fucking with this. Busting my clips, blow your hands off for touching my chips. Y'all know we got them things tight if we up in the mix. Niggas losing their minds, got bitches cutting their wrists. Yeah, what? Prospect nigga, yeah. Throw the squad in the building.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah, just came.
Get the hell back, let's see up in this time, my nigga Red Dog. You gonna keep this shit, you know what I'm saying? Let's pour that like this hell. This is poetry of the D.I.M.E. D.L.A.Y.A. I also keep it getting M.A.C. Come with me, down now my destination where I go with you now. Cause my body specialized in holy smoke. Eyes open for you haters with synthetic feel. Niggas probably niggas, fuzzy bitches, man, y'all need to chill and feel the words from a goddamn real one. My mind is filled with stress and boy, I need a goddamn shotgun. How folks and me, we disagree because we cannot see eye to eye. Reveal to me about that lead I let it be constantly. Love is gone, geek, wrong eyes, red, tone, black. Still back for the jack. The E.O.B. designing for the soul of you. Don't keep my name about your mouth, and it's all good, ho. Blaze one, they need your mind and fuck out with your kind. Miss me with that shit you talking, Mr. Mac ain't got the time. Every motherfucking nigga wanna point a finger and joke. But look who gon' be hanging by a rope around the white folk. But everybody wanna point a finger at me. I get that I'm a comedian, cause everybody laughing. See, I'm only thinking what I feel and what I feel is over real. All this player hating, make a nigga wanna kill like this. Cause I'm wild, niggas wanna try to take it past it, drop it for my neck like I bet you always got a pen. I ain't even gonna fuck cause I ain't even got a clock. But I bet my book and wanna whip and see I start to pop. I don't show no love, with no love is ever getting back. I'ma make a way, take a
guess I'm just the orphan with the whooping coffin. Check it out. I don't need to be home. I got my own tone and a stone. Check me out. My issues like a pit. Don't need to flip. I'm screaming, daddy, daddy. Why should I have to flip when the llama small frame games are shot like a grizzly? L.E.R. Winston begin because the interviews that come paint the snake make the fake shape like fake on some fake weight. Some snakes infiltrate. They took the bait. I make just hard rock. Stocks for cook with up another level. My level is style was cool. The devil with the 40 caliber. Infinite challenge. What's your bad number? A different number cause I cut like over undercover. See my blade running faster than your label on my ink. With the ladle in my head. Get your cable off my itch. Cause I spit my hole in my prick. Your causes they won't stick me. Indelible down as well. A few terrible well into my own tone. The roam zones the bones. I'm known to break them. Give me my props or I'ma take them. No, now. You're not Gary Cooper, it's all Robinson's that from blows to the head. Blunts, hunts, and cuts are only once, and once they got it. Soulless rotten, now you wear stocking. Peace is the way to go, but introduce the play. You know, a dream weaver, he's a kid that used to be like Eva. A deceiver will receive about a rap from the preacher. Am I any more turn whore before I can reach to that's bullshit. So before I pull it, I gotta be taking full hit. The beat the bit, cause that would be legit, strip the woman. And you find the heart and the cutter. But I know that I can get better run, brother. This is the test, bring your number 2, let him your racer in the place. Time to use your head. Bring your daughter to the sorter in the purse. I found a mortar or the slacker, but that's not my style. So a corner like this, I slip wrists some chicks with a Swiss, get the gist. I'm into this like a dentist in the splits. The right one, baby, if you're listening. The best thing about being black is that I'm listening in the night. Right for right, I'm guaranteed to bite with the tight, with the finger in the mouth, but it's the Michael Bruno. And there's lots of others, disturb others. And don't forget the sons and brothers with pipes, stick chains, knives, and crowbars. Snipers on rooftops, and niggas with sonar. Rhythm X marks the spot with bombs and drops. No need for clock, shit's on fire for block. Here comes the cops, are you ready, black man, black child? Throw away the black and black attacking crack files. I'm smoking, yo, I ain't joking. I'm open like a token, the innocuous, oblivious, and that is what you're hoping. Nobody make a move when the office start to manage. Tech, give him hell and tell pussies that's the damage. I ain't paying the human resources delaying. Give out no cheese, so no need for parlaying. Section 8, yo, is what I'm saying. Give me my A to the K, and time to start slaying.
Okay, we're here watching YouTube. So
Yeah.
YouTube.
Sorry, I got 4 people talking to me, 2 on the screen, 2 off the screen. So sorry, I'm like
No,
trying to have
no
4
worries.
conversations.
Yeah, I'm just trying to like. We'll just go through some of these, see what's on. That's it.
Predominant in society doesn't determine morality. I mean, slavery used to be legal and it was common. So whether people say that it's okay, the question is it?
So I mean, who would you rather do it with? You know, the girl on the left or the girl on the right? You know, I would pick the girl on the right. You know, that's just me. Right? I know a lot of people that, well, the girl on the left is skinny, you know, and all that. But yeah, I don't mind.
Skinnier, I guess.
yeah, I don't mind a little bit of I just don't like the demeanor. I like the sort of mousy white girl, or like whatever. I don't know. The other girl looks more like Athena, like she might be Greek. Like Greek girls have like interesting bodies and stuff. I don't know, even if they're like heavier. So yeah, so it's interesting.
So the frequency of people saying it's all right does not mean it's moral.
But like, do you value a 2-year-old's life more than a 6-week fetus?
I
if you had
don't
to
place
save one.
value on one over the other. They're both equally valuable.
See, that's a great answer. See, the girl on the right's already making sense. So my intuition was way correct here. It's crazy. Right? It's like you just walk into a room, right? Like one of them is capable of being a mother and the other one is not. So I mean, that's pretty interesting.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. A thing that doesn't even have a brain yet to me is just not something.
A thing. She said 2 weeks old. That's a thing to her. Did you hear what she said? That's disgusting. She called a 2-week-old person a thing. That's fucked up. That's just fucked up.
That I personally value, and I would rather value, like I said, most of the women having abortions already have children. They have people in their lives. They have their own life. I value.
Yeah, but just because you have one child doesn't mean it's different from the child you have. Like what? Like because you already have children, so you don't. So you could just abort some now. Like what?
Like citation needed on that most.
Yeah, like that doesn't even make sense.
That a lot more. So yeah, something with I don't know, like what is it dreaming about darkness? You could say, oh, there's some brain waves occurring. That's just not.
You could literally say the same thing for a person. Like in their like sort of worldview or whatever, there's nothing to distinguish like people from stuff. So it's like, what, exactly is she, like trying to like say like, like we don't know the inner experience of anything.
Well, it's like, what's the logical conclusion if your worldview is that we're just a bunch of amalgamated mechanisms that happen to evolve together? Then what's the point of life of anybody, much less born or unborn children?
Right. Like your inner experience is deeply subjective matter, like according to you. So it's like, I don't understand like why, you would evaluate like, the inner experience of a 2-week-old is more or less valuable than the inner experience of a 6-year-old. I don't know.
And like your brain doesn't fully mature until you're like around 25.
Right. So are 25-year-olds more valuable than, teenagers? Like what?
It's like, why is the brain the main criterion?
Right. It can't be. Right.
Something valuable to me. It's not even really about morality. Like you can say, you can have the moral belief that it's wrong to kill fetuses, and that's totally okay with me. And I'm not going to force you to get an abortion. But there are people out there who do need abortions. And like I said, it also hinders the safety of women.
Yeah, that's shifting the goalposts. Like saying like whether they should be allowed to do it, and then it should be an exemption in case of medical, like issues. So like, what? It's like you do understand those are two completely different claims, and you just said there's nothing morally wrong with a woman killing a fetus, which is just like that doesn't even make any sense. Like you should have, put somewhere in that sentence if it's her own. It's just like, I don't know. It's kind of weird.
Medically and socially in domestic situations. So I just value all of those lives more than something that can't even think, doesn't know what's happening, hasn't been alive for more than a couple weeks. So that's where I would base my laws off of, because I'm not forcing anyone to get an abortion if they don't want to.
Well, it doesn't really matter if you're forcing someone. Like it matters whether it's morally okay to end the life of a child that is moving towards developing into a fully developed human being. You're putting conditions on the value of that human. And when you do that, that condition can change based off of society. So it's
Right.
important to establish what makes human life worthy of protection.
Right.
You said, oh, well, it might just have some brain waves. So are you saying that intelligence, so
Yup.
someone who is less intelligent
Great.
is, I mean,
Damn, this chick is getting her,
Ergo Malthusianism.
yeah, she's getting her ass
Well, this
whooped.
is
This ghost
but
chick
this
is
is
getting
funny
her ass
though.
whooped.
But see, this is what's funny about this is like when you go to most debates and you start and you try to, or most like forums and you try to say this stuff, people will automatically like shut you down, and you know that like this is pretty amazing that people are even willing to go this far into it because, yeah, it's pretty funny. She put it on that because then she's like basically put into her corner. So like, are you a eugenicist now or what? So. It's like it puts her in an automatic corner of like, you know, like, are you promoting eugenicism? Or it's like, it totally turns the tables on them. So yeah, I think this is a really, this is the way I like to debate too, like where you just basically like take one example of what they say and then extrapolate it out. Like, okay, well, if you take these set of principles and you apply it, you know, universally, then essentially that means that you're into eugenics. Like a baby is less intelligent than a human, so they're a fully developed person, so therefore their value, we can make a value proposition about this person. It's kind of like weird. It's like capitalism as a morality or something, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of capitalism or capitalist theory in the way Judith Jarvis Thompson defends abortion. She basically says the baby is property of the mother because it's housed in the mother, right? So she compares the body of the mother to an indwelling, like a house, and the baby is being sort of like a tenant, you know, in that house. It's kind of weird.
up on the chopping block, someone with extreme disabilities, are they disposable as well?
I would argue in the womb, potentially, depending on how severe of the disabilities. I am okay with mothers or parents in general making that choice if they have a severe disabled child that they know is going to suffer long term. That is not something I am opposed to preventing.
You notice she's not directly answering the question either. She's not saying that intelligence has more value than non-intelligence. She's not emphatically stated anything of the sort. She's not saying that, no, they should have exemptions in case of medical issues, which, again, she's changing the goalpost. It's like nobody's talking about medical issues. We're talking about the value of human life, lady. And she just asked you a direct question about the value of human life, and you can't answer it. You know, it's like the moderator should step in if he has half a brain, you know, but he clearly doesn't. This is the problem. They can't have a sane discussion because they're going to go in loops because the moderator's too dumb to see that she's stonewalling the conversation.
And terminating. Again, like morally, you can be against that. I don't really think morals have to do with this so much as like people like to say, though. I think it's more about the rights of the pre-existing people. I'm sorry, what was your first point? I was going to respond to that too, and I'm forgetting.
Oh my God.
Like,
oh my God. How dumb is this chick?
That's pretty cheap
It's like,
tactic there. Oh,
yeah,
I
not only
forgot.
did you-
Please tell me.
Yeah, not only did you not respond to her question, but you forgot a major point that she made. It was just like, it's like incredible. I'd be like, are you listening to anything I'm saying,
Had
lady?
said that because you said not having enough brain
intelligence.
activity. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, no, of course not. Intelligence is not. I'm not suggesting to start eugenics and to start deleting people who are already alive and who don't have a certain IQ or something like that. Again, these are beings that I don't even know if I would consider them beings. They're literally just forming cells that they don't have personhood, they don't have personality, they don't have any of these factors that we consider value when we are talking about human beings, in my opinion. And other people might have a different opinion based on, usually it's religious.
Again, she's asked her if intelligence is the sole basis of value, and she stated that, according to her, the fetus doesn't have any of these things. That's not even the question. That's not even the question again. That she's responding to something totally different, right? This is the problem that they're having, is like, it's like she's just missing point after point. It's like none of what you're saying is answering the question of if something has more intelligence, has more value than something that doesn't have intelligence, right? Because you claiming that the fetus does not have intelligence, which you can't prove, right, doesn't answer the question of whether you value intelligence more or not. So this lady seems to be struggling to listen to the points that, this just Greek lady is saying.
Justification. So, and I don't believe that should be imposed on everybody else.
Okay, so you mentioned eugenics. That's exactly where I was going with this, actually, is everything that you are saying sounds like eugenics. It sounds like we get to...
Well, there you go, Neurojack. He called it. This is crazy. Neurojack called the conversation. Yeah, interesting.
Determine whether someone gets to be born based off of whether they're going to be convenient. So instead of having compassion as humans, which I don't
I'm barely listening.
think
That's
that
the funny part.
most people...
Right.
I mean, this is what Speakeasy's got going on this like abortion debate. Like, come on, dude. Abortion debate.
Yeah, predictable shit.
Like lame
in your
shit.
situation.
Right, like totally lame, like stepped on topic, like two chicks debating it to make it even more just gimmicky.
And would say that a Bible is a requirement for that. Now, Christians like myself might say yes, but you're on the other stance of things. So you don't think that the Bible should determine any of this. So where does that compassion play in when it comes to human life? You're essentially saying that because this child might be inconvenient, that we can end their life so that they don't continue on. And you said that they're a clump of cells. Well, technically, we're all a clump of cells. I myself.
Well, I mean, she could just very easily point out right now that God isn't that much against killing babies in the Bible, but that's a whole nother story.
I'm a clump of cells. And I forgot the last point. Sorry.
No, I did the same thing. That's why I'm laughing. It's not eugenics, because eugenics is the selection of a certain like specific quality that we don't want to breed into society anymore. So this isn't like based on this is just based on the mother's individual choice. It's not like the government coming in and saying, oh, this child is this way and this can't be born. If it's before, like, do you know what I mean? That's not
So it's personal eugenics.
Abortion
Like,
care.
this
It's
chick's
just
retarded.
reproductive.
again, she's not directly addressing what she, is challenging, right?
Rights and choices, the freedom to make them, which we have the option to do. So again, like this, I believe that there's more harm that comes from banning abortion than not. So that's my stance as, I guess, like at the consequentialist or whatever. I see more real life harm from banning abortion than from making it illegal.
So you said that more harm comes from ending abortion, but you realize 1/3 of Generation Z has been aborted. I would say that's quite a bit of harm. I know that you don't morally distinguish it as being harmful, but can you at least admit that that's a lot? 1/3 is quite a bit.
We have the highest population on the planet that's ever existed at any point in time. So it's going to seem alarming, I guess. But no, that it doesn't bother me. I think there's plenty of people still around. So.
Okay. So you're not bothered by picking and choosing who lives based off of their potential and convenience, because most abortions are elective.
Yes.
Damn.
And 90% of them.
That was pretty crazy, dude. So this chick is literally
Well, I like
a feminazi.
Yeah, I like this argument. She's basically saying she's basically becoming the reincarnation of Margaret Sanger right on screen. So
pretty much.
Yeah, she went totally feminazi there.
Them use vacuum aspiration. Were you aware of that?
No, that is not true. In recent years, they have been over 2/3 are medication abortions.
I just looked this stat up right before.
This was in 2023, according to I can never say this, the Gut Matcher Abortion Provider Census and Monthly Abortion Provision Study in the U.S.
Okay, so that's alongside, hold on, increasing use of medication and abortion, dominant method. So the most dominant method is vacuum aspiration. Let's see, what year is this?
All right, this is getting pretty boring. All right, Zertis is done. Let's see what Axis Rat Blood is doing. Oh no, wait, he's done too. Well, I need to refresh this page. A lot of these live streams are old.
Yeah, the sidebar is definitely doesn't refresh. It's not in real time. It's like it'll keep channels on there that look like they're live when they've been done for like an hour ago or something.
Okay, let's see what this dude is doing. Counterpoints. Okay, fuck that dude. Actually, okay, let's see what American Zombie's talking about. This is usually a good channel.
Science like this, so it shows that something existed before that was technological that could have been what was used to build the current modern stage of the planet. Gaia says false gnosis is more dangerous and zombifying than ignorance. Exactly. There was somebody that had mentioned something like that, because believing in something that's fake, you think it's real. That's why this is that comment is a perfect way to put, like, to kind of relate why evolution, why the religion of evolution is worse than regular religions, like open religions. At least they know that it's a religion, it's a belief. So the fake knowledge, to believe in fake knowledge. So it's not really ignorance, like how you're saying like when some people will say, "Oh, ignorance is the worst." No, ignorance, you can at least stop ignoring and acknowledge something. Say, you know, I ignored the fact and now I'm acknowledging the fact. But believing in the fake knowledge, the false gnosis, that's a very important thing to look at. To say, if you don't know, that's not as bad. That's not as dangerous as thinking you know, when it's what you think you know is definitely wrong.
100%.
Yeah, that's just 100% true. No lies detected as usual. American Zombie, keep on trucking, brother. There's like 2 channels out there that actually make sense, and this is one of them.
That's like the main thing I'm concerned about, right? That's why I try to lean towards skepticism.
Nah, I like this guy. Yeah, I agree. I think skepticism is better than being overly sure. But I like American Zombie too, because he's one of the only channels that went on and like in the first 5 minutes I think we both blew each other's minds. So I was like, all right, cool. This is a cool guy. Like he said some shit that I never heard before, and I said some shit he never heard before, and I was like, okay, that's cool.
Yeah, we got Brown's boy in there. That's cool. The porch sessions. Let's check this out. Let's see what they're talking about.
Our evolution to NetSuite has been
oh my god! All right, super long commercial here.
Oof.
It's like 30 seconds long almost.
That's the worst when they don't let you skip.
15 seconds long. Oracle NetSuite. Okay.
Oh god, another one.
Oh, it looks like we can skip this one. All right.
Hitting people about 400 and some change, a lot of change, that are in these sanctuary cities. That it literally says, "Oh fuck, it failed. Oh god damn it." In all sanctuary cities, there's been 482 fucking lawsuits against the Trump administration that have put blocks on them from doing their job. Not only that is that these sanctuary cities are not good for America, period. I don't care how you look at it. Anytime you allow a foreign invader to come into your city, abreast of anything, and they can't hold them accountable for anything, you give them everything. They come here based off of our fucking, what do you call it, our support system, and you keep allowing this to happen. And then when someone tries to stop the situation, you file lawsuits against it. Just like they filed lawsuits against the motherfuckers about the fraud in fucking Minnesota, where he said, fuck it, I'm going to cut all this shit until you verify this shit is true. You know what?
Not only that, Tom, but a lot of these jobs, man, that these immigrants are taking
are literally put out there from other immigrants that are here in America that gives them the job.
No, what it is
That's
is
a
lot of these jobs, because like they're getting into skilled trades and shit now too. And what they're able to do is they're able to basically do these skills.
It's a controlled dialectic, honestly, is what I'm seeing. It's like they let these people in so that they can do other programs that abuse people's rights. So you have people like shooting ladies in the head in the middle of the street and stuff, and everybody's supporting it. It's just a controlled dialectic, it seemed like, honestly.
That avatar pic there in the bottom is kind of like, I guess, trigger.
Right. They're
Trigger worthy
trying to
for
race bait
certain people.
Yeah, they're trying to race bait people with
this. That looks like something Nuero would do. That
right,
one.
Yeah, it does. It does. Yeah.
And unfortunately, he's not on panel right now.
Oh, he's not. Okay.
He disappeared.
This is a show that I've seen.
Where is Sean at? Is he around?
He's not in the chat. I haven't seen him yet, so hopefully he joins.
Hit him up, Anthony. See if he wants to join. He goes by Grey Wolf, so.
Is my mic or audio working, by the way?
Yeah,
you're good.
Loud and clear.
Okay, sorry about that. Just wanted to check.
I'm sorry, did somebody say something? I don't think their mic or audio.
By the way, this is an open panel where 195 people are watching. So I've been told to go on this show to like promote the channel. But like,
I mean, Paranoid Chillin'. Oasis Paranormal. Never mind.
Yeah. But it's like, you know, I'm still trying to figure out like what exactly do they want to talk about? All right, so I'm just trying to, because it says here, open lines, paranormal cryptid encounters. Okay, well, maybe Lorp should call in here. All right. And he can promote the machine lives. He could say, like, hey, go check out the machine lives or something. I don't know.
I don't think I've heard
Might
of it.
as well.
There's a really famous triptych artwork of Takayasha with the skeleton. It's a very popular Japanese work you guys have probably seen, but she is the daughter of Taira no Masakado.
Oh, Taira no Masakado. Who was that? Who was she's a princess,
that? Yeah.
right?
Is that an Asian girl?
Hmm?
She's a princess, right?
I guess
I'll
she
never
could be
cam
considered
on.
one.
Let's just pretend it's an Asian girl because we're on Neurojack, I guess. Right.
Or like what region, what part?
I'm from down south, but I live in Appalachia right now.
Oh,
Nice.
Oh.
Probably not an Asian
that's
girl.
kind of cool. I'm
All
waiting.
kinds
Where are
of
you
critters.
from, Drake?
A lot of creatures.
Southern
talking about
California, the capital of the loudest noise and lots of traffic.
Oh, yeah.
So
California,
like
man. I
LA.
tell you, we were driving from Sacramento from San Francisco to Sacramento, and it was stop and go traffic out in the middle of the countryside.
Welcome
Oh,
to
wow.
California.
Never seen anything like that. Not in Texas, man. You don't drive from
No,
like
I've been
Austin
through
to
Texas.
Houston, and yeah.
I got to go back there and run into you guys sometime in the future, but I've got a few events I want to try to catch this year out your way.
Yeah.
I went to Cali in 2010, and San Francisco was the nicest city I'd ever been to.
Like, this is just chit chat so far. So I'm not like. Seems like there's a lot of hi this, hi that in the chat. Hi Gary, hi Randy, hi Harm, hey
I guess they
Brett.
got started, maybe.
Hi Linda Webb, hi Takayat. Here, hold on. 54 minutes ago. So
Dang, that's a long start.
yeah, so I have no idea what's going on here. It looks totally just
Mentioned
like-
some kind of artwork, and like that was it.
it's like a channel that's like, I think that channel used to be popping. They developed a huge following, and now they're just opening it up for people. I have no idea what's going on.
And more than just like, oh, this is
What
black and
the
white.
hell is going on here? What the fuck? Why is this happening? Can anybody tell me? Like, what? This is bizarre. Why would she call in? Why would she call into the fucking ball? It's like, yo, okay, this is gonna be a bizarre interaction. Like,
I think that we've already kind of taken this through. I'm going to bring USA up real quick. I want to respond to the caller. We got a lot going on. I never got to many articles, if any. So I think that this.
yeah, pretty much on point there.
Can't believe I'm actually agreeing with Paul Enslaved. Is this like an alternate reality or something?
Well, that's the thing is like most of the panelverse people, like OTW and like a lot of these guys, right? Even Jack Talcott, like they understand like maybe 60 to 80% of the conspiracy stuff, just because they're on the alternative side of things and they talk to like weirdos all the time, right? So it's interesting. Like they mostly agree with a lot of that stuff. They're definitely way more sort of paranoid about the way the system works than people like Cockboy Hotline or Made by Jim Bob, right? So I'll have to give them that, right?
Speaking of Jim Bob, did you want to look at that, at least some
yeah.
of that debate?
Yeah,
Or
we could go to that. Yeah, let's get up in this. Does physical
the Jim Boob?
Yeah, let's go to that. I guess that's what we'll do for the rest of this. Oh, look at this. Castrop. Yeah, Castrop debated physicalism versus idealism many times. So those would be like some level up debates in terms of just looking at Jim Boob's retarded ass.
There it is.
Adobe Acrobat Studio is on.
Yeah, I'll give tacos the views instead of Jim Poop. Yeah, we'll skip his gas song though. Nice try, tacos. Not getting us with this fucking trash music.
Was he got like an AI song now
Oh
too?
yeah, yeah, you betcha.
Rut-row.
AI metal trash.
There was something I wanted to say from that last thing, but I kind of forget.
Anything? Also, let's get some introductions. I always forget to do the introductions. Jim Bob, you should do a quick introduction for yourself, and then Leo Phileas.
Swoop and the flippity floppity floop. Anyway, on a serious note.
And Leo Phileas.
Oh yeah, watch this. This dude gets like really cringe here.
Yeah, it's your boy Leo Phileas in his house. Open the flippity floppity floop. It's your boy Leo Phileas in his house. Open the flippity floppity floop.
That's clippable.
It's your boy Leo Phileas in his house. Open the flippity floppity floop. Anyway.
Oh man, just
Fucking
total
cringe.
The whackness spreading like a plague.
It is cringe, but I think his hardcore evolutionism is probably more cringe.
Yeah, like, and then Jim Bob sipping that same fucking gay ass Sprite looking drink. Like, you
With
look
his-
like a sweet boy with your cut
Trying to
off
look like a lumberjack.
sleeves. I know, like a gay lumberjack. Like, what the fuck?
Total clown.
Sipping them sweet Long Island iced teas that he's got there. Come on, dude. Like, what is this, like, sweet little green and yellow, like, you know, the shit comes in a can. So it's like, you know, just what are you sipping on there, bud?
On a serious note, yeah, I'm Leo Phileas. My channel is called Leo Phileas.
It's the same fucking weird drink he's sipping on all the time. So maybe this is like product placement, like, you know, just what is this?
occasionally
Gay-
post content.
gay
I'm hoping
ops.
that by the
Right.
spring I can get some stuff in my schedule with work and other things that I do a little bit more solidified and start posting a little bit more regularly. But I do post to my channel. I focus mainly on philosophy. The areas would be metaphysics, philosophy of science, metaphysics of science, philosophy of physics, and then I do a lot of content related to both cosmology and quantum mechanics as well. I'm no expert, but I think I know enough to know what I'm talking about. It seems that I know what I'm talking about. Some experts have told me that I know what I'm talking about. So you should go check me out if those things interest you.
Perfect. Thank you for the amazing introductions there. I am waiting for my, all right, we got the clock up here. Sorry about that, just resetting one of these timers. We've been doing a bunch of open panels. So
by concrete, we mean material. Justified true belief is when a person asks no.
So he's going with justified true belief.
Oof.
Which is just dumb. Like, it's like, I don't know, dude. It's like, there's no discussion of like Gettier and like, you know, any of this crap. It's like so weird. Right? Like, he's going with justified true belief, like not Plantinga, like not anything else. You know, like we just did a whole thing looking at Plantinga yesterday. You know what I mean? You know, there's so many better options than justified true belief. I don't know. You know,
Is he going with that to so he can use the tag or what?
pretty much, yeah.
Figures.
That a proposition P is true if and only if all three of the following conditions are met. S believes that P is true. Obviously, you have to believe something first to know if it's a justified true belief. Two, that it is in fact true, that you test it in some way that it is true, and it's justified in believing it, that it's true based on supportive evidence and argumentation or whatever.
Like, does he not? He doesn't understand justified true belief because he said you have to believe something in order to know it. That's not how it works. You know, you could believe something without knowing it, know something without believing it. And Plato literally shows you how those two things are different. Right? But I don't
Putting
know.
the cart before the horse, I guess.
Right. So he doesn't understand how this concept that he's employing works, and he's clearly reading like some sort of AI explanation.
Script.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Else. And so there are some key aspects of this view that have some major problems. One is if knowledge is synonymous with justified true belief, then justified true beliefs are concrete in nature. That is to say, their ontology exists as material in the world physically. Two, a method is required for coming to justified true beliefs, which includes evaluations and propositions. This is a problem because evaluations and propositions under physicalism would also be concrete. They'd either be a collection of materials or concrete items, some mechanistic thing in motion that's happening. That's how that would work inside the brain. Another aspect of the problem is that if justified true belief exists as a concrete matter in the brain, then false beliefs also exist in the brain as concrete matter. How does physicalist or physicalism itself delineate between a false belief and a justified true belief if both share the same material status in the brain? That would be to say that one material grouping, justified true belief, has some unique quality to it, aboutness, that is distinct from the false collection of beliefs. If it's the same category, you need some sort of methodology to figure out which.
Yeah, now this is going to get really confusing because the guy then argues that non-physical things do not exist, including concepts.
Wait, non-physical things don't exist?
Including concepts.
Well, then his God doesn't exist. His God's non-physical.
No, I'm saying that's what Leo Philo says in response.
Oh, okay. I was confused.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
No,
that's
he's saying-
weird.
No, he's saying that non-physical things exist as concepts. So he's using dualism, right? Just simply put, he's just using dualism, right? He's saying there's non-physical things that exist, which are ideas, which doesn't make any fucking sense. And the guy's response to it is that non-physical things don't exist, including ideas. Stupid.
Oh,
Retarded.
brother.
Yeah. So this is going to be so spoiler alert. It's going to be really stupid.
A doozy.
Yeah. Because because what the kid's response should be is, how do non-physical things interact with physical things? That should be the main question he goes to. The kid never gets to that question. You know, and then Jim Bob keeps asking him, how are you arguing for things that you don't think exist? Which doesn't make sense because he's arguing in terms of his physical brain. Right? So it's like, of course, he's not saying that nothing exists. Right? So Jim Bob uses like slippery slope, and then the kid goes along with it and just goes, yeah, I don't think like language and all these things are real things, which is retarded. It's like, of course they're real things, you fucking
As in they
moron.
have ontology.
Yeah.
Oh.
So it's like instead of saying like ideas are just another aspect of physical reality, right? Like he could have easily said that. He doesn't say it. He just goes, well, they don't exist, which then confounds Jim Bob to say that all of the premises for his debate don't exist because they're just merely ideas.
Wait, so you already watched this debate?
I watched like the first hour of it, and then they
Oh,
I think
okay.
opened up the panel or something. So I've watched a great portion of it, honestly.
So pretty much the whole thing.
I don't know how much longer they go past the hour, but yeah, they could go 2 hours. So then I would have only watched about half of it, but yeah, I have seen a great portion of this debate.
I think they
and
go
it
for
was
2 hours.
retarded.
I think it was for 2 hours. So yeah, which I think, because I think I told you, is like, that seems like ridiculously long for this.
Yeah, it gets
topic, you know?
retarded. Yeah, it gets very retarded, as I'm saying. Like it's literally just how I outlined it, because I've seen it before, and like I said, it's like the whole discussion of being and becoming, like on my show, Parmenides versus Heraclitus. The whole thing could have been solved if they looked at that problem. All right, it's like weird, all right, because you don't want to say ideas don't exist. That makes zero fucking sense. Nor do you want to take a weirdly dualist position, because then you can't connect non-material things with material things, right? So since he's
correspondences, bro.
right, so this is the thing, is like he's not saying anything to that to connect those two things, right? So yeah, so both of them have an intractable problem in my view, but yeah.
Which one's true, which one's false, if it's just pure material. My opponent might say, well, that's easy. We just test them with reality. Well, first of all, reality is a metaphysical term. Reality is a concept. So concepts, do they exist under physicalism? If so, where is the material called a concept? But further, when they say I'll test them with reality, being that would be one of the criterion for justified true belief, the act of testing itself is a concrete set of objects in the world occurring mechanistically in the brain, which would include an accurate test and an inaccurate test. So when I ask someone, how do you determine a set of matter that's true, called knowledge in the brain, called justified true belief, as material in the brain, from the false one, he says, well, we'll test it. But the problem is there's inaccurate and accurate testing. So you have the same problem. Inaccurate testing and accurate testing would also happen in the brain, in the material brain, as material product of just the brain happening. So keep in mind.
So it's clear that Jim Bob's more right, you know, so, but still he's using a sort of slippery slope, you know, to deny the existence of brain states, right? That would then, you know, encounter sets of ideas or beliefs which he's admitting they don't exist because everything exists as, you know, as, you know, sort of coming from a physical source, right? So, so yeah.
Find that the phrase test with reality invokes an abstraction called reality, as I said. The abstractions must also exist. Now, I don't know if my opponent will say, well, they do exist, but they're not material or they're not concrete, which would be,
I mean, is reality just an abstraction? I'm kind of having trouble wrapping my mind around that, right? Because both of them would be arguing for what is real. So neither of them are saying that, you know, I think both of them would agree with the statement existence is. Right, so none of them are denying reality, right, or saying that reality is just an abstraction, right? So I think that, I think he's using too much of a slippery slope to kind of like, you know, say, well, you know, physicalists don't believe in any ideas, right? They don't believe conceptual things exist, right? But they clearly do. They just think they're products of the mind. All right, so
did they at least try to come to an agreement on some terms anyway? Or they just argue past each other the whole
it
time?
seemed to me it's more, you know, the latter than the former, but you know, you have to come up to your own, come to your own conclusion. But I think, to me,
they never ever define their terms before the debate starts ever. You know, I mean, I've never seen them once like define
because that's
terms.
kind of the debate, you know, that's the real debate. Or the foundation that for the debate, anyways.
Yeah, I would argue you can't even have a debate unless you agree on some of the terms at least that you're discussing. You know what I mean, there's literally no debate unless that happens. I would agree. I would say.
Like they need to at least define the word knowledge, the term knowledge, at the very least. Otherwise, there's no point.
contrary to his position tonight. So if abstractions do exist, they must also be concrete, which is definitely.
Well, that is kind of does physicalism make knowledge impossible? So what they're literally arguing about is knowledge, right? The existence of it within physicalism. And so it is an interesting prompt for sure, but and it's definitely stolen from those Castrop debates, honestly.
definitionally a contradiction. We have at least, to my knowledge, we have two ontological categories, material and abstract, conceptual and real, as they would say. So if knowledge, if it's concrete, is a material in the brain or a collection of material in the brain would also be identical to the person acquiring the knowledge. We say, hey, can we acquire knowledge? In this case, justified true belief. But if the person acquiring knowledge is identical to the knowledge itself, being that if a person acquires knowledge and knowledge is literally the brain, then the person...
See, now he's getting twisted up, because knowledge is a product of the brain. The brain isn't itself knowledge. All physical things aren't knowledge, right? So he's like tying himself in a knot here.
Acquiring knowledge is acquiring their brain, which would be reduced to the brain is acquiring the brain, if you were to say it.
What the hell?
No, he's gotten like too outside of himself. Like he's like gone into a philosophical coma at this point. Like it doesn't even
Well, I think he might be trying to lay a trap, but it's not doing a good job of it. Like he's actually putting himself at a disadvantage. But I think he's trying to lay a trap where he's going to piss them off and then get them to double down and then do some other weird shit or something.
Yeah, because knowledge is a product of the brain. It's not the brain is knowledge because it's physical stuff. That would mean that all physical stuff is therefore knowledge, which no physicalist would say that. Or that's just ridiculous.
Properly. So it's a distinction with no difference. So what in fact is being required? It sounds like, to be consistent with a physicalist position, you'd say the brain is producing phenomena and you're calling the phenomenon a true justified belief as opposed to a false belief. But the problem is that activity...
That's false. They wouldn't even use the term justified true belief to describe, the product of the brain, right? They wouldn't use that, right? So, so he's applying a false definition of knowledge to something. He's saying like justified true beliefs can exist in the brain, but they never agreed that's what knowledge is. So he's applying a weird definition to something that exists in the brain, where I don't know if they would say that it's in the brain or it's a process of the brain, right? Because it sounds like Leophilus or whatever the fuck his name is says it's a product of the brain. It's a process that exists as the brain metabolizes, not the brain itself. So again, he's conflating two different things.
I guess he really likes lions. I don't know. Leophilus.
Yeah, does that mean you want to fuck lions? Like, what the hell?
I'm not sure. Maybe he was trying to go for Leonidas, but maybe just change it.
Maybe the kid's a furry. He looks like one of those types.
Maybe his name is Leo, so he loves himself.
I mean,
right.
Maybe he's a Justin Bieber fan. He's like, if you
Autophilia
like
is a thing, I
music
guess.
that much, oh baby, you should go and love yourself. Come on.
Damn. I don't even know any Justin Bieber songs, but all right.
Is all just one thing. It is the brain.
I'll forgive you
so
for
there's
that.
no way to
I'll
talk about knowledge without referencing
Yeah, just fucking with you.
It as a category. But if categories exist, they must be concrete. If a category is concrete, then it's a particular concrete thing, not a category. How we understand categories is a collection of particulars that we conceptualize in a big folder called that's the category. I would say knowledge is itself a category, being that there are types of knowledge, even in philosophy, there are types of knowledge. Those types of knowledge would be in the folder category called knowledge. But that obviously is a problem under the physicalist view. So if a category is a concrete particular, then knowledge is a particular thing in a particular brain. So that is to say, every person who has a brain that has justified true belief has their own knowledge. It's a peculiar, particular knowledge. It's the only one of its kind. So it has no relation to other knowledge. It doesn't have a relation to other beliefs. There's no connection. There's no correlation between the two. They're totally in their own sort of vacuum. It's not full solipsism, I don't think, but it might entail it. It might entail it.
Yeah, I mean, the kid could ask him a very simple question now. Where does knowledge exist? You know, if it doesn't exist in the brain, then where does it exist, Jim Bob? Right? He's not answering where knowledge exists because he's saying, well, the physicalist thinks it exists in the brain, right? But he's a non-physicalist. So where does it exist for him? Does it exist in the mind of God? Does it exist in some ethereal realm? The realm of the forms? You know, where exactly does this knowledge exist? Because there's many different options. And then secondly, how does the mind of God or the world of the forms interact with the physical world? There's two questions that you would have to answer that have complex, highly complex means of justification just to back that up. You know, because you literally have zeros and ones. How the fuck do they interact? Right?
Many referent of knowledge as there are brains from that view. How could a physicalist say any particular concrete item or material event is more true than another? They can't, because the methodology they suggest using to arbitrate between true and false is also a new cascade of material events in particular brains. So there are two simple syllogisms I'll use tonight, which demonstrate that one, knowledge has no ontology under physicalism. That is to say, you can't point to where or how it exists if it is in fact material. Two, acquiring knowledge itself requires a physicalist to special plead for certain types of concrete matter doing certain concrete things. So the first syllogism is premise one: categories don't exist under physicalism. Only particular instances of matter exist. So if premise one is categories don't exist under physicalism, that's a conceptual thing, not a material thing. Premise two, knowledge is a category. Conclusion, knowledge does not exist under physicalism. Now, you couldn't really argue that physicalism can make knowledge possible if it doesn't even have an ontological status for it to exist in the first place. How would you know if knowledge is possible if it necessarily can't fit in the right folder called physical? You can't point to a physical thing called knowledge. The next syllogism is just as simple. Premise one: concrete objects, events, or we could call them states of affairs, are not truth apt. That is to say, when you look out in the world, things, items in the world, a rock,
30 seconds,
are not true or false. They just exist in the world. So now if we revisit my opponent's position, he's holding to the view that anything that exists is concrete.
Yeah, I mean, this is there's another trap here, because he said that, thoughts, which exist in the brain, cannot go out of the brain into a category called knowledge, right? When the Leophilius guy could simply just say, well, it's language, right? Language is the way that they're transmitted, right? So the thoughts exist in the brain. Those are physical processes as the brain metabolizes, and the language is how they're translated. And if you don't have the language to express your idea, you sure as hell won't be, explaining anything to anyone, right? So you can't demonstrate your knowledge without language. And I think he would just say, well, these are just products of language, right? These categories, and so on and so forth. And I'm pretty sure that is what he says. So, I mean, that's a perfectly good answer.
Maybe I'm wrong, but it sounds like knowledge is being defined as information in this regard.
Right, yeah. He is kind of like, he's saying that physicalists reduce knowledge to information, right? So
okay.
And so there wouldn't be anything to distinguish any one piece of information from any other piece of information if it's just based on a physical process.
Nature, knowledge exists, therefore it must.
But then he's further claiming that you can't take the knowledge out of the brain. And I just don't understand why it has to be stuck there. Right, because you can't create a category for it, which they can. It's called language, right? So I don't know.
Be concrete. I'd like to know tonight, what is it made of? How do you know you're looking at it when you're just looking at the concrete world around you as particulars? So I'd love to figure this out tonight. Thank you.
Yeah, and then it'd be just that two concrete, particular means of attaining to a piece of information would correspond to each other through language, and then they would invent a shared either experience or understanding of what they're viewing.
Thank you. And then we reset that. And then Leophilia. Oh, you're right. Cool. Let me know when you're ready.
Damn, he just took a big old rip.
And you'll have 8 minutes.
You're
8 minutes.
So the question before us tonight is, does physicalism make knowledge impossible? Now it's not a major point in the debate, I don't think, but I'm just going to take impossible here to just sort of mean either lie.
Now, this guy looks like he's like stunted growth from playing video games or something like that. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Like this is the kind of like this is the guys that look like they're like 12 years old when they're perfectly grown, right? But so this is kind of like weird that they always have Jim Bob and Andrew debate these kind of guys that are like grown-ups, but you know, they're sort of like these stunted growth guys, right? Soy boys, right? So I don't know.
Logically or metaphysically impossible. One of those two is going to be the most broad. And that's just to say that there is no possible world in which it can obtain. So any possible way the world could be, something is impossible if it cannot obtain in any of those ways the world could possibly be. I think we also needed to define some terms. So by physicalism, I just mean the idea that everything that exists is physical. And by physical, I just mean concrete. And things that are concrete are things that stand in causal relations, as opposed to things that are abstract, which are things that do not stand in causal relations. Like numbers, for example.
What's he do with retrocausality then? And nonlinear, it's like nonlinear shit.
Yeah. And so I want to go back to this point because I'm trying to figure out where he thinks these abstract entities exist.
In causal relations, as opposed to things that are abstract, which are things that do not stand in causal relations. Like numbers, for example, would be considered abstractum or abstracta in the plural, whereas electrons would be considered concreta. And this is because numbers don't cause things to happen, but electrons do. If they didn't, you wouldn't have electricity in your house. By knowledge, I just
among
mean
a lot of
justified
other
to believe,
things.
at least broadly. More.
Yeah, and I don't know. You know, the Pythagoreans make some pretty good arguments, right? And I feel like numbers, if you think that physical stuff causes things to happen, then clearly there's mathematical proportion to that stuff, right? So you can't just have matter without form. You know what I mean, right?
He's basically saying that mathematical stuff is all abstracted because that's how we define, that's how we conceptualize those things. So again, it goes back to concepts not being physical or whatever you're saying.
Yeah, but it's like if you have two things, did one cause them to exist? Of course it did. You know what I mean, right?
Right.
You know, because it's like you can't have two without one, for example. So one does cause things, you know, it causes a multiplicity of things, for example. So I think in terms of Pythagoras, it would be like, yeah, I mean, one does have causal property, right? Because it's like, you know, one created all this shit. I don't know. You know,
the monad.
You know, so to speak, right? So like, it's like
allegedly.
Yeah, or like, is there not mathematical proportion of things? Was there not a set amount of energy within the universe when it started? For example, right? You know, didn't it not take this much time for things to get to where we are? 4 billion years or whatever, right? So it's like
14, if you want to say from the Big Bang.
Yeah, but it seems to be that
and like
there's
3 or 4 million for Earth specifically.
Yeah, like
but
I
it was
just feel
14 billion for the universe and like 3 million for Earth. I forget,
Yeah.
something like that. either way.
Yeah, how do you get rid of the necessity of number when time is just one linear frame? I mean, like it's, you know, like number would have to be necessary. All things would have to be in proportion to themselves. Or like, I don't know, you know, like it's just, you know, it's like you can't just like if you have matter, how do you get rid of form? It's just like weird, right? He's saying like form has no causality. It's just stuff bumping into each other. So the electrons, and right, is there not a set, like doesn't one electron have a set amount of like weight? You know what I'm saying? So I don't know.
Specifically, I would say JTB plus, that is justified true belief, plus a reliable belief forming process that includes no false lemmas, just to take it a step further. But I can work with just justified true belief. I think that's a fine way to define knowledge.
Yeah, but then it becomes circular, doesn't it? It's like, how do you know that's a reliable system to be able to verify the justified true belief? It just ad nauseum.
Right.
For the sake of this debate, and does physicalism make knowledge impossible? Well, I would say no, because I don't see any contradiction, and all it means to say that something is possible, at least broadly logically possible, is just to say that there are no contradictions in it. And I can't see any contradictions with the conjunction of both physicalism and humans having knowledge. So with that being said, no, I don't think it's impossible. At least it's not strictly logically impossible. Physicalism being true and humans having knowledge doesn't violate any of the laws or theorems of any sort of logic that I know of. And I would also say it's broadly logically possible. I can conceive of a world where we have knowledge like this world that we're in, the actual world, and a world, the same world, where physicalism is true, which again, I would say is the actual world. So I would say it's broadly logically possible. It's strictly logically possible. And I would also point to the fact that, at least with respect to the 2020 Phil survey, most respondents, particularly if you single out specifically epistemologists, are physicalists, and also think that there is some analysis we can do on knowledge. I also do think it's worth pointing out, however, that it's only a slim majority of epistemologists that think we can actually do an analysis on knowledge. There is a quite a large minority of epistemologists and philosophers more broadly, if you go look at the survey, that think there is no analysis of knowledge at all. So just to sort of point out that this, what knowledge is and whether we can analyze it is still something that epistemologists and philosophers more broadly are debating. But I don't see any contradictions with physicalism being true and humans having knowledge. And so I'm not motivated to think that they are impossible. And I can just leave it.
Like, what a stupid opening statement. Like, all you've said is there's a consensus among people who call themselves epistemologists, right? But even they themselves are debating the meaning of these things. So although it's logically plausible in his view, it doesn't have to be for sure. Right. So I mean, what does the scientific consensus or the consensus of epistemologists add to this conclusion? I mean, I'm just curious.
There.
Perfect. Thank you so much for the introductions. Hang on for 1 second. Sorry about that. And yeah, so we'll be starting the 60-minute open panel, open discussion, and it'll have up to an additional 60 minutes depending on audience engagement. You can super chat a question.
Yeah, I think Jim Bob definitely won the opening statement. I mean, that was a horrible opening statement from Leo Filius. He clearly didn't prepare. All right. So, you know, I mean, yeah. So. And also, he's the one with much less subscribers. So it's kind of surprising that he didn't prepare. You know, it seems like he's debating somebody who's much more notable in the like sort of debate sphere. The guy who like went to Miami and, you know, sat up on stage with like the weird Wesley Willis or whatever the fuck that guy's name is, right? You know, what's that guy's name?
I forget.
Wes something, I don't know. But yeah, that guy's, you know, so this guy sat up on stage with all these celebrities and, you know, now you're debating him and you barely prepare your opening statement. I mean, dude, like, you know, I mean, I'm just not impressed. I mean, that was just horrible.
panelists, and it will be read to them for $5. You can do this with comments as well, but comments are going to be held till the end of the open
Like he
discussion
shot
portion.
himself in
They
the
also
foot.
retain the right to not read.
It's like, oh, I'll go even farther and say it's JTB plus.
Right.
Like, I'll make it even worse for myself.
Right. It's like, good lord, dude. It's like, he gave Jim Bob a lot of rope to hang him with for sure.
Yep.
Read comments if they appear to violate YouTube TOS. I will jump into the conversation and read the question for you. Just try to keep them on topic somewhat, right? $2 super chats will be displayed on screen as well. Our panelists tonight are immune to mutes and kicks, so keep that in mind. You guys ready?
Mm-hmm.
Mega bloodbath engaged. You have 60 minutes.
You're muted. And since I spoke last, if you've got any questions, go ahead.
Breakfast Talkers, do you do that live every time, the mega bloodbath, or do you record?
Yeah. I should have it recorded.
You should get an echo in there.
Was that bad?
Yeah.
No, it was good. No, I thought it was
Yeah.
6, 7.
Also
abstracta, right?
6, 7.
And most
button, and we'll get 50 likes, and I'll be
I'd refer to abstracta, right?
Yes.
That and most people would call abstracta. From a physicalist view, do you think that exists, or that's just like an illusory linguistic term we?
Come on, DeFreak, what are you doing here? Studs? I mean, come on, dude.
I don't know what DeFreak is up to. He's always sending like donos to
$2 super
tacos.
chats to the weirdest people. Yeah,
And I think he's a mod, maybe? I forget.
that's surprising. I would have.
Or no, he's not a mod. He's just a what do you call it? A member.
Yeah, like this is a much lower level conversation than looking at just Parmenides or Heraclitus. So, the value,
used to refer to things that aren't concrete, but they don't actually exist.
Yeah, I'm a nominalist, so I would say abstracta do not exist.
Okay, and then would you say categories are abstractions, categories
Yes.
themselves as anomalous?
Mhm.
Okay. Would you argue that knowledge itself is a category?
Yeah, I think knowledge can be understood as a category. I don't know if that's what it is necessarily, but
okay.
I think
But if
like
knowledge-
a category of like beliefs that are justified and true or something like that.
Okay, so if categories don't actually exist under physicalism, and knowledge, you said, could be a category, but could it be anything? Could knowledge be anything other than a category, conceptually a category?
Probably. I'm not sure. I think it really just comes down to the particular approach that one takes in their analysis of knowledge.
Okay, because my I have a syllogism. It would be cool if you engage with it, maybe. So P1 is categories don't exist under this form of physicalism you're defending, right? They don't exist. They don't have an ontology, right? Premise 2, knowledge is a category. Conclusion, knowledge does.
So he shouldn't have said that they don't exist, because that's really confusing, right? Well, he should say that they exist as abstractum, so they don't have causal power.
Right.
So, so him saying that they don't exist is very confusing, right? And he should have looked at Parmenides or something like that, because he's not understanding what this means philosophically. It's like you can't just use things that don't exist, right? So, I mean, he's creating an intractable problem for himself, right? So, yeah, I don't know.
Does not exist.
Like, unless you're like working with the Tao, like you're not using non-existence for anything.
Under physicalism.
So under my view, I would say knowledge does not exist. I don't think knowledge is a thing in the world.
Okay. So that was pretty bad. It's like where do we go from here? Right. And Jim Bob's like, bingo. Right. Like I kind of think I can set this up.
Possibly.
Okay. So if knowledge doesn't exist, how could you know knowledge is possible under physicalism?
Because it's a concept that we can talk about. Just like I don't think Santa Claus exists, but I think we could talk about whether it's possible that if Santa Claus could exist, which I think logically, yeah, it's possible.
Well, Santa Claus.
So now he's saying that things that are possible are things that we could talk about even though they don't exist. Right? So he's saying, well, there's a category of things that are just, but see, if you put knowledge, right, which he's saying is justified and true in that category, then you can't finagle it, to just be like Santa Claus, right? Right. So this is the problem, right? So he's saying like, oh, you can do all this with something that doesn't, but you can't do all that, right? So,
Claus would be a material claim, right?
I mean, if he existed, he would be a material object, yes.
Right, but if knowledge is just because we have a concept of Santa Claus, but the referent itself would be a physical fat man who climbs down creepily and delivers items to children without our consent. So that's why I asked if the status of knowledge under physicalism is non-existent, that it just doesn't exist. I'm not sure when you say no, knowledge is possible under physicalism. When we say possible, are we saying it's possible to exist under physicalism?
When I say that knowledge is possible under physicalism, I'm just saying it is possible for an agent to possess knowledge even if physicalism is true. That there is no contradiction in physicalism being true and some agent in that physicalist reality having knowledge.
I guess the contradiction I would find, and I'd be interested to see if you could give an alternative, is P, knowledge is concrete, not P, knowledge is not concrete. So I'm not sure under physicalism, what is it you're referring to in the world that's physical when you say knowledge is possible? If I said like some invented abstraction was possible, you said, well, it could be logically possible, metaphysically possible. But under physicalism, we're talking about it has to be physically possible for it to be in existence for physicalism, right? Like, could something exist under physicalism but not hold to what's necessary for you to refer to something as existing? Like can something exist in physicalism that's not physical?
I would say no, because then there would be a non-physical existing thing, which would just seem to entail the falsity of physicalism.
Right. So if knowledge doesn't, if you admit that knowledge doesn't exist under physicalism, what is it that's possible when you say knowledge is possible under physicalism? What is possible?
Knowledge, like the concept of knowledge. I think that we can talk about the possibility and impossibility of concepts. I don't think that there has to be some sort of concrete object that's being referred to. Like in mathematics, there might be certain operations we say are impossible, or certain evaluations, mathematical evaluations that are impossible. But I at least me, you might have a different view with respect to mathematics, but I'm an anti-realist about mathematics, so I don't think that like math is a thing in the world. It's just this conceptual schema that humans develop. So we can talk about the possibility and impossibility of certain things in mathematics, despite that not referring to anything in.
So he's pulled the move exactly the way I described, right? Which he's saying that math is a product of language, right? So you could still use it to refer to real things, right? And it doesn't have to have a real existence on its own, right? So I mean, this is perfectly reasonable explanation, and so yeah, so let's see where Jim Bob goes from here, because he's going to just keep on looping around and saying, well, you don't think ideas and concepts exist, even though he just said, well, there's a medium in which we can put them, right, to where their existence doesn't really matter for us to apply them to physical things
in the world, so to speak. So I think the concept of possibility and impossibility can apply to concrete things in the world, but I also think it can apply to concepts.
Okay, but under your view, if I swapped categories or knowledge with concepts, under your physicalist nominalist view, you'd also say that concepts don't exist, right?
Yeah, concepts are not things in the world.
Okay, so when I asked,
again, that's just really stupid, right? Like, what do you mean they're not things in the world? Like, didn't you just say that we use them to refer to things? Right? You know what I mean, right? So he's like saying, he's like, concepts aren't things in the world, but where else would they exist? Right? you know, if they don't exist in a non-physical space, yet we use them, so why wouldn't they exist in the world? It's just really stupid, right? Like, it's just like he's going too far with it. All right, like, you know, I don't think he understands the implications of does not exist, right? And then, like, also, like, Jim Bob, where do your like, if the ideas have to exist somewhere, then where do your non-physical entities exist? Right? It's just
in what way is knowledge possible under physicalism? And you say it's possible in the way that concept of knowledge is possible. But then if I asked, how are concepts possible in under physicalism? They don't exist. And so now you'd have to answer that. How are concepts possible under physicalism? What are you referring to when you say a concept's possible under physicalism?
Well, I would say a concept is largely going to be some sort of like mental map that an agent forms, and that's probably going to be rooted in the structure of the variety of parts of the brain that are involved in that. I know like the prefrontal cortex is a huge one in like belief formation.
Now it exists in the prefrontal cortex, something that doesn't exist in the world. See the problem he's having? It's like, what?
And I think maybe goal directedness as well. That might be a different part of the brain. But all of those features that play into us having beliefs, us saying that we know things, those are just patterns across the brain. So I would say that things like knowledge are just going to consist in that.
Okay, so or concepts, you say, could be possible under physicalism, but they would be identical to sort of mapped out brain patterns and physicality in the brain.
I mean, I don't know if I would say identical to. The terminology I would use would be emergent from. And emergence, I just take in this context to be that there is some sort of like higher order pattern or structure that results from a variety of lower order parts put together in a particular way that is not itself possessed by any of the individual lower order parts. Think of a puzzle. You get a puzzle of a red barn. The red barn is a picture that requires all of the puzzle pieces to be in a particular order. But if you took one of the individual puzzle pieces, there isn't a picture of a red barn on it. So that picture emerges from the structure of the puzzle pieces. That's sort of the idea.
Okay, so you're saying that concepts themselves wouldn't be identical to matter, but the thing you're referring to when you say concept, the referent is matter.
I mean processes, processes and structures occurring in material, in a material object, namely the brain.
Okay, because you would agree that if you said concept was concrete, that would be a contradiction, right?
Well, I wouldn't. Excuse me, I wouldn't make that claim. I think concepts are abstract.
I know, but to say abstract things are concrete would be a contradiction.
Oh yeah, that would just be that would be like saying married bachelor. So
yeah. So like it would just be false. So that would be if a physicalist tried to say concepts are matter themselves, they are matter, you would push back on that.
Oh yeah, I would say I don't know. I would just be like that. I just don't really understand how that would work.
Right. Okay, so and you also said that. Do you believe that? Because if I said
right, I mean it doesn't make any sense, right? You know, if language is physical sounds and we need conceptual framework, right, that exists as a process in the brain, and then those two things come together to express ideas, how are they not physical, right? And how do they not exist in the world? Right? It just seems completely ridiculous, right? The framing that he's using, and it seems to be giving Jim Bob a way in to make his point about dualism, which he doesn't have to prove.
Right. It's very strange.
Yeah, it is.
But I'm just trying to think of this, like from Leophilius's viewpoint, you would have to at some point concede that conceptual abstractions would eventually get synthesized into some kind of physical medium because it's part of your memory, and if memory is physical, I don't know, maybe I'm misunderstanding it.
No, it makes sense. I mean, I just you know, what he's saying is completely strange. Either I feel like you got one guy who's like just using philosophy and another guy who's just using science, and they're talking way past each other.
He's trying to use just science, but he can't. There's metaphysical underpinnings to what he's
Right.
trying to claim.
Right, and he's clearly not understanding the implications of those like metaphysical underpinnings.
That's what these hard evolutionists don't seem to understand, or they just don't want to talk about it very much.
Right. It's just like this is like one of the dumbest conversations I've seen, you know. But yeah.
Knowledge doesn't actually exist in a positive ontological way physically under physicalism. But if justified true beliefs then don't exist, because that's what we're defining as knowledge, you're saying that under this view, justified true beliefs don't actually exist.
Yeah, they're not things in the world. They're just emergent brain functions, emergent from brain functions. And then we have languages.
Point of moderation on your.
Like he pretty much just said like truth doesn't exist, but this is what he's arguing for. Like it's kind of like
because truth is an abstraction to him, so
right?
It's not going to have any ontology to it,
right? So it's like, so why does it matter? Like why, like like nothing really matters. Like so I get like what Jim Bob's saying, but it's like I don't think this kid understands what he's saying. And then secondly, like you know, all of these questions could be posed to Jim Bob to ask like, okay, if they don't exist in the brain, where do these ideas exist? And how come if you, you know, if your brain is fucked up, you can't have good ideas no more, right? So yeah.
Screen Jim Bob Leo is only showing his forehead, and then half the mega.
Is that change it? Is that change sometimes? No, it's my deal.
I think it's because
Leo,
I was on there.
Jim Bob debates Leo's forehead.
I promise it's not visual rhetoric. I promise. Okay, cool. Thanks for that note. I appreciate it. Yeah, I guess I would go into then that if justified true belief, the concept you're saying doesn't exist, would you also say that when you say justified true belief, that's a reference, but the referent you're pointing to, describing, did he just got booted?
He probably hit the wrong button.
That's fine. I'll just wait.
I think you might be right. I think they might have organized this beforehand, because it's just so strange.
It's looking like it. Yeah, it's looking.
It's like you know, it's getting a softball basically to Jim Bob.
Right. And they know he's the big guy that's on the stage right now. Their channel's dwarfed in comparison to him.
It's like okay, if you Leo want to get more subs, you have to basically like toe the line.
Allow Jim Bob to win. Yeah.
Let Jim Bob say his piece or whatever, and then you gotta play the game.
Make him look smart. It seemed like you know, something like that.
God's world. Do you reject / reinterpret the evidence from God's world or faith?
Let's save that for after.
Okay.
Sorry about that. My cat decided to step on my keyboard, and some things happened. So
okay, no problem.
This is a quick one. Do the Jedi exist as a category internally?
The Jedi, yeah, maybe the idea of the Jedi.
That's cool.
Yeah. I'm not on the Jedi side. I think they're all about disorder and rebellion, and they're kind of hippies. You know, they party with furries and stuff. So anyway.
Oh yeah, Christian nationalism, bro. Retard, dude.
What
support the Sith and the fucking Empire and shit. You know, like we'll support the bad guys in the movies. It's just so gay. Like, you know, it's like, oh, nobody ever tried that one before.
What I was asking Leo is,
what are you going to be, the Joker next? I mean, come on, man.
When you say justified true belief, that's a concept. You're saying the concept of justified true belief doesn't exist, but are you saying the referent for it is patterns in the brain too? Like it's like a set of like chemical neurons and things that you could isolate inside the brain, and you go, that's the justified true belief right there.
I think in some sense, yeah, we could say here's some activity that occurs in the brain, and we notice that this activity increases substantially when people are engaged in higher order thinking, belief forming, things like that. So we associate the activity in these parts of the brain with the belief forming and the, the recurrence of beliefs. God, of course, I'm going to blank on the word. But there's a word for a thing that's related to like beliefs and all that stuff. That there's a part of, I think it's the prefrontal cortex that lights up. And I mean, I think one could say, yeah, all this activity is a person's, say, knowledge. Like if somebody's reading something and it asks them to think about the fact that the sun emits electromagnetic radiation, we see all these parts of the brain light up. That is that person's, that is representative of the person's JTB, that the sun emits electromagnetic radiation. The knowledge that that's what the sun does.
And that you would consider that's a justified true belief happening in the brain.
I mean, I would say it's a process happening in the brain. I wouldn't say the process itself is a justified true belief.
Oh, okay. So under physicalism, what is it you'd point to in the physical to say that's the justified true belief?
It's those goofy ass games.
I think the brain functions. The brain functions.
The brain function. Well, brain functions exist, but brain functions. There are brain functions that you would argue are false beliefs too, right?
Oh, of course.
Okay, so then where would you, like if I asked you where is a justified true belief in the brain, would you just say it doesn't exist as the brain?
I mean, I don't think it exists as like a thing in the brain or at a part of the brain. I think it's just a resultant feature of a variety of processes, structures, and relations. I don't know if we could ever isolate it and say this particular pathway, regardless of its size or how much of the brain it ranges over, that this particular pathway is some justified true belief. I think at best we could say that beliefs, justified or otherwise, true or otherwise, are formed and held and recalled through a variety of processes that occur in the brain. And that when we communicate and talk with each other, we call these things, the things that we believe or the things that we know.
So now he's just going to use Plantinga and just say like, well, if all of these things just exist as brain states, right, then how do you know if the information that's in there is true, right? So he's just going to say, well, your cognitive functions don't necessarily lead you to truth, right? So you can't get a correct answer just based on, correct thinking, if you will, right? So,
right. And then when we talk, that's also sort of like a downstream from the same, maybe not identical, but same in the sense that the brain is sort of cascading mechanically and causing us to make propositions that we also believe are true. Like when we make an utterance, do you believe that's deterministically caused biologically, neurologically from a physicalist view? Like, is there any intention, I'm asking, is there any intention in physicalism that you're defining?
Oh yeah, so I'm a compatibilist with respect to ideas of like intention and free will. I think that there are antecedent determinative factors to the decisions that we make, but I would also say that decision making is something determinative. We make decisions based on those antecedent factors, and our beliefs, our aims, our goals, our desires, our experiences, all of these things are those antecedent causal factors that are utilized to make the decisions that we make.
Okay.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to justify anything except for compatibilism within religious understanding, because God's in control of everything and you have to make moral decisions, right? So there's no way you can like sort of fight against compatibilism in the, whilst having a religious point of view, right? It's just, it's sort of a slam dunk for compatibilism, right? So, right.
So like if I do an evaluation under physicalism, your view is that evaluations and propositions, now, do they exist under your view positively, or are they in the same category as non-existent knowledge and that stuff?
Yeah, I would put them in that same category.
That they're
not
non-existent
things in the world. Yeah, they're not.
They're not.
things in the
Okay.
world.
Okay. Evaluation from your view doesn't actually exist.
No, it's just like a thing that agents do.
Oh, it's like an event. Well, doing would be in the world, wouldn't it? Like if a brain did something, That would be an
Yeah, I
event in
mean,
the world.
And he says, "Yeah." What an
If a
idiot,
brain
dude.
did something.
he says, yeah. He asked him if a brain did something that would be in the world, right? And the stupid kid says, "Yeah." Like this is such the dumbest conversation.
It's just like a thing that agents do.
Oh, it's like an event. Well, doing would be in the world, wouldn't it? Like if a brain did something, that would be an
Yeah,
event
I
in
mean,
the world.
Yeah.
I mean, the brain just it just sends out signals and it fires synapses and all that good stuff. I'm really oversimplifying it, but I mean, it's connected to the nervous system. All the signals go to the parts of the body and does stuff.
Yeah, but it's like he just admitted that his whole thing is bunk by saying it does do stuff in the world. Like what? If the brain does stuff, that's physical, but its products are not physical. And they don't exist. It's like what? That makes zero sense.
We do things based on our evaluations, but the evaluation isn't something out in the world.
Okay, so far your view is knowledge itself, justified truth.
It's almost as if he believes in like a virtual space. Like it's like, it's like they're both like weirdly Platonic.
True belief doesn't exist. Categories don't exist. Abstractions don't exist. Concepts don't exist. Evaluations don't exist. Do propositions exist?
No, not as
Okay,
things in the world.
Okay, propositions don't exist in the world.
Like,
So
what is this list that Jim Bob is building, and for what purpose? Like, dude, like, do you not get it yet? Like, what? Like, okay, we got this. This doesn't. Concepts don't exist. Knowledge doesn't exist. But it doesn't exist. Right? Like, we get that the kid's an idiot, but it's like, where do you go from here?
it sounds like there's a non-existent category that you appeal to in operating in the world. So like when you navigate the world as a person, you actually assume things that don't exist in order to determine whether your beliefs are accurate.
I mean, yeah, I utilize a variety of different concepts when I think about the world and a variety of schemas. I mean, logic, mathematics, all that stuff. And yeah, none of those things exist. Those things aren't real. They're concepts in our head. If humans didn't exist, none of these things would exist.
Okay, so then when you say you're appealing to non-existent things to come to the truth of the matter about the existing things, what is the connection between non-existent things that would lend you the confidence to talk about existing things if your schema is actually non-existent?
Well, there isn't really there couldn't be a connection with something that doesn't exist. It doesn't exist for you to connect to it.
Right. So the mode and activity that you use to come to knowledge about the physical world, you use wholly, admittedly, non-existent things.
Yeah, I think everyone does. I'm an anomalist.
But how do you use a non-existent thing?
By thinking about them. At least in this instance.
But how could you think about something that doesn't exist?
The same way we think about Santa Claus. Or if I said like flying unicorns or something.
No,
these
but
things don't exist. But we can think about them.
Well, Santa Claus is something, the reason we...
So he's now saying that all knowledge is based on, some sort of fantasy device, right, that we've invented so that we can have a placeholder for our thoughts that don't exist. Meanwhile, we figure out what to do in the real world, right, which is partly based on deterministic, preset, brain states, right? So yeah.
Oh
so
boy.
So there's not much going on here.
Say Santa Claus doesn't exist is because the thing we're referring to, the referent, we're saying
definitely doesn't get you to knowledge, right? Like at all. So I don't know why he's claiming that this proves that physicalism is compatible with knowledge. Santa Claus isn't knowledge, right? So I don't know.
The referent doesn't exist. You're saying the actual category doesn't exist. Like you're actually saying the entirety of categories don't exist. So Santa Claus as a actual person, we say doesn't exist, but the concept of Santa Claus, most people would say the concept of Santa Claus does exist. But you're saying the concept of Santa Claus doesn't even exist.
Yeah. I don't think concepts are like things in the world.
Okay, but when you say you don't believe concepts are things in the world, when you say the concept of Santa doesn't exist, what are you referring to when you say the concept of Santa then?
So usually I'm referring to Santa Claus, which would be like, so, I mean, really all I can do, I feel, is just like define Santa Claus in terms of the intentions, ITENSION, not TION. The meanings of terms or the things in virtue of which the term means something. So you might think of a fat man.
Okay.
Big white beard, wears a red suit.
So he's going with like basically that like words and concepts don't have meaning other than what we prescribe to them, right? But I don't think he would claim that in terms of math and logic. Right, because there's truths within math and logic that are just merely self-evident, right? And they don't need to be, you know, like sort of justified that way.
Delivers presents to kids on Christmas, flies around in a sleigh, like those kind. That's what I'm referring to when I refer to Santa Claus.
Sure,
Those
yeah,
are
the actuality
intentions of the term.
Yeah,
yeah.
But then you use the word meaning, so I'd be interested in knowing: do you believe meaning exists? It being that
not
it's
as a thing, not as a thing in the world. No.
Okay. But when you say not as a thing in the world, if it's not in the world, it actually doesn't exist at all.
Yeah, I agree.
So you're saying meaning?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know why meaning as a feature of language doesn't exist in the world. But yeah.
Do you believe meaning exists? It being that
not
it's
as a thing, not as a thing in the world. No.
Okay. But when you say not as a thing in the world, if it's not in the world, it actually doesn't exist at all.
Yeah, I agree.
So you're saying
Right. See, there's the problem. Right. It says it's not just not as a thing in the world. That statement is meaningless. He's claiming it doesn't exist altogether. So there's a huge problem there.
Yeah, I think Leo would not do too well in a deposition. It's like he says something and the lawyer just does a follow-up question and oh, okay.
meaning itself doesn't exist at all.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, so if under pure physicalism, if abstractions, concepts, and meaning don't exist in the world, can you tell me how it's possible for us to talk right now?
Oh, we have languages that we use.
Languages doesn't exist. Language doesn't exist. That's conceptual.
Language, I mean, it exists in the sense that there are physical symbols and sounds.
Well, a physical symbol doesn't tell you the meaning of the symbol. So I would agree that you could write down something on paper, but the problem with that is you could write two symbols that mean completely different things to different cultures. And so if you say language, I use language, you'd have to concede is a category conceptually that doesn't actually exist in the world. You can't point to a thing.
I mean, even if I granted that, so what? Like, that doesn't stop us.
Yeah, like, so what, Jim Bob? Like, move on with your fucking point, dude. Like, what are you making lists of things that don't exist for this dude? Like, what the fuck is the actual point? It's actually getting maddening. You know, it's like he's like stuck in a loop.
Because he wants to basically paint him into a corner with this supposed list, so it adds up. You know, it just piles up, and this guy has no answer for him. It's, you know, this seems to be what's happening here.
Yeah, like, you know, just because, you know, he doesn't believe these things exist doesn't mean they magically go away, made by science, Bob. Right? Like, this is crazy, right?
From having like this debate will continue even if I said, yeah, you're right. So clearly it doesn't really matter if these things were not like real things out in the world, which I think with language, there's a little bit more nuance there. Again,
Okay.
there are physical symbols and sounds that make up languages.
Okay,
the meanings behind all of our words and language structures and all that doesn't exist. You can't point to, when I point to an object, I'm not pointing like this is a beer can, Miller High Life.
That's not.
We've got the beer, Miller. I'm sorry. But when
I see what's happening here. These motherfuckers are drizzled. They are trucked up. And there's no philosophy going on as a result. It's actually really bad. That it's like they're having like a symposium without the philosophy.
I point to this
Carbonated
can, I'm
piss.
not pointing to the meaning of the can. Like
I
I'm not.
understand.
That's.
I understand.
But yeah,
but
meaning isn't a thing out there. It doesn't.
But then,
exist.
but then language is not a thing. But you said it doesn't really matter. But that itself doesn't really matter. The phrase that also doesn't exist in the world.
Sure.
So when you
We
say
should
it doesn't
rename
really
it
matter,
Mega
is that
Beer
true?
Bath.
Being that you would
Right. Mega brew bath. Yeah.
Nice. It's like my brew beats up your brew. Take that.
Yeah. I can't believe he just held up the can, then sang the jingle. Like, are they getting paid for that? You know, this is sad, because you can get money for doing that. So, so the thing is that we don't know if that was actual product placement right there. We actually don't know.
It could be, yeah. It's hell of a product placement, but guess what? We're like 40 minutes into this thing.
Yeah, I was reluctant to say that when Jim Bob drinks the same exact brewski with the can, the yellow and green can, and then he's holds up the literal can and says the jingle from the commercial, folks. We can't make this stuff up.
Like it would make sense. I mean, at least Jim Bob like showed his can like almost like immediately earlier in the video, so I can kind of see how that could be product placement, because people are going to be bored of this shit like 20-30 minutes ago and turn it off. So this guy's like doing it like 40 minutes in.
It's just weird. It's like look, we really don't have to wonder why they're able to get these people that go on these big stages, that go on these big shows like the Whatever podcast, right? How they're able to get these people on their stage and they have thousands of more subscribers than us, and everybody engages with their show, and our fans will give them money. They won't even give us money, so this is the thing is like it's pretty funny that like all of this shit is happening, right? Like, meanwhile, it's like we don't have to wonder why it's happening. It's right there on the screen. Like, they literally do weird shit like product placement. They talk to companies, they talk to YouTube celebrities to try to clout chase and give themselves a big name. Things that we will not be caught dead doing, because it lessens the material, it lessens the level of conversation, and it totally throws everything we're trying to accomplish in the trash by kowtowing to these fucking creeps, that are.
And it's like basically being a cheap prostitute.
It is. It's being a cheap prostitute, a cheap trying to go along to get along, lessening your content and material, right? For that type of shit, right? Man, I mean, it's just like, and you claim like you're doing like this intellectual thing, online, dude. It's actually way far from that. It's way far from that, right? And it's right there on the screen to see why this fake shit is set up against us. And none of you motherfuckers will do anything about it. You'll just keep on consuming this trash, giving it a name, saying this has credence, this is intellectual rigor, when just on Tuesday's show, we discussed two thinkers that literally solved 90% of these problems. And they were before Socrates. It's just incredible. And all you have is their fragments, and even they can think up better answers to these questions than these two fucking idiots on stage. All right, it's amazing. All right, it's like, what the fuck is going on? And nobody will hear it. they'll hear these thousands of people will line up around the block to hear these fucking morons speak about what they think they know. It's fucking depressing. They won't engage with primary sources that already answered 90% of the fucking questions for them. And even pose deeper questions, deeper debate proposals that they haven't even considered.
Admit that that
Well-
phrase actually doesn't exist?
It's true for me because I think it doesn't matter, but somebody else might think it does matter. Maybe you think it matters.
Well, no. I'm saying if we were both physicalists, when you say it doesn't really matter, that thing you just referred to as a statement, that actually doesn't exist. So am I supposed
I don't know. I think he's going slippery slope on him. Like, he's not saying that human speech or his words that he's saying out of his mouth right now don't exist, Jim Bob. You do understand that, right? He's just saying that the concepts and the meanings behind those concepts don't exist. So why is he doing this giant conflation here? It just seems very weird. Is he purposefully misunderstanding the point the guy just made?
to believe you when you say something doesn't matter, being that your standard for things that exist and don't exist, even meaning and language and math, those don't exist. So why should I accept a truth claim from you?
Because
I don't know if he said language doesn't exist. He said that meanings go to things that we've determined for them, right? But yeah, I don't know. I think he said language exists as physical speech patterns, as physical sounds that we admit, right? But the meaning is determined by us, right? So I don't know.
You can understand the things that I'm saying and verify whether they're true. I mean, like, if I told you that I am having a debate with you right now, are you going to say, oh, well, I don't know if that's true? I probably not. You're probably going to be like, well, of course I am.
Well, that can't be true under review. A debate itself doesn't exist as matter in the world. But
They're not having a debate, according to Leo Field. What? See, he's going to see. It's like he could have made a good point with the other earlier stuff he was doing by saying, like, wait, what do you mean these things don't exist? All right, but you just admitted they do exist as a physical process, and so on and so forth, but he's not going there, right? See, this is the problem. There's so many problems with what the kid just said that he's not getting to. He instead wants to do this monkey song and dance and go, oh, well, now you're saying we're not debating right now. It's like, no, he never said that. Fucking idiot.
Debates don't exist.
Yeah, you're right. Debates don't exist. Debates.
Oh God, come on, kid, you're killing me here.
Sad trombone.
The kid's a fucking idiot. This kid's a fucking stooge. What the fuck, debate? Yeah, you're right. Debates don't exist, bro. Log off, fucking retard. What's wrong with this guy?
This doesn't so this
that emerges out of the
look at Jim Bob, he's lost it. This guy, what the fuck?
the activity of humans.
So we're not debating.
Well, I mean, of course we're debating.
What you just said we weren't, dude. You just said they weren't, bro.
You just trolling at this point?
This kid is trolling. He smoked a big fat doobie before this shit, dude. There's no way. And he drank like how many cans deep in the Miller High Life was he? That's the only question at this point. 4 cans, 5 cans, maybe, before he started the debate? Come on, man.
Well, if he has, he seems to be able to hold his alcohol pretty good. He hasn't slurred his words or anything.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna lose it. Like, can we get like Hanko Flamio? Man, I'm gonna send him the link. I'm gonna lose my fucking mind, dude. Like, this doesn't even make any sense. Like, what, dude? Like, let me send Hank a link. This is so fucking, dude. I'm gonna be like, dude, we have a fashion emergency, dude. A fashion faux pas of the grimiest condition. Like we got style wars on our hands. Like, that just, like, shit's not making a lick of sense, dog. if you have time. Okay, so let me see. Yeah, this shit's making me lose it, dude.
Beep boop.
Now I'm reading Buddha's messages. Yeah, so very interesting queries from Buddha. Here, hold on. Let me actually save this in case he deletes it. I do want to respond to it. Because sometimes he'll go and delete his messages, and I'll want to respond to it. So if that's the case, I'll send him a picture of the message he sent and then respond to it. I'm guessing he's doing that for privacy purposes. There's many people who go to do that. So that's to prevent people from tracking the messages. So I totally understand people who will send messages online and then delete them immediately. Right? That may be a good practice for a lot of people. And then I don't doubt that it may not prevent it completely because they may be permanently saved somewhere as well, right? So you may not totally prevent it from being.
Yeah, it's. I think if you put it into the internet, it's very likely that it gets somewhere.
Right.
Wait, no, you can't say debates exist, but we're not debating, or debates don't exist, but we are debating. What are we doing? What are you referring to?
I'm referring to the discussion that we're having, utilizing a common language that was agreed upon by all participating parties. The thing that when we say the word debate, talk about a debate, that's what we mean.
Okay, right, but the debate itself, under your physicalist view you're defending tonight, debates don't exist.
Sure.
They don't exist.
Yeah,
so the winner of a
they're not
debate
things out in the
also
world.
doesn't exist. Losers and winners of debates also don't exist.
No, that's all evaluative. Evaluations aren't things in the world. They're things agents do.
I understand, but agent itself, you can't find a physical thing called an agent.
Yeah, I can.
No, that's a
I
concept.
I see two of them on my screen.
No,
right
that's a concept. What you see are two physical, concrete things, and even that is a concept referring to the reference. So an agent.
See, he's trying to like trap him into some type of phenomenalism, right? And say like, well, you believe everything's concepts because the way you're perceiving it is through your brain, right? So you're saying they're physical, but you can't prove it, right? Because what you're using to refer to it is something that is just a state of your brain, right? So he's using Plantinga hard here, right? The whole naturalism versus evolution thing. We should maybe play that after this, right? Because that will help, because I think I was playing it yesterday and then I sort of like dozed off there. I left the video playing and until the laptop died, and it looks like it only played about 20 minutes of it. So yeah, look at this. I paused it at exactly 44 minutes. And it's also 445 minutes long, the video itself. So it's interesting.
Your book is 444 pages.
Right. So I've been noticing that number a lot. There's apparently Kabbalistic significance in the idea of destruction with that number. Right?
Yes.
So it's kind of weird.
Is a conceptual term for an object, right?
Yeah, and that object is the agent.
Well, no, you can't say that. You
The
have to just,
concept just refers to the object, just like an electron is just a word. Like we have a concept of an electron. The concept refers to something in the world. There are
So-
concepts that don't refer to things in the world.
okay. So it sounds like if it's the case that meaning doesn't exist and all of the tools that you utilize to come to justified true belief, which also doesn't exist, knowledge doesn't exist. Your view is that all these operations, even debating about whether or not knowledge is possible, the debate of whether or not knowledge is possible also doesn't exist.
I mean, sure. Yeah.
Okay, so if the debate about whether knowledge is possible doesn't exist, how would you know knowledge is possible from a debate?
Because I can look and see whether or not there are contradictions in the terms.
Contradictions don't exist. Those are conceptual.
Sure,
So-
yeah, but I can still use concepts.
No. Using concepts, you're using something that you're denying the existence of. How could you,
So-
like if I used a hammer,
Something not
but I-
existing doesn't mean it can't have meaning.
no,
Or
no,
can't be
meaning,
meaningful.
you admitted meaning doesn't exist.
Sure, but that's neither here nor there.
No, they said,
Meaning isn't a thing out in the world. You can't
you just said,
point to a meaning in the world. You're
You
right.
just
it
said-
doesn't exist. It's still a useful concept.
usefulness
it all the
doesn't
time.
exist. Usefulness doesn't exist.
Yeah, sure. Usefulness is some sort of normative evaluation, and those things are emergent from the processes of agents. So they're not
Agent- we
things
already-
in themselves out in the world. You're right. They
Right.
don't exist.
But
that
you
doesn't mean we
processes-
don't use them.
Processes don't exist.
Process, yeah, they do.
No, a process is a conceptual category for just some sort of state of affairs.
Yeah, that was pretty magical how processes suddenly exist, but concepts don't. None of these other things do. Right? But
Maybe he's taking exception to that because it ties into evolution. Possibly. Since evolution is basically a process. From his worldview, I think.
I mean, there's a total exchange of energy. Like the total exchange of energy in the universe has not changed. So theoretically, there is no process. Because I mean, the total amount of energy in the universe is going to remain the same, right? It's not going to dissipate.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just wondering what the process would be, right? Or, I don't know. In terms of just physics, right? So, I mean, there would be physical stuff. But I mean, that would have to just be eternal. But I don't see how. So I don't know.
In the world, they don't
Yeah,
exist.
that's what most words are.
Well, words don't exist from your view.
Sure.
Okay. So what does exist under physicalism if everything you're utilizing to describe what exists don't exist?
The physical world.
No, that's also a metaphysical claim. The physical world. That's conceptual.
Well, I don't know what you mean by that's a metaphysical claim.
Well, reality out there. Would you agree, Leo Filios, if I said reality, like out there, the word reality is a concept for some notion of the state of affairs that I'm viewing outside, right? It's not identical to it. It's a concept for it.
I mean, I'm not sure if I would agree that it's not identical to it, but I mean, I would say reality is the external world.
What I'm pointing to is if what you find real is the result of a process that you deny exists, I don't think you have access to what you think is from this view anyway. I know in your experience you do. I'm saying that if you come to a justified true belief about the world, but the methodology you use, everything you use to come to notions about the external world, everything you're using is totally illusory and non-existent, I'm not sure how you have access to what you thought was the physical external world, being that the bridge between it
My
has to be a
perceptual apparatuses.
Yeah,
Like,
but
I
that
can
would be
see it and
conceptual.
touch it, and
Okay, I didn't notice there was all these comments. Critique Craft, unban me, please. I wonder who that is.
That's gotta be avian.
I don't think so. Avian?
Yeah.
Well,
You banned Avian? What?
yeah, from the StreamYard because
What?
yeah, because he was just going in. He was just going in at me, like being like.
Yeah, I remember that.
going
But
off the hook, you know?
I think he's willing to change up. Right. And it also could have been like some sort of drinking or I don't know. So
Yeah, well, you know, let's do a mediation or something because I don't want him to use
Yeah, I
this as evidence. I'm just trying to embarrass him or something because
yeah,
I gave him a warning and then he's like, "Oh, you're just trying to ambush me." I'm like, "I gave you a warning. I said this is what's going to happen, and that's what I did." And then now you're acting like it's a big surprise. I'm like, so I don't want him
Yeah.
to misconstrue something or whatever.
Yeah, because it can't hurt to talk, or especially in terms of what we're talking about here.
All these words.
Yeah, but
hear it.
Well, would you agree that it's not just touching it; it's evaluating the sense data too. It's not just.
I mean, I think agents do evaluate their sense data. That's part of how, like, our decision making and our goal directedness and all of that. We might see a child drowning, and that might motivate us to act in some way, given some evaluation of how that event that we're seeing makes us feel. But
yeah, there's no way I'm going to 2 hours of this. All right, so I'll tell you guys, we're watching 5 more minutes of this, and we'll pick it up some other day because this is just too circular.
We probably don't need to. They just seem to be going in circles.
Yeah, this is way too circular.
Do you think it's an objectively true statement about the world that agents do things?
Yeah.
Okay. How can it be true that an agent does something in the world if agents, according to your own view, don't exist?
Well, I think agents do exist.
No, I didn't ask if you think they exist. I'm saying that agent itself is a not something that's found as matter in the world. Your term of agency, no, matter exists. Your idea of a matter in the world, like we're globular matters, like right? We're just like sort of like physical masses. You calling us an agent,
globular physical masses. How many adjectives do you need, fella? Come on.
Right? Is a concept. Like the word agent is a concept.
Well, every word's a concept.
Yes,
so
I know.
What it refers to that might not be. Sometimes it is. Sometimes it is.
Globular physical mass. It sounds like redundant protoplasm.
Isn't
right.
When I say agent, I'm referring to real things in the world.
Right. You're saying real things in the world do things.
Yeah.
And you know that because you evaluated them ongoing in time, like inductively, right?
Yeah, I see the world and I see things happening.
Okay. To see the world, do you have to use your evaluation?
I mean, not necessarily immediately, no.
But ultimately, to make a conclusion, like to say like agents do things, do you agree that to come to the conclusion agents do things, in this case, that's the justified true belief example. To come to the conclusion that agents do things, is it true that you have to appeal to your evaluation of what you call the world to come to that conclusion?
I think so, yeah.
But your evaluations don't exist in the world, right?
Well, the content of my evaluations doesn't. No, there's no like thing that's there that is the evaluation that's an object in the world.
Okay. Because it sounds like if a justified true belief is the product of an evaluative process, but processes and evaluations actually don't have any positive ontology, I'm not sure what you're saying.
I think processes do.
Do you think a process is a conceptual thing or an actual thing?
Well, I think we have concepts of processes, and at least most of the time, those concepts refer to things in the world.
But aren't you using the assumption of the regularity of nature to say there's a process?
Sure.
But isn't that referencing a past, a conception of the past?
Yeah.
But the conception of the past doesn't exist from your model.
I think it does. I think the past exists. I also think the future exists.
Wait a second.
I hold to a B theory of time.
Okay, we'll get into that in a second.
Future aren't like objectively real things.
I know.
Past, present, and future don't exist. space-time and its contents do, and we, based on our position in space-time and our light cones, can define things as being in our present, in our past, or in our future, but those are just things we made up based on our experience of the world. Past, present, and future are not objectively real features of the world, nor is there a passage of time. Time doesn't flow or move or anything like that, on my view.
Okay, so you're saying the past, your conception of the past, you utilize to do induction.
Mm-hmm. I think
Okay.
that's what induction is based on, yes.
Yeah. So
At least
if,
largely.
yeah, I agree. So if you have a recollection of the past, but conceptual recollections under your view are not real, what are you referring to, appealing to then come to conclusions inductively if they don't exist?
The thought processes that I have, my
Yeah, but
ability to do induction. I can't remember what parts of the brain are involved in induction, but we've actually been able to figure out where in the brain humans do like inductive thinking, and my camera wants to go out of focus, and deductive thinking, and that they're similar. But if I remember correctly, the article said that there are some differences in what's going on in the brain between inductive thinking and deductive thinking, which I thought was interesting. But that's what I think we use. I think we use our thought processes.
Right,
which
but
are the result of processual structures in our brains.
But
the processual structures in our brains exist, but concepts are things that just sort of
are thoughts concepts?
No, concepts are thoughts, but thoughts are not concepts.
Okay, what ontology do thoughts have under your physicalist view?
They are processual features of the structure of the brain. They're the processes or a part of the processes of the brain.
All right, yeah, it looks like they're gonna have to go to the second hour to get some actual stuff going here. Right.
Yeah, man, they maybe that was the goal, is to just go around in
Right.
circles to get that hour done.
Lay down a foundation and then move forward.
I mean, it is interesting in a sense, but it's almost like, are we like this type of solipsist or this type of solipsist? It's like two versions of solipsism fighting against each other or something. I don't like. Maybe I'm just making that up, but like it feels very well, like you believe in this brain structure or whatever. Like I think the Leo guy's making some good points, but it's like it has no like conclusion. Essentially, it's like, well, deductive reasoning is just like a function of my brain. So it's like, okay, so and then we don't know anything that's true, and he's like, yeah, and then he's like, okay, so there's no such thing as truth. Yes, it's like, okay, so what are we debating? It's like I don't know.
Yeah, it's weird. Strange rhymes for strange times. Battle rhymes for battle times. And they go on and on and on and on and on.
Reminds me of the JF Garepi debates that we watched, where he's like, I have a brain function and it is good and I like it because I am French or something like that. I don't know, whatever he said.
Oh, they're doing this gay shit on Modern Day Debate with this fucking Palestinian dude.
Let's bring it up.
It's bound to be gay as fuck.
Dude, you should really see the Muslim people debating each other on TikTok. I think you'd really be interested in it. It's like it's great. It's like the Arabs hate the Palestinians hate the Arabs. They all hate the Jews. They all have like conflicting feelings about Christians. They have like mixed feelings on the North Africans. The Africans don't like the North Africans. It's like it's like crazy, man. Like so much division, like I was really shocked by it. And you could tell like there's like definitely like agents or something, like they're like calling different people like, oh, this person's a Jew pretending to be a Muslim or whatever. It's pretty crazy to watch that.
Yeah, this looks pretty gay. Yeah, this is bound to be really gay. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. You seen this?
No.
Oh, there
Oh,
it goes.
there we go.
Is doubling as we speak. You're killing my family, bro.
This one
My
from
family died.
Big League Drew says, "Why did JFK not want Israel to have nukes? Why does Israel lie about having them?"
So what JFK did say was not that he doesn't allow Israel to have nukes. He wouldn't be in such a position. What he did want is for every single state, including Israel, that just shows how consistent he was, to be subjected to the very same standards and to have their nuclear program, if there is one, to be inspected. That is something that he insisted on out of consistency. What people also forget about is that JFK was also a very big supporter of Israel, and in fact sought the support of the Zionist congregation a lot of times during his elections and also after his presidency.
This one from The Lion says, "Muslims might be able to prosper if they put more effort in their own people instead of blaming the West and Israel for every problem."
Powerful.
Nabil says 2 million Christian Palestinian refugees. When Israel bombed and destroyed Christians' churches in Palestine and Lebanon, we don't see you AP condemn Israel.
Okay, so there's no
Boy got
Sad
laced up.
Shambone.
He got destroyed by one comment. You love to see it. But yeah, the guy's not really a Christian, is what you find out.
I mean, he has a giant ass nose, bro.
Yeah, there's a lot of guys hiding behind the Christianity because they're paid by Jews and they're able to... Wait, what? The fuck?
Yeah, I don't know.
Just a blob.
Apostate prophet. Like if apostate prophet went on these like other Muslim channels, he would definitely get called a Jew for sure.
100%.
Well, I mean, who's just kind of like basically just he's doing a like support Jews to trigger Muslims.
But yeah,
That's his whole bit.
oh, I can't hear machine. Sorry, I keep interrupting. Hold on, who's reset message?
Oh,
Lols.
yeah.
My bad. Yes.
Yeah, man. What? Well, alrighty then. Yeah, I might just sign out of this bitch. Like when he comes back, I'll be like, yo, man, Hank never came through. Said I consider both of them dumb to be dumb fodder. Said even breakfast tacos is frustrated with my theism arguments because nobody developed a valid counter argument for it yet. Because mine was developed from a liberal perspective. This is what Hank had to say.
Lol.
Some of those like news reporters that Moontan is laying down, they are really good looking. Like this red-haired chick is really good looking. What the fuck? And then
Where?
this- like she keeps releasing these video clips, and they got these ladies in these clips that are just like bomb diggity. But yeah. So what's going on here, Neuro? Let's shut this thing down. Let's shut this thing down, bro.
Are you about to go live on your channel?
Shut it down. Shut it down. Most likely not. I'm waiting maybe till like morning. I might play some music. I think it might be like too late to like go live with music. Tomorrow we have a regular stream, but I have to test some of these videos. So I may go live with music at some point, either tonight or tomorrow. But I can't go too late tomorrow.
Almost the midnight hour. Yeah, I'm still kind of busy doing stuff right now, so I probably can't really play anything right now. But I might be around later tonight or tomorrow too. So we'll probably do something else tomorrow like this.
Yeah.
Tomorrow's I might have a little more time.
Yeah,
But
like after noon, like I'll be pretty like noon your time. Like I'll be pretty free at that time. So just
that was a pretty interesting like show though. I have to say, like I mean it's kind of mind raping, but it's also like interesting to see the way they're arguing. Like it's kind of weird because it does feel like it's almost like a meta debate about something else or something where they're trying to get some other kind of like trying to smuggle in some other sort of stuff. I don't know. Haven't quite figured it out, but
yeah, it's not that deep because it's just dualism versus naturalism, and then it seemed like Jim Bob is really just interrogating the guy the whole time so far. So it's just like why doesn't that guy push back? Is this like some kind of weird interview? Like it's kind of weird.
You could say it was kind of shallow, right?
it's like
Very shallow.
It's like a weird bullying thing or something like Bob bullying him.
Yeah, it's like this nerd is basically like SpongeBob. And you got like Doodle Bob trying to like.
Then you have like Squidward up there, like, okay, SpongeBob, what do you mean by this one thing? And then he's like, yeah.
It does kind of look like that. It's like kind of
If
like
somebody went up there as SpongeBob.
Yeah, kind of like
pretty
reminds me of
accurate,
like
actually.
like when those like thugs started like punching SpongeBob and he starts laughing because he's a sponge, so he doesn't feel that shit. So it's just like that's kind of like what it looked like to me. It's like
Who do we know that can do animation? We should have somebody like animate that debate, but then like as SpongeBob and Squidward or something. That'd be fine. Or like Mr. Krabs or whatever. I don't know.
yeah, we need to get Lorp on this.
Please indulge us.
AI, let's cast these characters in the AI universe, and I'm pretty sure if you like feed into an AI and just go like take this debate and turn these two into two different characters, like it'll do it. All right.
Yeah, well, if you can afford it, I mean, that would probably be really expensive. But maybe
Right,
for like a short video, you could do it though. All right. Well, we'll shut her down now. Although we do have 5 viewers allegedly. What's weird is like I look on YouTube, it says 0, but
It's because you went live 2 days in a row. This is how it goes.
I just get like ghost in the machine watching.
Yeah, like yesterday we had 0, and then today we got 5. It's because you went live again. So they're like, oh, this channel's really popping here.
This guy's legit. Say man. Yeah, I'm trying. I'm gonna eventually when I figure out how to do crossover of TikTok and this, man, you guys are gonna trip. Like, you guys want to see you want to see the real mental patients. Like, I got it for you.
Oh,
Trust me.
brother.
Yeah.
Popping like Pringles.
I literally think that they're like giving phones to, like, people living in mental institutions, and they're like, here, keep yourself busy, jump on TikTok or something. I just had my 5th Klonopin today, and let me tell you something.
Klonopin. That's like,
I don't even know what that is, but
sauce.
Well, that's proof right there. You've never taken a Klonopin because that is not what they do.
Yeah, it's more like recreational than anything. But
Put your ass in the dirt.
Okay, well, I just took my 3rd SSRI of the day. Whatever, you know. I don't know. I'm not a pharmacological adept person.
Get chemically lobotomized by like Xanax or some shit.
Yeah, if you take Klonopins after a while, they rot out your brain.
Okay. Well, see, there you go. Then they go to the mental institution. So
that kind of explains some things, but never mind.
I just know that Eminem put it in a song. Reach for the bottle of Klonopin, something, 3 a.m. You know.
Well, let's just put it this way: if you're already sadistic, it definitely doesn't keep you from doing anything sadistic.
Klonopins. Keeping sadistic people more sadistic since 1996.
Yeah, that's right. Nothing like taking a bag of puppies and drowning them while you're high on Klonopins.
Also, if you like snort this Klonopin stuff, it kind of gives you like a cold, tingly feeling. It's pretty strange.
That's like that's kind of like kava. If you ever take like really highly concentrated kava that's been like fermented, I don't know, whatever they do to it, it makes your brain feel like it's like ice in your brain or something. It's pretty weird.
Huh.
Kava.
Ice baby.
Yeah, try doing kava. It's really legal. You can buy it in the store, but it's like a certain, like the really concentrated kind that's been like processed, like black color, and it makes your brain feel like ice or something. But it really makes you chill. Like, I remember getting like screamed at by somebody, and I was just like, okay, cool, man, yeah, whatever. I was like, it's really weird. It just makes you extremely chill. Like, you just don't want to like fight with people. Pretty weird. Well, to quote Rick Kraft, this ice in my ear gave me brain freeze. So there you go.
It's definitely a muscle relaxant or something like that. So
which one, kava?
No, the Klonopin.
Yeah. Methyl relaxant. That's my
benzos or something. I think that would be the category.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. Interesting.
Sheesh.
Benzo, that's Spain.
Yeah, I think Xanax is benzo, right? Isn't that what they are, right?
Yeah. That's what it fried Jordan Peterson's brain.
Yeah. So I think it's like Klonopin.
Yeah, I noticed there's a lot of people on stuff like that, dude. Like, I'm honestly shocked at the amount of people I've seen that's like on that shit. Like,
yeah, like a lot of pills, right? Because my friend, he had like some sort of dirty doctor that was giving him tons of pills, right? So he would come over and he'd have all these pills. He would explain like, this one does this one does that. So I'd like figure out which ones I want to snort.
Yeah, I was about to say, it does seem like they pick and choose who's allowed to have a mass quantity of types of drugs and who aren't. Someone like me who doesn't have a history of using any hardcore drug at all, other than, hydrocodone or something for an infection, they have a problem giving me even the slightest bit of pain medication for diabetes, but they have no problem turning around and give a bunch of opioids to someone who should have already, had their womb removed and shouldn't be allowed to abort the 5th child. So, yeah, they and even in this state, it's an opioid abuse state where people are known to fake and get pills so they can turn around and sell them, and they still give it to certain people who walk in and look like literal crackheads. But, you come in saying that you gotta, diabetic pain. Oh, well, you know, here's some more Tylenol and ibuprofen. So,
yeah. Yeah, the womb removal, man. This is the dark shit out, you know, that I love listening to for here.
well, I don't know. I'm just saying, you know, as someone who's had sex probably thousands of times in his life, and I've only gotten a girl pregnant one time, there's no excuse to not in modern times and not be able to keep a child from popping out. If you know what you're doing, if you can stick it in, you can pull it out, wear a condom, something. There's no excuse to abort 5 children because you can't keep your legs closed. But I know that's not, you know, the real reason why she got them aborted. I'm just saying abortion shouldn't be allowed to be used as a contraceptive, and that's what she was doing with it.
Right.
I think after your 4th baby removal, they should sterilize you.
Yeah.
But, you know, hey, open child sacrifice. Hey. What's wrong? You don't want no stem cells for your Pepsi? There's a lot of money in baby foreskin. I'm just saying, a hospital makes like a few $1 million off a year off of baby foreskins. More shekels for the Jews. I'll have all their foreskins on the morrow. We're fucked. They're coming for all our foreskins. Oh no, God!
You never put foreskins on your face to make it smooth.
I'm just glad that I'm not a part of any of the shady organizations that traffic the stuff. I believe even organ trade, there's some strange shit even going on in my city that, because even here we had that ICE protest shit go on. And if you looked at the majority of the people who did the protesting here, I swear to God, they are the exact caricature of what you would expect to go out there and be like, let's let all the immigrants stay. And, you know, I'm just saying that even here, when I realized how rigged that parade looked, I was just like, oh my God, it's already here. Like, even here, they're not really caring about the fact. And when I'm telling you that, like, free housing,
Fucking take that nut, got your play button stuck. My eyes wide shut, coming out my face on stage, put lumps in your throat. Like I hung you off the roof from 6 feet of rope. I'll give away rhymes for you to battle me with, while I do MCs like Yugoslav intelligence. So deflect back to shock in the planet of beats. You open a barrel of worms, and the atmosphere reeks. A little kids with dreams and rhymes they wanna tell. Some pedophile labels come and less them with sales. Big shot producers, Pelican MCs, stand by watching in the breeze. This world's a commercial, I can't change the channel every day, try and kill it, but there's no ammo. And television heads is feds that wanna hurt you. I found a way out, but ain't nowhere to murk to. This world's a commercial, I can't change the channel every day, try and kill it, but there's no ammo. And television heads is feds that wanna hurt you. I found a way out, but ain't nowhere to murk to. In the flesh I stress, the day-to-day vision. Go on a condom. Now I'm sponsored by Trojan. Walking polo ad, rap fat, MTV, grab every face of the nation. My optical examination. Feeding you, bleeding you through media, brain leaving ya. Touch the magazine and it's seeping ya. So I train on PlayStation and Army of Paraland. Get lost in the TV screen like Caroline. Scan my finger for the credit. Miscount and don't forget it. There's a pair of white horse in town and everybody fed it. Sky's black, my eyes crack, I think I'm sleep. I cleanse my thoughts when courtships are leak. This world's a commercial. I can't change the channel every day, try and kill it, but there's no ammo. And television heads is feds that wanna hurt you. I found a way out, but they know where to murk to. This world's a commercial. I can't change the channel every day, try and kill it, but there's no ammo. And television heads is feds that wanna hurt you. I found a way out, but they know where to murk to.
The Industrial Revolution and its consequences have been a disaster for the human race.